Hello everybody, Jim here, and I've just returned home from another game hunting trip, and this time I didn't have to go too far. I kind of stayed in central Tokyo today, but I went to a pretty cool little hard off not too far from Meguro, and they didn't have a ton of games, but what they did have was pretty cool. They had Famicom, Super Famicom, even some Famicom disc, PlayStation, even some modern stuff, and a bunch of consoles too. So I did end up coming away with some very cool retro games today. So you get to see that in the video, and stay tuned for the end of the video where I will show you what my finds of the day were. But with that being said, let's go game hunting.
Go for it, man!
Hello everybody, Jim here, and today I've just gotten off the train at a station called Musashi Koyama. I've actually never been to this particular area before, but it's right near Meguro, which is a place I've gone to a few times. But Google Maps says that there is a hard off about a 7-minute walk from the station. So we're gonna go check that out. Usually I have to go way out to like West Tokyo or some other prefecture to find a decent hard off, but I took a look at the pictures on Google Maps. This one looks like it should be pretty cool. Plenty of games to dig through. I'm gonna go ahead and put a link in the description below to the Google Maps location in case anybody ever wants to find this place. But with that being said, let's go for a nice brisk little walk and go do some game hunting. Here we go.
Gotta give him, the funky rhythm, Let me take you on a trip. Let me take you on a ride.
All right, so it should be right around here. It's cool. It's kind of like little covered kind of mall area. Where are you, Hard Off? Oh, I see it. It's just down the street here. This is kind of cool. Like I've been to other kind of like similar, I don't know, like, can you call it a mall? It's a little shopping area. It's like enclosed, but it's sort of like merged with the sidewalk and the streets. Kind of busy today. But there is the object of our desire. It is the Hard Off. So they got all that stuff, and they got junk. Oh, I love junk. All right, let's do this. Hard Off hunting time. Good stuff. Let's go.
俺たちの熱い戦いがファミコンになった。初めての動くシミュレーションバトル。メガパス流星剣。イントセイヤ黄金伝説バンダイから。
All right. Getting started in this rather modest, quaint little hard off, actually, as we'll see as we go along. We start with this end cap they had here, where they actually had the bulk of their retro games, not including the junk section. Here we have Cosmic Fantasy 3 for the PC Engine and some Virtua Fighter. So that's kind of the gist as far as like PC Engine, Sega Saturn. They didn't have much of that. What they did have was plenty of Famicom games here, including Makaimono, Ghost and Goblins, Sky Kid. This I thought was pretty cool. Power Blazer, I think is that what it says? Power Blazer or Power Blader? It's Power Blade on the NES. It's like 3,000 yen. Power Blazer. And Bomberman 2, some other cool stuff. And then Tiny Toon, here they just call it Tiny Toon Adventures 2, something or other. I think it's the one in Wacky Land. We play all the Wacky Land stuff. Here they actually had some cool Famicom disc games that I ended up picking up and knocking stuff off the shelf. See, I hate when the games are all set up like this. They hang from those little tabs and it's hard to get stuff off there. But they had, it's a Bio Miracle World Bokute Upa. The Konami game where you're the little baby with the rattle. And they had that for like less than $10. And then, what is that one? Bubble Bobble? Yeah, Bubble Bobble. So they had Bubble Bobble and Bio Miracle World Upa. So I picked up both of those. Chrono Trigger boxed. Pretty cool. Some Ultraman. And some other various things. Super Mario RPG. Hard to see a lot of prices on these, again, because they're on these little hang tabs. And they just drive me crazy. You got to pull them off the shelf like this. But Ranma, Rockman Soccer, Mystic Quest, and Ryuko no Ken, a.k.a. The Art of Fighting. And even a couple of box Famicom games here, although the box was super ratty for that Kirby. And some Yoshi's Cookie, Donkey Kong 3, Mahjong, not too terribly interested in that. Super Donkey Kong 2, though. That's always nice. Dragon Quest 6 with its beautiful box art. Mario Kart, always a classic, but again, such a pain in the arse. Super Puyo Puyo, Street Fighter 2 Turbo. If you can actually see it, filming these with one hand. Kind of tough. And there I am knocking stuff off the shelf, which is hard not to do when you're trying to rifle through these with one hand. Mario Kart, Super Street Fighter 2, which I like a lot. And some Parodius for you. For something like, what was that, 2,500 yen or so? So like maybe like 20, in the neighborhood of $20. Not too bad for a little Parodius there. I can't complain. More loose Super Famicom. Including, I thought this was great. They had a copy of, as I destroy it, Super Ginjin 2 for 800 yen. That's a yes, please. AKA Super Bonk 2. The Super Bonk games are great. Bonk in general. Those are some fun games. This, another thing I ended up taking home for like, what is that, like 1,500 yen. Boxed Gradius, which it was marked as having like some, damage to the box, which is to be expected. That game is like 30 years old. No, more than 30 years old. Like 35, 36 years old at this point. Fantasy Zone, also boxed. Very cool. So they didn't have too much on these racks, but what they did have was not bad at all. Some Yu Yu Hakusho 2. And some Ashita no Joe. I haven't actually played that one before. And some loose Super Famicom carts, including Dragon Ball Z Hyper Dimension, which a lot of people say is the best of those 16-bit DBZ games. And they had the Super Butoden games as well as some Ultraman, other cool stuff like that. So I did end up taking home a handful of those games. And now we move on to some consoles here, which they had some good stuff in good condition anyway. There's PS4s, which is nice. They're selling those for not too much, and they all have warranties on them, so that's nice. This, an original PS1, 3,300 yen. So that's like $25 maybe, and it's complete. It looks nice and clean, and it's got that old school non-dual shock controller, or if you want it boxed, 4,400 yen. So that's, what, $35? That's a steal. 16.5 for a Panasonic 3DO Real FZ10. So it is the top loader 3DO. Very cool. I used to have one of those. 7,700 for this Super Famicom, which that seems a little high to me. That's about $60, but it is complete and nice and clean with two controllers. 66, so like $50 for that yellowed Super Famicom. Same for this this nice looking N64 here, the black controller. And directly next to it, much same condition and all that, but with a yellow controller. And then this is kind of cool, the 8-bit compact V2, made by Columbus Circle, which I've, never played with any hardware made by them, but I have played quite a few of their Famicom games that they released. Columbus Circle, they made pretty good Famicom games, so not so bad. 6,600 for this Famicom. Looks like it's in really good condition too, and boxed for 6,600 yen, and for 77 a boxed Super Famicom with the manual. That ain't bad. And then 77 for that one too, even though it's only the one controller and no manual or anything. Other cool stuff here, fight sticks, various things. I'm not a fight stick collector. I know some people have tons of those. I do not. We got some box stuff up there, including PS4s, PS3s, Wii U's, a PS3 featuring, what is that, Papetia or whatever what did that say? I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. So yeah, bunch of consoles, some accessories here, peripherals, headsets, all that good stuff. Nothing of terrible interest to me except for this. I thought this was pretty cool. This white Neo Geo CD pad, which I'm assuming was meant to be used with the Neo Geo Mini, or I don't know. Maybe you could just use it for anything that takes that kind of that connector there. And then we had some GameCube controllers here, which I wasn't too terribly interested in, but then I saw this, and I was like, good lord. It's by Hori, but look at it's got the blue camouflage pattern. What is this, was there like a No Limit Soldiers edition of the GameCube? Get out of here. Get right out of town. And now we come to kind of like the last part. Like I said, there wasn't too much in here. There was another section right here with PlayStation and PlayStation 2 and PS4 and all that stuff. Team Sonic Racing, which I like a lot. That and Sonic Racing Transformed are both awesome. We got some King of Fighters. Is this 14? KOF 14. Great game, by the way. Really great stuff. I know a lot of fans of that. And then Shenmue 3, Day 1 Edition. I guess someone wasn't too terribly attached to their Day 1 edition of that game. So they turned that into this Hard Off here. And then this, kind of neat, Gravity Days. A cool little collector's box with some very spiffy artwork. Gravity Days, whatever you think of that game, it has some fantastic art direction. We had some PS Vita games, including Ys, whatever, Celceta. I'm not exactly sure what that is. Is that like a reprint of an older game? I'm not sure. And then this was awesome. Gradius 3 and 4. For those of you who don't know, the arcade versions of Gradius 3 and 4 were ported to the PS2, and they are excellent. So that was a definite buy. And what is it? King of Fighters Neo Wave. That's it. Neo Wave. One of those little side King of Fighters games. So that's pretty cool too. We got a very modest little selection of Vita games and then PS1 games as well. Silent Hill, Gundam, whatever the hell it is. Another kind of cool Super Robot Tyson game. Kamen Rider. It's the best for family. That's 1,000 yen. That's like $7. So that ain't so bad. Dino Crisis for just a few bucks. Dino Crisis 2, excuse me, for 500 yen. And this Capcom Generations 5 with the, I guess, all the various versions of Street Fighter 2, which seems like kind of a, I don't know, I guess at the time that would have been pretty cool. Biohazard Gun Survivor, aka, I think just Resident Evil Survivor, right? Which was a not liked game when it came out, even though I didn't mind it so much. And Biohazard 2 DualShock version. Again, that's like $7 if you want to pick that up, which I love that game. It's got I like all the little additional modes into it, the extreme battle mode and all that good stuff. And then just a whole bunch of random PS1 games. Ooh, some Puyo-San, some kind of extra edition, special edition, I don't know. Tobal number 1, great game. It's another one you can pick up for 500 yen, like, I don't know, $3. That ain't bad. And then Tekken, with its little spine card in there, for 500 yen. Which back in the day, well, I mean, I've been a Tekken fan to this day. But at the time when I first played Tekken, I liked it a lot. I immediately liked it more than Virtua Fighter, and that just kind of carried on throughout my life. Dragon Ball FighterZ, another great game, even though it's, I don't know, those types of arc games, sometimes they're awesome, sometimes not. Belt Action, the Capcom Belt Action, aka the Beat 'em Up Collection. I was really happy to find this. I do like to pick up Switch games for myself, and Puzzle Bobble for friends. That's nice. Actually, I think the company that published this, they sent me some things in the mail. That's where my Bubble Bobble coffee mug came from. They were nice enough to send me that, some knickknacks in the mail. But yeah, what was I saying about arc fighters? Like, they're cool sometimes, but when you're playing someone who plays them religiously, and you know, just like the first hit they get in, it's just, they're just gonna chain a combo until you're dead. And it's not so fun after that. It's like fencing. It's like whoever gets that first hit, it's all over. Transformers! Where's Lion when you need them? Why is that in the case? Those aren't terribly rare or anything. Alien 3 on Game Gear. Rockman 6 boxed. That's cool. They also had some Demon's Crest in there, which I kind of just glossed over at the time when I was filming this. But we got some more Game Boy stuff down here. They had some cool stuff. I mean, they got these, you know, random Pokemon games. They got Ranma 1/2. They had Double Dragon, which, yeah, I definitely did pick up. Well, even though it had the, someone's little handiwork on it. And Gremlins 2, which I've played the Famicom version, and I liked it. It's a Sunsoft game, fun little game, so I was thinking maybe someone will enjoy the Game Boy game. And Quarth, another cool little Konami Game Boy game. So I do occasionally get requests for Game Boy games. I like to fulfill those whenever I can. And just, again, a modest little selection of GameCube games here, including some Monkey Ball, some Biohazard 4, Star Fox Assault. Alright, sweet deal. And there is a game that was knocked off, but I didn't do it this time. It wasn't me. And it was P and whatever, the kind of rhythm shooting game, whatever the hell it's called. And some N64 games, including some Zelda, some Mario, some Pokemons. Oh, the classics were here. Including some Banjo-Kazooie and some Banjo-Tooie. Even though here they don't call it Banjo-Tooie, that's kind of lame. they just call it Banjo-Kazooie 2 in Japan. And some Mario Kart 64. These are kind of cheap. I said this in one of my previous videos, I'll reiterate. Because some people were, you know, hyping it up in the comments that yes, I prefer Diddy Kong Racing over Mario Kart 64. And this beautiful boxed Hoshino Kirby 64, great game. And that's gonna just about do her, ladies and gentlemen. What did I pick up from this shop? Stick around and find out. Let's go. Alright, there you go. Fun little game hunting trip to Musashi Koyama, which was right near Meguro. And yeah, that Hard Off, it wasn't like overflowing with games. But you know, I did find some pretty cool stuff. We're gonna take a look. Actually, today I picked up about 20 games, varying prices. I actually picked up something for myself that was a little bit higher than what I usually spend on just like a random retro game. But we picked up about 20 games today with a final tally of 22,990 yen. So with the exchange rate, again, being what it is right now, dollars to yen, that is not so bad. And again, that Hard Off, not the biggest or best I've ever been to, but actually I did really like the area. After I got done with the game hunt, I kind of hung around because they had that like big shopping center with the canopy over it, so it was like a big pedestrian mall kind of thing. So I ended up hanging out a little longer there. I went to like a Hobby Off, and I even went had a look at the Liquor Off. For those of you who don't know, there are the same, I guess, parent company that owns Hard Off and Book Off and stuff. They also have a chain of liquor stores called Liquor Off, which sounds kind of kinky, but they sell booze, okay? Get your mind out of the gutter. Anyway, my finds of the day. What did I pick up today? I got 4 games here, all pretty cool and all reasonably priced as well. So the first thing, I picked up something for myself. This is, I'm going to be playing this after the camera goes off. All this other stuff is actually going to be packaged up eventually and mailed out to people who subscribe to my Patreon. They get the Kichijoji Patreon game boxes. So that's all going to go to them after I test it, of course. I'm going to play the games first. That's kind of a nice win-win for me. But yeah, first thing I picked up today for myself, the Capcom Belt Action Collection. Which I hadn't played or picked this up yet. I saw there was like 3,000 yen, which is like, I don't know, like $22 right now. So I was like, definitely I'm gonna pick that up because it's got a whole bunch of great beat 'em ups in it. Final Fight, King of Dragons, Captain Commando, Knights of the Round, Tenchio Kurao 2. It says Power Gear, which I forget what the English title was, but it's the big mech beat 'em up, and Battle Circuit, which I don't think I've ever played Battle Circuit, so this is going to be a whole lot of fun. So yeah, the Capcom Belt Action Collection, happy to have that again. This is one that it's just staying with me. That's just for Jim. The rest of these will eventually be going to other people though, and they're pretty damn cool. They're all priced right. For 1,000 yen, like $7, got a nice clean copy of The Great Battle 3. And the Great Battle series, they take on like different genres from one game to the other. I think the most well-known one is Great Battle 5, which is kind of a Wild Guns sort of knockoff, but it features little chibi, super deformed like Gundam and Kamen Rider and Ultraman. And this one is a beat 'em up, but it has like a medieval motif to it. So they're like little knights, and they've got like swords and other medieval weapons. Wow, it was hard to get that word out for some reason. And you're fighting like other little Gundam and Ultraman bad guys and stuff. And they're also like little medieval guys. So yeah, it's very fun. It's just a cool little beat 'em up with a medieval motif featuring super deformed Bandai Presto, or Bandai characters, whatever the hell. But it's a lot of fun, and for 1,000 yen, I wasn't going to pass this up. So the Great Battle 3, that's a fun game. Someone's going to be happy with that. This, I was really happy to find. It was, how much was this? I forget now. I took the price tag off. But it couldn't have been more than like 12 bucks, 15 bucks, something like that. Which is a great deal. A complete and boxed copy of the original Gradius. And I'm a huge Gradius fan. And I'll play it on pretty much anything I can. The Famicom/NES port, you know, it's not up to snuff for the arcade. It's, you know, the graphics are obviously a big step down. I like the sound though. The sound design from any Konami 8-bit games are going to be great, but you don't get as many options as you do in the arcade. It doesn't matter to me because it's still Gradius and it's still a lot of fun. And honestly, I kind of like the simplicity of this Famicom version. Yeah, it's really great. So I like the simplified graphics and the sound. There's just something about 8-bit Konami games that really does, what's a good euphemism? Turns my crank? I don't know. Yeah, these games get me excited. So yeah, and to find it like complete with manual and everything else for not such a bad price. It was marked down, I think, because they said the box had some damage on it, which is predictable. This game is older than I am, but it's a damn good one. So Gradius for the Famicom, great game. And sticking with Gradius, I found this. I think this was also maybe about 3,000 yen, which put it at right around like $22 or something. But Gradius 3 and 4 on the PlayStation. This is just awesome. I'm a huge fan of Gradius 3, even though, like, for the longest time, the version I had played was the SNES version, and I got really good at it to the point where I could beat it without dying. And then when I did finally eventually sit down and start playing the Gradius 3 arcade machine, I got my ass handed to me in a hi-hat. The arcade, way more difficult than the SNES version. I'll stick with that one, thank you. But this, we got some arcade conversions to the PS2, Gradius 3, which historically is my favorite in the series, and also Gradius 4, which is no slouch. The game is awesome. Basically, if it has Gradius in the title, it's gonna be a great game. This going along, I think Gradius 5 as well is one I come across on occasion. Gradius 5 is awesome too, but that maybe we'll save that for another day when I have another copy, maybe another successful game hunt. But yes, Gradius 3 and 4 on the PS2. Yeah, I'm very happy to have picked that up. So I'm gonna test this out, play it, have some Gradius style fun, and then I'll ship it on to one lucky boy or girl. Who knows who it could be. But yeah, so a bunch of great games today, including one that I get to keep for myself, and it didn't cost us an arm and a leg. So there you go, everybody. Thanks for watching this game hunting video. Went to Hard Off, had ourselves a good time. And I'm checking my Google Maps. Like I said, down in the description, I'll put a link, the Google Map link to the Hard Off that I was at today. So if you ever feel like going there, if you're in Tokyo, by all means, go check it out. I'm sure you'll love the area. Musashi Koyama, that was my first time going there today. But it was really nice. It's a very cool neighborhood. So if you pop in there, have a good time. Go to the Liquor Off, and then maybe go to the Baskin Robbins or something. I don't know. I'm rambling at this point. So yeah, hope you enjoyed the video, everyone, and I will see you on the next one. Take care. Goodbye. Hey everybody, Jim here, and I've just returned home from a really epic game hunting trip today. I went way out to West Tokyo to go to a Hard Off to do some retro game hunting. I found a ton of games today, really great stuff. And there was one item in particular that unfortunately I was just never going to be able to leave that store with, because honestly, probably the most rare and expensive thing I've ever come across on one of my game hunts. So you'll get to see what that was, and stay tuned to the end of the video where I will show you what my best finds of the day were. But with that being said, let's go game hunting.
It's showtime!
Hello everybody, Jim here. Welcome back for another game hunt today. Right now I am in the neighborhood of Tachikawa. Tachikawa, for those of you who don't know, is still in Tokyo, but it's way out in West Tokyo. If you take the train west from Shinjuku, for example, it's about a 45-minute train ride on the rapid train, so it's pretty far west, almost as far west in Tokyo as you can go. Like, you're actually seeing mountains and stuff. We're here today. I'm gonna go to a Hard Off that I actually haven't been to in about 3 years. I think the last time I went there, I went with a friend, and we got a lot of games and some other cool stuff, and it was a lot of fun, but I haven't been there in a long time. So I figured I'd go check it out again, see if we can find some games, hopefully for some decent prices. Out here in West Tokyo, this kind of is like my favorite, or used to be my favorite hunting spot when I lived in this area. So we're gonna see once again if we can find some great games. So let's take a nice leisurely walk. Google Maps says it's gonna be about 15 to 20 minutes, maybe a little longer. Monorail for you. Some hot monorail action. So I think we're gonna head up north. I came out the south gate like an idiot, but I need to go north. So we are gonna go for a nice walk. We're gonna go to this Hard Off. We're gonna hunt for some games, and we're gonna see what we can find. So stick around. We will be there soon-ish. Soon-ish. Not too soon. It's gonna be a little bit of a trek, but I'm up for it. I need the cardio. All right, let's go. So here we are, this Hard Off off-house combination thing. Off-house is like, you know, Hard Off, but it's got household stuff you can use, vacuum cleaners, and I think they have even like clothes and furniture to a certain extent. So it's kind of like a half and half. So that's pretty cool. And as you can see, very different from where we just were at Tachikawa Station. Actually, it was a little bit further of a walk than I thought it was going to be. It was more like a half an hour walk to get here. And so we went from sort of like a commercial district around Tachikawa Station to sort of this, you know, much like more quaint area on the outside of Tachikawa. It's actually, I'll put a Google Map link to this place in the description if anyone ever wants to come here. It's the Tachikawa Hard Off. But yeah, like I said, it's been a few years since I've been here, but last time was pretty fruitful. So we're gonna get inside and see if they have anything that I might like. Specifically, lots and lots of video games. So let's do it. Let's get inside this Hard Off, do a little bit of a game hunt, and come away with some cool stuff. Let's do it. Rock and roll.
企業秘密教えようか。こんなに薄くてゲームができるセガマイカード。新作続々。ピットフォール2、ドキドキペンギンランド、チョップリフター。
スクープだ。ソフトがカードになった。セガマイカード。セガ。
All right, getting started in this Hard Off, immediately finding something awesome, an MSX2 for 27,500, this Panasonic produced model. Very rarely do I come across anything like this, like retro computer-wise in a Hard Off or something, so that was super cool to find. And for 16,500, they have a Panasonic 3DO, which is the model I had back in the day. Not a great console, but whatever. And a Master System boxed, but it's also marked as being junk. So it would probably need some repairs. But that's cool too. I also don't come across very many Master Systems and things like that. SG 1000s and what have you. Some Famicom Minis. I've actually been coming across these more and more as of late. I guess a lot of people are, they had their fun with those. They're turning them in. But we've got some N64s as well. Those are pretty cool. Those are priced right at around like 5,000, 6,000 yen. And a boxed Super Famicom for 5,500 yen. That's actually a really good deal. That's like 40 bucks for a boxed Super Famicom. Don't come across that too much. 4,400 for this PS1. So that's like $35 probably. And a legit PS1. And that is actually a little more expensive at 49,500. Silver GameCube, which again is the one I had when I was a lad. 6,050 yen. Not so bad. So that's like less than 50 bucks. Probably like 46 bucks you get a GameCube. We have just the loose deck of a Famicom, an AV Famicom, and they're charging like 8,800, 9,000 for those. That's excessive. If it came with controller and hookups and everything, maybe you could get away with that. And a boxed PlayStation with a nice translucent controller. Isn't that lovely? And a Famicom all by its lonesome with the hookups. That's 49,500. And an Orange Spice Game Boy player. Boxed Mega Drive 13.2 Sega stuff. Typically going to be a little more on the expensive side. And a boxed Famicom. That original box is lovely, so that's very cool. A little yellowed. It's 16,500 though. That's quite expensive. And then here we come to this case, which had some... It's got something in it that I've never seen before on a game hunt. Not including these like Game Boys and GBAs and stuff. I see those quite often. But there's some cool stuff in here. There's Game & Watch, legit old school Game & Watch, Popeye, and what have you. So that's very cool. And some Game Boy, Famicom, Super Famicom games down here. Good stuff, too, including Turtles in Time for 3,300 yen. That's after tax, so that's like 25, 24 bucks. So that was definitely going to be a pickup today. But we've got all these really good games in here. There was Captain Commando, all kinds of value. We've got a PC Engine core graphics. We've got a Super CD system. But this was crazy. 385,000 yen, about $3,000 for this Iowa Sega Mega Drive, Sega CD boombox thing. I forget, it's called the Iowa SG something or other. But it's a boombox that also plays Mega Drive and Sega CD games. That blew me away. 32X box for 33,000 yen. 44,000 for a Super Graphics. But look at that. I've never seen one of those before on a game hunt. It's about $3,000. Kind of looks like my sister's old boombox from the late 90s. Jeez. So there you go, folks. That was one of the most rare, expensive things I've ever come across. And we're not done yet. We're just getting started. We've got some Neo Geo AES games. Oh, in the case. Yeah, I'm still like floored that I actually came across that. There was no way I was going to buy it, but it was cool just to see it. We've got some box stuff. We got Contra. We got Metroid. We got Rockman X. We've got some Super Adventure Island. We've got Gradius 3 for $29.70 box. That ain't bad. We've even got a PCFX game. One of the Tengai Makios, it looks like. So that's kind of cool. Some PC Engine stuff, including Valis. We've got Burger for the PS1. Street Fighter 2 on the Mega Drive. Lots of stuff. I'm just saying the names of games now. Yeah, that blew me away when I saw that thing, and I was like, holy crap, if I was the kind of person that had just $3,000 laying around, that thing would have went home with me. I would have lugged it home, but alas, I am not that moneyed of a person. Now we're getting into the games aisle proper. This is where the bulk of the games were, and we're starting off with all these N64 games. Most of this stuff was priced pretty good. There's a lot of stuff. As you can see here, Wave Race 64, 300 yen, so that's like $2 for a copy of Wave Race 64. That's really good. So a lot of the common stuff on these cartridges, Diddy Kong Racing, my preferred kart racer on the N64. Don't hate me for that. I know some people get really riled up about that. Mario Kart versus Diddy Kong Racing. They had a lot of common stuff, more common stuff, for like a few bucks. Even here, a box copy of Mario Story Paper Mario. It's like 1,000 yen, which right now is like $7 or something. And so a lot of this stuff, pretty cheap right now. Zelda, Ocarina of Time with its awesome box art. That's another one that's not going to set you back too much. A lot of this stuff, if you're going to pick it up in box, you know, this is stuff it's kind of collector's stuff these days, because, you know, the age, you don't want to bring out the old 64 and hook it up, but you do like to have some boxes on the shelf. It's just nice to have if you're a collector. And we've got a lot of Super Famicom stuff here, including Zelda, Mario, all the classics, even some good old Street Fighter 2. And again, these are 300 yen. You can pick these up for like $2. And that ain't bad. Dragon Ball Z Super Butoden 3. That's a fun one. The Super Butoden games are okay. There's Garo Densetsu back there, aka Fatal Fury. So that's cool. And then, right next to it, Fatal Fury 2, Garo Densetsu 2. And I also ended up finding a special. There's Seiken Densetsu 2, aka Secret of Mana, for a few bucks. Some more DBZ stuff. Even a Joe and Mac with manual. And then this one I thought was awesome. Found the Combat Tribes for not too much. And it came with the manual as well. Combat Tribes, cool game. Don't come across it that often. And for like 10 bucks, I wasn't going to say no. So that came home with me today. We've got Puyo Puyo Remix. I'm a big Puyo Puyo fan. And then down here, we've got just a whole bunch of boxed Super Famicom games. And again, most of this you can get for 10 bucks or less. Here's some Super Puyo Puyo, 500 yen. So that's like, I don't know what, $3.50? And you can get yourself a box copy of Super Puyo Puyo. That's nice. We got a whole bunch more stuff down here, including Super Donkey Kong 2, and that's probably about $5, aka Donkey Kong Country 2, and some Yoshi's Island. Also looking real good, and that's 1,000 yen, so that's again like $7 maybe. Final Fantasy V and its beautiful box, and they had a bunch of copies of that. Those are under 10 bucks as well. So yeah, with the exchange rate as of late, dollars to yen, I mean, these games, I don't think they've been this cheap, this affordable in a long time, if you're doing like a conversion there. We got some Kid Clown, some more Seiken Densetsu 2. This I thought was really cool. This is some Battle Dodgeball for 300 yen. It's a bunch of chibi, Gundam, and Kamen Rider and Ultraman characters playing dodgeball. So, I mean, come on, who can argue with that? Throw a little Ultraman into your dodgeball game. It's instantly a better dodgeball game. Rockman 7, which I was like, okay, gonna pick it up, but then it's so yellowed. I decided not to, even though the price was pretty good. Magical Taruru Tokun. Pretty fun little Japan exclusive, and that's only 500 yen. So, the back was a little ratty looking, but the cover, the front, was pretty immaculate. So, I mean, come on. The thing up front looks good, the thing in the back, right? We sweep it to the back. We don't mind. But there you go. Lots and lots of Super Famicom games. There was plenty more to dig through. I didn't, after I shut the camera off, I do some proper digging because I don't want these videos to drag on too long. 800 yen for Famicom Jump. This is a pretty cool couple of little RPGs released back in the day featuring a bunch of different Jump characters. So you've got like Dragon Ball, Fist of the North Star, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, all that cool stuff. Tecmo Cup Soccer, which anything Tecmo made was great. There's also Captain Tsubasa. Those are pretty cool cinematic little soccer games based on the manga and anime series. Speaking of, we got all this other good stuff here. We've got Dragon Ball, aka Dragon Power, Ninja Ryu Kenden 2, aka Ninja Gaiden 2. That's a good one, so that was coming home with me as well. Kind of when I'm shooting the video, I do this before I really do the proper game hunt. I kind of like take mental notes of the stuff I'm finding. If it's something like I grab and want to take like a closer look at, it's probably something I bought that day. And we've got some Makaimura, aka Ghosts and Goblins. And that ain't bad either. And then this I thought was funny. Dragon Quest IV in a clamshell. And then I figured out somebody just took the box, cut the box up, and then slipped it into a clamshell case like a sleeve. Made a clamshell Dragon Quest IV, a little makeshift. So I thought that was kind of cool. But then here, there's these PC Engine games I hadn't noticed. They had Image Fight, they had Sidearms, they had really good stuff. Well, not the Altered Beast CD or Fighting Street, those suck. But R-Type 2, great. Dragon Saber, awesome. Some Tengai Makyo and R-Type 1. So I did end up grabbing most of those PC Engine shooters, which I think we'll take a look at a couple of those a little later in the video. Some Saturn stuff, including X-Men vs. Street Fighter Zero, King of Fighters 95, and then some other stuff down here that was a little more affordable. Virtua Fighter Kids for, what is that, 800 yen? So that's not so bad. That's actually more, I think, than it costs somewhere like, even at like Super Potato or something. Puyo Puyo 2, good stuff. I sound like a broken record when I say I love the series. Puyo Puyo Sun, also great. And then just some other random stuff down here. Fighters Mega Mix, which ain't bad. They had a shocking lack of Dreamcast games. Soul Hackers by Atlas, pretty cool little game on the Saturn, which I don't think got an international release. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah, surprising lack of Dreamcast. All I really found of interest was What's Shenmue, which was like a promotional disc released before Shenmue came out, and it had some cool little interviews and things on it, and some stuff to hype up the game. Now we were getting into some PS1, and the first thing I saw that I thought was really cool was Ultima Underworld, the Stygian Abyss, which I wasn't aware any of these old PC Ultima games had been ported to like consoles, so I thought that was cool to find. Clock Tower 2, this is known as just Clock Tower in the US. The original Clock Tower was not released outside of Japan. But I am a fan of the Clock Tower games. They are quite awesome. As you can see, we've got all these various PS1 games, including Jumping Flash, which was an awesome early showcase of what the PS1 could do. A fun game as well. That and the sequel are both pretty cool. We've even got some Ganbare Goemon. One of the, I'm guessing, like the 3D games. There's so many Goemon games. I have not played all of them. That's a Jimmy Hoppa kind of thing. King of Fighters 95 on the PS1 for 500 yen, which is how I originally played this game. I had not played a Neo Geo, but I did play 95 on the PlayStation, and that's what got me into the series originally. Street Fighter Zero, which is considerably cheaper than its Saturn counterpart. We've got some Dragon Quest monsters, Dragon Quest 7, anything Dragon Quest is always going to be pretty affordable. We've got all these Tales games as well, which are cool. And then we have this, which I thought was kind of interesting. Tales of Fandom, Volume 1. What the hell is that? Well, it looks like it's just a whole bunch of little mini games and little bonus materials made specifically for fans of the Tales series. So that's pretty cool. Not something that you come across too often. As we move right along, some more PS1 games on display here, including some RPGs, Bomberman Land, that's pretty cool. Harry Potter, for some reason, and some Parodius Deluxe Pack. So this has 2 or 3 different Parodius games in it. There's like Parodius Da, and I think like Oshabedi Parodius. So that's a pretty good deal. If you like Parodius, you can get a few games in a single package and have some fun with that. And then, well, I just had to... Come on! Simulate having a pet puppy and or kitty. That's awesome. If you live in a building that doesn't allow pets, next best thing is that game on the PlayStation. Actually, there are probably other better things. We got some Biohazard games on the PlayStation, a series that I've always been a big fan of. This one I thought was kind of interesting. Belt Logger 9. I saw that. I'd never seen this title before. Still don't really know what the hell it is, but it was just one of those things where it's like, I have to pick that up and look at it. What is this? A PlayStation game I've never heard of. It makes me wonder how many others are out there. There's some Final Fantasies. These are cool. They had a whole bunch of these Rockman games lined up here, including X3, X4, X6, and Rockman 2, Complete Works. So that's pretty cool. Moving right along. PS2, a console I pick up a lot of games for. They had some good stuff in there. Like, I think, what is that? Curse of Darkness, which is one I like a lot. These Fatal Fury collections, which are cool. And this one, the title I forget. You have to excuse me because my kanji is quite terrible. But I remember seeing this all the time. I think there was an old show called Cinematheque on like G4 where they would just play like cutscenes and stuff from video games. And that would come up all the time. We have a PS2 big box version of Seaman. Don't panic. Seaman. So I guess they took that original Dreamcast classic, put it on the PS2. And I'm pretty sure, wasn't there a Seaman 2? I can't recall. And then here, I thought was pretty cool. King of Fighters 11 for 1,100 yen with, you know, after tax. So it's like, I don't know, like an $8, $7, $8 game. Which is cool because King of Fighters 11, that's one of my favorites in the series. Maybe my favorite. It's really good. And then we found Tenchu. You know, which one was this? Tenchu something, or Tenchu 3. I forget what the subtitle was in English, but I was a huge, huge fan of the Tenchu series back in the day. And sometimes it is still fun to go back and play those games. But there's some Tekken Tag, other various cool things. So they had a ton of PS2, and then over here they also have like, they had PSP, they had PS Vita, they had so much stuff. This I thought was interesting, the Hitman Trilogy, and I was like, wait, this got a release in Japan? No! It's got the ESRB rating on it, so this is actually just someone here in the area was, I guess, just a big Hitman fan. So they got the Hitman Trilogy from the US, so that's the North American version. Even though there are some Hitman games, as we can see here, Contracts and Silent Assassin, both on the PS2, which I was also a huge Hitman fan back in the day. I remember those Hitman forums gearing up for, well, when Contracts came out, and then when Blood Money came out, everybody was just anticipating the hell out of that. Some Dragon Ball Z games here, including Dragon Ball Z Sparking Neo, I think is the second one in the Tenkaichi Budokai series. Those were always fun. Some Street Fighter 2 and all that. That's wonderful. And then we just have more, and I felt like this was dragging on quite long enough, so we'll wrap it up in a little bit. Battle Stadium DON, which is basically Smash Brothers with Dragon Ball, One Piece, and Naruto characters. And then we've got a bunch of stuff for Wii, DS, 3DS, PS3, PSP, PS Vita. Everything under the sun was in this aisle. And well, to be completely honest, I was like, this is gone on long enough. They even had some Switch games, which is pretty cool too. I pick up quite a lot for my Switch these days. Anyway, that's going to do it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get the hell out of here and see what I got. Okay, so there you go. Pretty epic game hunt today. That particular Hard Off had some amazing stuff in it, including that crazy Sega Mega Drive, Mega CD boombox thing for like $3,000. That was, I mean, it was awesome to see it, but at the same time, I really was crying inside because it's so cool. But yeah, I didn't have $3,000 to blow today, but I did end up taking home 25 games. I wanted to bring home more, but I was, you know, behaving myself today. I decided not to go too crazy about it. Plus, I was on foot today, so lugging all those games around was gonna, you know, be a real strain on my back. But we did pick up 25 games today. The grand total came out to 24,200 yen. Which is really good with the current exchange rate, especially considering the quality of pretty much all the games I picked up today. But the finds of the day, I do have 4 games right here that I think of all 25 games I picked up today. These were the ones I was the most excited for. Right off the bat, super clean copy of Turtles in Time. Don't have to say too much about this game. It is, I would say for a long time, it was the best beat-em-up ever made. Maybe now it's been surpassed by other more modern beat-em-ups that have taken the genre further than it's ever gone before. But for a long time, to me, this game was the king of the mountain when it comes to beat-em-ups. And it's probably still my favorite beat-em-up, even though I don't think it's any longer the best one ever made, but probably still my favorite. So Turtles in Time, and it was like, with the exchange rate, this was probably like 22 bucks, which is like a fantastic deal, like at least, you know, 20-30% cheaper than I would usually see a loose copy of that for. Next up, another beat 'em up, this one by Technos Japan. It's the Kamba Tribes, and it did come with the manual as well, so that was a nice little bonus. The Kamba Tribes, if you've never played it, again, Technos Japan developed, and they also developed the various Kunio-kun games, as well as the Double Dragon series. So if you've ever played a Double Dragon game, I would say this has more in common with those, with maybe like Double Dragon 2 or Super Double Dragon or something like that. Pretty straightforward beat 'em up, co-op gameplay if you have a second player available, and it's just simple but very fun beat 'em up action. Decent graphics, decent sound, very fun gameplay, and so it's pretty damn cool. I was always going to pick this one up. The Kamba Tribes with its manual, and this is another one that was like way cheaper than I usually see it for. I think I got this for like, again with exchange rate, this was like $12. Very good. And then these 2 PC Engine games that I just could not pass up, even though they were a little more expensive than everything else I picked up today. Actually, probably about the same price as Turtles in Time. First up, for the PC Engine, I did grab a copy of Sidearms. And Sidearms, I believe this was originally a Capcom shoot 'em up, but licensed to NEC Avenue. They did the development on the PC Engine version. They did a really good job too. Sidearms, pretty straightforward side-scrolling shoot 'em up. You got a nice, cool giant robot. You're flying through space, blowing everything up. You have a whole bunch of different weapon power-ups and things that you can get for yourself, so that's pretty cool. You get lasers and spread shots and missiles and little options to follow you around, all kinds of cool stuff. So Sidearms is really cool. There's actually a PC Engine CD version called Sidearms Special, which is also pretty cool, but I actually prefer the HuCard version because I do think it plays just a bit better. But yeah, Sidearms on the PC Engine, great game, and another fantastic classic PC Engine shoot 'em up. I found a copy of Image Fight, so I was definitely taking that home today. Image Fight, developed by Irem. Irem, as far as their shooters go, they are better known as the developers of the R-Type series. R-Type is amazing. That's you know, really great side-scrolling shoot 'em up series. Image Fight, excellent top-down shoot 'em up. Not so much in common with the R-Type though. This one I feel is like kind of a more, I don't want to say like traditional shoot 'em up, but it doesn't have quite the slow methodic pace of an R-Type game. But you can get a whole bunch of pods around your ship, like gun pods. You can get like, I think 2 or 3 of them, if not 4, but they can go all around your ship, fire in all kinds of directions, get a bunch of weapon power-ups and all that stuff. Still an IRAM shooter though, so it's still very challenging, but it's extremely fun, and nice graphics, nice sound design, great gameplay. Couldn't go wrong with this one. So Image Fight, I had to pick that up today. And there you go. Those are like my finds of the day. Those are the games I was most happy to pick up, but just sitting over there, there's a big stack of 21 other games that I picked up today. All good stuff, and all pretty reasonably priced too. Some of them were only like 300 yen, which with exchange rate right now is like maybe $2. Really, really cheap, affordable games for what I would say is some really good stuff for Super Famicom, PlayStation, Sega Saturn, PS2. Great stuff today. Anyway, thanks everybody for watching. I hope you enjoyed the video. Like I said, I will put like a Google Map link down in the description, so if you're ever in Tokyo, if you fancy yourself a game hunter, you can go and find that awesome Hard Off out there in Tachikawa. Even came across a Book Off not too far from that Hard Off, which, believe it or not, actually had more games in it than the Hard Off did. The Book Off, I was floored by it. Blew me away how many games they had. That's going to be in a different video though, so maybe look out for that one. But with that being said, again, thanks everybody for watching. Hope you enjoyed the video, and I would love to see you on the next one. Take care. Goodbye.
Let's get scratching.
Hello everybody, Jim here, and I'm coming to you today from the neighborhood of Oizumi-Gakuen here in Tokyo. I'm here today to go on a game hunting run. There's a nice big Hard Off not too far from here, maybe like a 15-20 minute walk, and it's really overcast today. I'm hoping I don't get rained on. I might though. I unfortunately did not bring an umbrella today. Should have checked the forecast. So we're gonna go for a walk, we're gonna go hunt for some games, but first, there's something very cool about Oizumi-Gakuen that I wanna show you, so let's go check that out. This is the Oizumi Anime Gate, as it says, the Japan animation birthplace. So here it is, the Anime Gate, the gate to the world of Japanese anime, with lots of cool bronze statues of classic anime characters, and a history lesson sort of Toei animation properties. This is here because there's actually, I think the original Toei animation studio is only a short walk from here, and there's even like a museum there that you can go and check it out. But this is sort of like recognized as the home of the original birth of Japanese anime, Toei animation, stuff like Astro Boy and old Osamu Tezuka stuff, White Lion, things like that. It all started right here, and a bunch of your favorites like Dragon Ball and Sailor Moon and all that stuff was animated here in Oizumi. So if you're in the neighborhood, more than just like a good spot to go game hunting, this is like kind of a historic place for anime fans. So if you're here in town, go to the animation studio, check out their museum, and get a little bit of a history lesson, a little bit of nostalgia for us old school anime fans. It's very cool. Anyway, enough of this. Let's hit the road, let's go for a nice walk, and let's go hunt for some video games. Should be fun. Let's do it. Here we are, Hard Off, Off House combination. Pretty cool. I haven't been here in a few years, so I'm pretty sure the last time I was here I got a ton of games. So I'm hoping it's still as well stocked as it was back then. So hope you enjoyed the little walk over here, nice and leisurely stroll. Took about 20 minutes from Oizumi-Gakuen Station, so not too much of a walk. But let's get inside, let's dig around through their retro game stash and hopefully come away with a whole lot of games. Let's do it.
Challenge, exciting, power, and love. 頂点に立つ学校はどこか。ダウンタウン熱血行進曲、それゆけ大運動会。テクノス。
All right. Getting started in this lovely Hard Off with some consoles. They had quite a few, and they're priced pretty good, as you can see here. And they have marked on the price tag here. They actually had a 3-month warranty on these, so that's pretty awesome. As we take a look at a 9,900 yen PC Engine deck, so that was greatly overpriced. But the Saturn, the Dreamcast, that's all about right. As is this boxed AV Famicom. Even got a Famicom Mini back there. Some Super Famicoms and N64s. Yeah, warranties in a used goods store like this where stuff is like, 20, 30 years old. That's not so common, but that's greatly appreciated as we look at a lot of Famicom games here. Starting with Macross, I'm going to set that aside. We'll put that in our basket, because I did set myself a nice little basket aside, which we will fill up over the course of the video. And Gradius for 500 yen. With the exchange rate right now, that's fantastic. That's like $4, or less than $4, actually. So yeah, $4 Gradius, I'll take it. And then we've got Sailor Moon R, and I'm just like stacking stuff up at this point. We've got some Mickey Mouse, we've got Yu Yu Hakusho, we've got The Great Battle 4. That's a great game for 1,000 yen. I'll take that. That's like maybe $7, if that. Puyo Puyo 2 Remix. Thank you very much. All these loose carts are pretty reasonably priced, and as I found out later, I took them out of the wrapper, very clean, which was surprising. Rockman X2, that goes home with me, as does Super Bomberman 3. And I think I did end up picking up another Super Bomberman game. There are a ton of Bomberman games on the Super Famicom that were not released for the SNES. So always like to pick those up when I can. Ys 2, for those of you familiar with Ys 1 and 2 on the TurboGrafx and PC Engine, there were Famicom ports made as well, and they're also pretty good. Those soundtracks especially sound really nice coming through a Famicom sound chick. We've even got some nice N64 games here, like some Ganbare Goemon, some Banjo-Tooie, which they call Banjo-Kazooie Daiboken 2, and some Diddy Kong Racing, which is an old favorite of mine. I don't know, I was part of that camp that liked Diddy Kong Racing more than Mario Kart 64. So if you're with me on that one, let me know. We've got all these PS2, PS3, so much of this stuff here. They had way more of this than the the 8-bit and 16-bit stuff. Here we're looking at racing games like Le Mans, Burnout. Am I saying it right? Le Mans, or is it Le Mans? I don't know. You tell me. But I like that they broke these up by genre. So this says action. So this is the action genre. So you'll dig through here for a bunch of action games, and we've got some Armored Core, which is always a good time. Argos no Senshi, or something, whatever it's called. What is that? That's some game back in the day. I think Rygar. But there's Kamen Rider. We've got Kinnikuman. Those are like 500 yen. So they have a ton of these PS2 games. Most of them are pretty cheap. And I am going to zoom in right here, the fighting section. So these are all fighting games. For 2,000 yen, we've got SVC Chaos. We've got the Vampire Collection. I guess it's like the Vampire Chronicle Collection, but it's got basically all the games you could get on the Switch Capcom fighting bundle recently. They're all in there, as well as Marvel vs. Capcom 2. This one, that went straight into the basket. Gekko no Kenshi 1 and 2. aka the Last Blade games. Those are excellent, underappreciated Neo Geo fighters. And we have an assortment of Guilty Gear fighters here, including Guilty Gear Isuka, Guilty Gear XX, Accent Core, all that stuff. Those all ended up going into the basket too, as well as some Saint Seiya. There's a couple of those, and they're pretty fun. Highly cinematic fighting games. Some Hajime no Ippo, aka I think Victorious Boxers, and of course some Dragon Ball Z. Wouldn't be a complete game hunting video without some DBZ thrown in there. And we come down a little further here to a modest little selection of PS1 games, as well as like some Saturn and Dreamcast and things like that. So all the jewel case stuff down here. Again, not quite as abundant as I remember it being from a few years ago, but Samurai Spirits for 500 yen. That's another one that ended up going home with me. And what else? We have some Super Robot Tyson. Those are fun. And this here, I believe this is Shiritsu Justice Gakuen, but essentially it's Rival Schools 2, or kind of like Rival Schools 1.5. It's between the original and the Project Justice that was not released outside of Japan. Mr. Domino, that's fun as well. And as you can see, I left Rival Schools kind of like peeking out because I wanted to make sure I came back for that one. Rockman 5 Complete Works. All of the Complete Works games are great. They released all of the original 6 Rockman games on the PlayStation with all kinds of bonuses and remix soundtracks and cool stuff like that, which I believe they bundled them all together eventually for a GameCube release. And Sakura Taisen 2 Hanagumi Taisen, aka Sakura Wars, and Shinmu for 500 yen. And it comes with the Shinmu Jukebox, which is a soundtrack CD with all the music from all of the bars and other various little night spots in the game. So that's very cool. Rockman X4, somewhere at like 3,000 yen, so like 24 bucks for Rockman X4. And we've even got some 3DO games. We've got like 4 3DO games. I don't come across these very much. Burning Soldier, okay. Like I had a 3DO at one point with like 20 some odd games for it. Most of them garbage, but still sometimes kind of entertaining to just see what the hell they got on there. And we have some cases here, the dreaded cases, some more expensive games, like they've got Time Gal, they've got X-Men versus Street Fighter, some other cool stuff in here. Code Veronica for some reason. Maybe it's like factory sealed. And Koro Koro Postonin for like 200 bucks. That's a great game, by the way. But it is one of the more expensive PS1 games. And to wrap things up, they had a whole bunch of boxed Game Boy and GBA and other stuff just hanging on like an end cap here. I believe that's what they're called. If I recall back from my retail working days, an end cap. So they got all this stuff here, including some GameCube games, which are nice. I don't know why those are particularly expensive. And a lovely boxed copy of Rockman 5 on the Famicom. My favorite of the bunch, by the way. And some loose copies of Gradius 2, which is a little up there. They've got it priced at over 2,000 yen. And Sparkster, sequel to Rocket Knight Adventures, if I'm not mistaken. And even the little-known JoJo's Bizarre Adventure RPG that was released on the Super Famicom. And another case here that, in particular, they had some really fantastic Super Famicom games in there, including Violinist of Hamelin, the Super Back to the Future 2, Umihara Kawase, which I almost bought, but then realized that the box was damaged and there was also no manual. So I passed on that, because it was only like 50 bucks, but I opted out. If I'm going to get a boxed copy, I'm going to want it to be complete. And some boxed Famicom stuff here too, including Neketsu Kakudo Densetsu. It is a 2-on-2 fighter featuring the various characters from the Kunio-kun series, aka River City Ransom, all that good stuff. Dragon Quest III, and this is really, we just kind of want to like marvel at some of this box art. It's really, really good. Famicom and Super Famicom box art. Can never go wrong with that. And a whole bunch of GameCube games, including some Mario Party and Mario Kart Double Dash, which is, I don't know, it's probably like my second favorite Mario Kart game. It's awesome. Kirby 64 with a blinding pink box. To look into it for too long is to sear your retinas. And Wave Race 64, another absolute classic. And as you can see, that various boxed in 64 games and Super Famicom games, including this Poppin' Twinbee for 1,500 yen. It's 1,650 after tax. Fantastic top-down shooter by Konami. If you've never played that one, I'd highly recommend picking that up. We just have so much good stuff here, including Super Bomberman 4. Yes, 4. I think there's a 5th one as well. So yeah, like I said, lots of Super Bomberman games that were only released on the Super Famicom, as well as this. I believe this is Kirby. Was it Kirby Superstar or something like that, where there's a whole bunch of little Kirby games in a single cartridge. And then this was a definite pickup, Tetris Battle Gaiden. Probably my favorite Tetris game ever. One of my favorite puzzle games in general, really. And they were selling it boxed for next to nothing. It was really cheap. It was like, I don't know, with exchange rate, like 10 bucks or something. So I was definitely going to get that. As we move on, not too much more of interest. There was a whole lot of kind of like DS, Wii, stuff like that. Even some cool old Switch stuff, Wii stuff in the case. But that's not really what I'm looking for these days. Anyway, I did, eventually go back to all the shelves, pick up a bunch of games, and we're going to go and take a look at a few of them in just a second. So let's take a little break, and we'll be right back.
いや、そうも知らないんだ。
ビヨビヨね。ビヨビヨなんでしょ。
運転手さん言ってください。
ビヨビヨなのね。
そう、ビヨビヨです。プレイステーション1周年記念 RPG ビヨンドザビヨンド。
プレイステーション。
Alright, hey everybody, Jim back here at my humble abode here in Tokyo. Just got back from Oizumi-Gakuen, and it was a pretty good game hunt today. That particular Hard Off wasn't quite as flush with games as I remember it being from like a few years ago. I could swear like a few years ago there were like way more games. But still today we picked up a lot of good stuff, a lot of quality titles. Picked up about 30 games altogether today for the Famicom, Super Famicom, PS2, PS1, DS. Picked up a lot of really good stuff. Final price today came out to 28,385 yen, which I think for 30 games, 30 really good games, especially with the exchange rate being what it is right now, I think that's pretty good. We picked up some really good stuff today, and I think this was a pretty fair deal. So, like I said, picked up about 30 games today, but I picked out 3 that I think are kind of like the finds of the day today. So, first up, I got a complete copy of Tetris Battle Gaiden, and this is a great game. If you're not familiar with it, it's one-on-one competitive Tetris where you got a bunch of wacky characters to play with. It's similar to like a Puyo Puyo game where it's one-on-one, and each character, they have different special abilities that you can use to kind of like derail the other player's game. So it's very fun, it's very competitive and addictive, and this is actually probably my favorite Tetris game ever. And even boxed like this, complete with everything, this was only about, I want to say like 12 bucks or something. This was very affordable. I'm really happy to find this in that condition. Also 2 loose carts, but even for loose carts, one, they're super clean, and these games are not terribly common, so I picked them up for, I want to say like maybe like 10 to 15% less than I usually see them go for. First up, this is The Violinist of Hameln. This is a really fun, unique platformer made by Enix. So you play as the violinist, and you also play as his, you have a little assistant that kind of follows you around. And sort of the gimmick is you find all these like different animal suits that you can put her in to give her different abilities, and then you use that for, to reach platforms and get around obstacles and things. There's a little bit of combat as well, but for the most part it's more of like a tricky, almost puzzle platformer type of thing. But it's really fun, great graphics and sound. This is, just one of those great Super Famicom games that wasn't released outside of Japan, but it's awesome. So yeah, Violinist of Hameln. Great game. And then this, another one, just like anytime I find this, if the price is decent, I'm gonna pick it up. And I think this was like maybe like 16 bucks with exchange rate. It's Gundam Wing Endless Duel. And if you're not familiar with this game, it is a 2D fighter featuring all of the mechs from Gundam Wing. And it's very fun. It plays really well. It's actually one of the better 2D fighters on the Super Famicom. And in terms of like the graphics, I think this is one of the most graphically impressive games on the Super Famicom. And it has a really great soundtrack too. So like Violinist of Hameln, this is just a really amazing game. That was just never released outside of Japan at the time. In fact, both this and Violinist of Hameln and Tetris Battle Gaiden, I did a video years ago, my top 10 Super Famicom games left in Japan. All three of these games are in my top 10. They're all really good. So yeah, to pick this up, Gundam Wing Endless Duel, to pick this up for, you know, something like 16 bucks, however much it was after exchange rate, I was really happy with that. So anyway, that's it. That's the game hunt for today. Those are my finds of the day again. Picked up probably about 30 games. Had a good time. Hadn't been to Oizumi-Gakuen in quite a while, so it was nice to get back there, see all those cool anime bronze statues. Actually want to go back again real soon to go to the Toei Museum there, because there's the Toei Animation Studio, but there's also the museum. So I'd like to go check that out. Anyway, that's it. Hard Off, Game Hunt, Oizumi-Gakuen. What did you think of it? Let me know down in the comments. I'd love to hear from you, and while you're at it, maybe like the video, subscribe if you haven't already. I'd surely appreciate it. And until next time, thanks for watching, everybody. Take care. Goodbye. Hey everybody, Jim here. Right now, I'm in the neighborhood of Okachimachi, which is a neighborhood directly adjacent to Akihabara. That little overpass might look familiar to some of you King of Fighters fans. Here today because there's actually what looks like a pretty big Hard Off in this neighborhood that I've never been to before. So I'm here to pay my first visit there and hopefully find some good stuff. Google Maps has been really helpful, like all the pictures you can look at on Google Maps, so I can see which Hard Offs actually have like a nice little selection of retro games. So we're gonna take a short walk to this Hard Off, and then we're gonna dig around through some games, hopefully find some good stuff. So stick around, we'll be there momentarily. So that was actually a lot closer to the station than I thought. It's actually only like a 2-minute walk, so that's pretty cool. What we have here apparently is not just a Hard Off, it's a Hard Off Hobby Off combination place. So we've got all this stuff, trading cards, toys, plastic models, things like that. And we've got games and audio equipment and things. Just right out here in front of the store, there's core graphics with the CD unit and interfacing. I guess they're just collecting dust. It's kind of a shame. Anyway, we're gonna get in this place. I'm not particularly interested in the figures and things, but we're gonna look for some retro games. So let's not dilly-dally. Let's not tarry. Let's get some games.
シューティング新時代の幕開け、人類が未だかつて体験し得なかった空前絶後の稲妻が走る。スーパー CD ロムロムで過激に登場。ゲート・オブ・サンダー by Haddison。
All right, getting started in this lovely little Hard Off, which sounds weird now that I say that out loud. Lovely little Hard Off. We got a case here with some Switch and Switch Lite, DS, things like that. Not really what I was here for, though. As we're gonna see, there was an impressive amount of retro stuff crammed into this little space here. So, getting started with some PS1 games. They had some nice things to choose from here, including some good old Ueno. Who doesn't like Ueno? I certainly do. Ace Combat 3, which was the first Ace Combat game I played, actually, and I really liked it. And it's all like 500 yen, which the exchange rate right now, yen to dollars, is pretty damn good. You're saving like 12% if you do that exchange on pretty much everything. Crime Crackers, I'm pretty sure I've played that in the past. I think that's some sort of first-person, sort of action-y kind of game. But I don't think I have that in the collection anymore. That's one of those oldies I probably sold last time I was in the US. Kizuari on this Super Puzzle Fighter 2 means there's some damage to it, so the price is down a little bit, but that's being sold for like 1,000 yen. Which is like, I think right now that's like a little under $9. That's pretty good. That's a really great game. Kamen Rider V3, which I'm not terribly familiar with, but it does have one of those little blue things in there. Puyo Puyon. That's a nice Puyo Puyo game, and some Biohazard stuff. If it has that little blue tag inside the plastic wrap, that means that the game is behind the counter. I guess it's too precious to just leave out on the shelf, so it's just too valuable. So they've got it behind the counter somewhere. One of the Spectral Force games. Pretty cool series there. But yeah, loads of PS2 stuff. Most of this pretty cheap. King of Fighters 11, which is one I like a lot. That's $16.50 for that. Which, you know, KOF 11 is one of, if not my favorite KOF game. I mean, there's other, you know, really great ones too. 98, Dream Match, all that stuff. Yeah, Gunslinger Girl. I guess they took, you know, the character of Matilda from The Professional and just turned her into a whole series. Some Kinnikuman, Ultimate Muscle, one of those games. I've played a few of those, a few of the Kinnikuman, like one-on-one fighting / wrestling type games. They're usually pretty fun, very arcadey. Rockman X7, not the best Rockman game, not everybody's favorite by a long shot. Not a lot of fans of Axel out there, but still, Rockman, and not too terribly expensive. But we've got Vita games here, which is nice, some Fate, and some Ys, all that good stuff. Stuff like this, like Vita, PSP, PS2, PS3, all that stuff. You can usually find like a ton of that at any Hard Off or Book Off or anywhere you go, really, because that stuff is recent and sold like hotcakes. There's copies of stuff everywhere. We got some 360 games there. Very limited selection of 360. No secret that Xbox doesn't exactly fly off the shelves in Japan. And that's okay, but we got a lot of DS, 3DS, Wii, all that stuff. If I'm perusing, if I'm going over it a little quickly, it's because that's not really what I'm in the market for right now. I'm looking for that old stuff. 64-bit and under, baby. Some Snowbow Kids by Atlas. Very fun. Good stuff. So just a handful of N64 games here. N64, historically not my favorite console, but undeniably some classics for it. We got some Switch as well, like Astral Chain, which I still haven't played, but I've heard really great stuff about. But when it comes to my Switch, there's certain things I've been playing a lot of. As we look at some box Super Famicom games here, looking lovely. A lot of the first-party stuff up front and center. But no, just like playing a lot of the East games on Switch and, you know, replaying like Zelda and things like that. Seiken Densetsu 3, which I think I said was like the best Super Famicom game that was only released in Japan. Ganbare Goemon, the first one, which did get a US release as Legend of the Mystical Ninja, I do believe. But the sequels, however, did not get an international release. Muscle Bomber, great game, aka Saturday Night Slam Masters, and I can't decide what is a better title. Dragon Ball Z Super Butoden 3. Super Butoden games, not bad games, and usually really cheap. Regardless, you find them boxed, you find them loose. You're not going to spend a whole lot of money on those. Again, Dragon Ball Z, really big property, sold lots. But we've got some Puyo Puyo games, some Donkey Kong, and some Bonk. A little bit of Super Ginjin. So that's nice. Who doesn't like them some Bonk action? It's only like 20 bucks. Not bad at all. And ActRaiser, also about 20 bucks for a boxed copy. And that's great. I still have not played, there's like a new ActRaiser game now, right? Still haven't played that yet, which I should, because I am quite the fan of the first and second ActRaiser games. They're both fun, both great graphics, awesome soundtracks. Super Bomberman 2, that's fun. There are a whole bunch of Bomberman games on the Super Famicom that were not released outside of Japan, which is too bad. We got some Sailor Moon stuff here, including Sailor Moon R, which is, I believe, the second beat-em-up, and it's pretty good. Fun two-player beat-em-up action. Sailor Moon S, which is the one-on-one fighter, which I've seen people actually playing at like tournaments and stuff in the recent past, which is like baffling to me because it's not a really great 2D fighter. And another Sailor Moon S game, one of the puzzle games. There are like 3 Sailor Moon puzzle games on the Super Famicom, and then we have what is this, Panic Bomber? Some Bomberman puzzle action, if that's your fancy, which I don't see why it wouldn't be. And then this one, very cool. I believe this is like the 4th Ganbare Goemon game on the Super Famicom. Good stuff. Really fun. Any Goemon game. There's Ganbare Goemon 2, 3, and then that one, which is sort of like a side story game, I guess. But they're all great. We have some more really good stuff here. Yu Yu Hakusho 2, Dragon Ball Z Super Saiyan Densetsu, all that stuff. And then all these loose cards just hanging on little tabs here. And which is nice. I like that. Instead of having them all just like stacked together or whatever, you can kind of just look, and it's very easy to just browse and look at the front covers, and you know exactly what you get. But we got all kinds of stuff. We got Ranma, we got Captain Tsubasa, we got Dragon Quest. So many great games, and then a bunch of boxed Famicom games here, including Okami, Wolf of the Battlefield, aka Commando. But great game, no denying, classic. And some Top Gun, which, you know, yeah, it's like a pain in the ass to land on that stupid aircraft carrier, or it probably isn't. It's probably something like very simple and easy to do. And the second Top Gun game, Top Gun Second Mission, is that what it's called in the US? It's probably much easier to land it than I recall. I just never learned how to. And then a whole bunch of loose cards here, and we got some good stuff. But we got a boxed copy of Goonies, the original, and then I just depreciated the value. Thank you, Jim. That's very nice of you. Just drop it. Put that anywhere, pal. The original Goonies, which I don't think we got in the US. I think we got Goonies 2. And the first one remained on the Famicom and like MSX and stuff like that. More loose Famicom games, including some Kunio-kun Soccer, Transformers, which is a horrible game, but people like it anyway because it's Transformers, Gradius, one of my all-time favorites, even though, you know, the PC Engine version is my fave as far as console ports go. Can't go wrong with the Famicom, some 1943, all these good things. Good. I mean, not everything is good, but most of it's good. And then loose Super Famicom carts, more loose Famicom carts. Like I said, in this tiny little space, they packed in quite a lot of good stuff. And then this nice little spinny rack, I love. I went through this quite in depth. We got Tiny Toon Adventures. That's 800 yen, and that's just lovely. And we got some DBZ games. We got some Mappy, some King Kong, if that's your fancy. Some Valkyrie, Pro Wrestling, ER Kung Fu. Just good stuff. And then here I have to stretch the old arm out to get up this high, difficult to reach little corner over here. But we got all kinds of good stuff. We got Yoshi's Island. We got Poppin' Twinbee. I love that game. Rockman X, one of my favorite games of all time. G Gundam. A little bit of Cosmo Gang. And again, more other good stuff. Mario RPG, ActRaiser, Super Donkey Kong, Ranma 1/2, Bomberman. Just value as far as the eye can see. And what's better than that? And then a very convenient, lovely little handheld section with plenty of Game Boy games. And as you can see, no shortage of these damn Pokemons. Which, growing up as a kid, you know, when Pokemon was big, I never gave a damn about Pokemon. I don't know what the deal was, but we got Rockman 2. Great stuff on the Game Boy. Other good stuff there. Some Kirby. Things like that. And even some Famicom Disk System, which is great because I don't come across too much Famicom Disk. We've got Kamen Rider Black, and that's pretty cool. There was also, you know, some other very good stuff up there. And then some more loose Famicom carts to browse. Star Wars, Rockman 5, my favorite of the original Rockman games. Even some Dragon Ball and some little Ninja-kun. And then the glass case. Back there you can see Gunmu Martian Memory, which is the Battle Angel Alita game. It's pretty damn cool. I reviewed that game long ago, but there's Star Wars, Fatal Fury Collection. They had some pretty cool stuff back there. And to wrap things up, we're going to take a look at some consoles here because they had quite a lot on offer, including this boxed Famicom, like a special, I guess, UV cable, like a little converter maybe. But it can be used with a bunch of different Nintendo consoles. That was 1,100 or 11,000 yen, excuse me, about $100 for that. That's quite steep. We got some PlayStations here though, 66 and 77. AV Famicom, the Model 2, it's 8,800 yen, so under 80 bucks or about 80 bucks, and it's got a 3-month warranty on it, which is, you know, outstanding. Actually, a lot of these consoles, they're marked as having 3-month warranties on them, and that's just something that I don't know, can you think of a lot of places that offer 3-month warranties on, you know, 30, 40-year-old game consoles? Anyway, that's going to wrap it up for here. Quick look around. Anyway, let's get outside. Okay, so that was okay, I guess. Not too bad. All the games were concentrated into one little area, but it was quite a lot in a very small space. So I had a lot of digging to do. I did buy a bag of games though. I think I got like 24 or 25 games, and it came out to about, I think maybe with exchange, about $115 for like 20-something games. So that's not so bad. So anyway, the Hard Off Hobby Off combo here in Okachimachi It's pretty cool. Like I said, it's all, you know, all the games are really densely concentrated into one little corner of the shop. But there was a lot of stuff to pick from, so pretty cool. Anyway, I'm actually gonna walk around a bit more, explore Okashimachi a little bit. I'm not very familiar with the area, so that should be fun. But until next time, everybody, thanks for watching, and do come back. We'll do some more game hunting. So take care, everyone, and I'll see you then. Goodbye. Hey everybody, Jim here, and today I am in the neighborhood of Kawagoe, kind of on the outskirts of Tokyo. This is a place that's really well known for having like lots of Edo period style buildings and a whole section of town that is still done up in the Edo period style, and lots of shrines and temples and cool stuff like this. So we're going to walk around, we're going to explore a little bit while we still got some daylight, and then we're going to head over to a Mandai Shoten so that I can look for some retro games. So pretty cool day today. It's going to be kind of like a collision of traditional Japanese aesthetics and my love for retro gaming in a single video. So let's go explore Kawagoe a little bit.
Shenmue. The experience begins.
Hey everybody, we are here now in front of the Mandai Shoten here in Kawagoe. We're going to go in there and look for some games. If you want to see actually what we were up to today, I'm here with Tkyo Sam, so if you want to see the kinds of fun stuff we were doing today here in Kawagoe, go and check out the video he's going to post about it on his channel. We had a lot of fun. We saw lowriders and ate ice cream, so it was pretty cool. Anyway, let's get inside Mandai Shoten and hopefully find a whole lot of retro video games. Let's go.
Pipi. 休みの日にまたパチンコゲームですか。やったー。
All right, Mandai Shoten Kawagoe, playing this footage back at home, sipping some beer, and we bypass all of this more modern stuff, PS4 and Vita and Switch, and we go straight to the retro stuff, because that's what I'm here for. And we come to, first up, the money case, and we're going to see some cool reproductions in here, including Mad Stalker, which, spoilers, I did pick up because you can take a look at some of the labels on some of these games. They're in this case and they're being bathed with fluorescent light all day, so some of these labels were really faded. And Mad Stalker, you know, brand new game pretty much. So I grabbed it, saved it from all that fluorescent light, even though you can look in here and there's, you know, Akumajo Densetsu, Street Fighter 2010, other really good Famicom games, and Super Famicom games, Mega Drive and all that. These cool little things, these little, our little mini arcade reproduction things, those are pretty cool too. So there was, you know, some pretty cool stuff in the case, but I ended up just grabbing that, yeah, Mad Stalker for the Sega Mega Drive, which was recently released by Columbus Circle. They make some good stuff. A meager little selection of Xbox games, but not so hot on that. What I want to look at are these Super Famicom games, including we have some wrestling games here. This Astral Bout game I've heard is pretty cool. That's an 800 yen game. We've got plenty of stuff on the racks here. Plenty of loose carts. And this FMW game, that's another wrestling / fighting game that is not any good. That game is really terrible. It should be like 100 yen max. But I had heard good things about Astral Bout. I think I was watching somebody's wrestling, a video on wrestling games. Gegege no Kitaro, some Ganbare Goemon games. Those are always good. Ganbare Goemon 1, 2, 3, I mean, they're all fantastic. The first one being Legend of the Mystical Ninja. It's an entire series you just can't go wrong with. As we continue to look around, we got some Kirby, Kunio no Oden, which is actually a really fun puzzle game with Kunio-kun characters in it. And I like that a lot. And more, including one of the little Great Battle games. I think it's like a Great Battle Gaiden game. Some more Kunio, things like that. So some pretty cool stuff there. And most of it not terribly priced, as we look at a little bit of DS and things. And Wii U and Wii. All things that I personally am not collecting games for. And I don't really get much requests for stuff like that. So we move on to some Sailor Moon. I think every Sailor Moon game was exclusive to Japan, if I'm not mistaken. And some of them actually aren't too bad. Panel de Pon, really great puzzle game, released as, I think it's Tetris Attack in other parts of the world. So that's a fantastic game. Another one, kind of like the Kirby's Avalanche, a puzzle game that got reskinned when it got ported to other parts of the world. And Maui Mallard is a game I really like, actually. I think that's kind of an underappreciated, I think it's Cold Shadow in North America. But it's really great. We got some DBZ games like Super Butoden 2 and 3 and some of the RPGs. And Hyper Dimension. Hyper Dimension is really good. I like it. Fun gameplay. Really cool visual style. Tiny Toon Adventures. Another really good one. I think, what is that called? Buster Bust Loose in North America. Pretty fun platformer. Konami always did right by the Tiny Toons. And a Super WrestleMania brother, which Hulkster is cool, but Macho Man is the real hero to me. Macho Man and the Road Warriors. I just I can't get enough of that. Some of these Wagyan games, those are like really simple. I think those are really meant for like a much younger audience. Super Donkey Kong. Legend of Mana is like a few bucks. And so is Seiken Densetsu 3. You gotta love the RPGs in Japan. They're basically as common as dirt. Yoshi's Island. Very good. That's another one that's only a few bucks, so that's a really good deal on that. Some super... What the hell am I saying? Some N64 games here. Excuse me, I gotta take a beer break. I'll be right back. Alright, delicious beer, now wetting my whistle. And we're looking at some Ranma and WrestleMania, the arcade game. More WrestleMania. Totally different lineup on the cover though. Super WrestleMania was Hulkster, Macho Man, Road Warriors, and Sid, Jake the Snake. Just a few years later, some Super WrestleMania, or WrestleMania arcade game. You got Bret Hart, Undertaker, Shawn Michaels. Totally different field of wrestlers at the time. Mickey's, I think, Magical Adventure 3. I think that one is also exclusive to Japan, or was at least. I don't know if it is now. Maybe it's been translated or ported since then. Maybe digitally or something. I don't know. I don't stay on top of these things quite as much as I should. We got these JoJo's Bizarre Adventure games. That one is... I forget, something like the Phantom something, and this one is Golden Wind. Actually had more fun with Golden Wind, and that one's pretty cool. It's sort of like a beat 'em up, I guess. They have two different, the original and the kind of greatest hits version, but I do like that game. I think I reviewed it like 8 years ago or something, but it was pretty cool. And some other stuff like the Kingo games. Are those called like Way of the Samurai or something? Appleseed EX, which I think I've played before. It's kind of an action run and gun, if I'm not mistaken. And we've got some other good stuff here. Marvel vs. Capcom 2, which I think you can't unlock all of the characters in it if you don't have the online capabilities. Gekko no Kenshi 1 and 2, aka the Last Blade collection. Those are some fantastic games. They're really, really good. Battle Stadium DON is also pretty good. It's a Smash Brothers clone with some anime characters in it. And the Sega Ages Hokuto no Ken. that is also pretty cool. As we carry on, Rurouni Kenshin, sort of a third-person action hack-and-slash game, which I'm pretty sure is also exclusive to Japan. I have no real idea. I always say that about some games. I'm like, yeah, this is totally exclusive to Japan, and then it turns out, no, it was released in Belarus. Oh, okay, great. I'm an idiot. As we look at more cool stuff, like Odin Sphere, and there's some Persona, all kinds of stuff. Nice little selection of PS4 games there. And we're looking at Famicom and some loose PC Engine Hue cards, which none of these games really looking like anything special, and I don't really collect loose PC Engine games, or Game Gear, or WonderSwan, but they had a little bit of each of those. I do love me some DuckTales, though. Can't go wrong with that. And loose carts of DuckTales are always pretty cheap. Rockman! Rockman appears. Rockman 5, which is actually, I've said this, of the first 6 games, Rockman 5 is actually my favorite. And though I love 2, I love 3, 4, I love the original, I love all of them. But for some reason, Rockman 5, that's just the one that really, chimed with me. Maybe it's a combination of things. But some people say I'm crazy for holding that opinion. The Macross game, which is pretty cool. And some Mighty Bomb Jack. Love the game. I didn't really know anything at all about Mighty Bomb Jack until I saw it on Game Center CX. But I do love that show, so I was like, okay, fine, whatever, cool game. Ninja Ryu Kenden 1 and 2. AKA Ninja Gaiden, great stuff. Neketsu Kakuto Densetsu, another good game. 2-on-2 Kunio-kun Fighter, Downtown Special, super fun. Can't go wrong with that. And Downtown Koreyuke something or other. That's another one that was exclusive to Japan. It's a long title though. Ninja Ryu Kenden 3. Very good. The Japanese version on the Famicom is better than its NES counterparts. Dragon Ball, Transformers, The Mystery of Optimus Prime, or Convoy, I think is his name in the Japanese version, and Twin B3. Also pretty cool. Hot Scramble. Yeah, that Transformers game is terrible, but, it's Transformers, so. Gen 1, what are you going to do? You got to have it. But yeah, so, tons of Famicom games here, including Gradius 2, another Japan exclusive. Famicom version is really good. The PC Engine CD version, though, oof, that's the one you want. So yeah, really great stuff on the racks there. I think we're going to swing around and look at some, hey, look, PlayStation games. So, take a gander at some of these, while Jim, totally not an alcoholic, takes another little beer break. We'll be right back. Ooh, Clock Tower 2. Okay, and we're back again with some good stuff here. Street Fighter 03, my favorite 2D fighter of all time. And I think we were looking at Legend of Mana, one of my favorite RPGs of all time, and JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. What a great fighting game. Absolutely fantastic. I'd love to see Capcom do something else with that property at some point in time. All-Star Battle is pretty cool, but come on. The Capcom fighter, baby, that's where it's at. And more cool stuff. Biohazard 3, Last Escape. The Biohazard games, typically pretty cheap, which makes me happy. And they're pretty English friendly. Actually send the Biohazard games out usually by request to a lot of people, because you can still play them, even in Japanese, not so difficult. And we got a selection of Rockman games here. You know, Rockman X4, X3, which is really good on the PlayStation. Actually reviewed X3 on the PlayStation recently. Ooh, and look at that cover art for Rockman Complete Works for the PlayStation. That's really a big reason to have those, is just for that really killer cover art. Just really beautiful stuff. Love it. Including Rockman 6. Good stuff. Look at that. Mr. X and all of his robot bad guys. And some of the other X games. So yeah, this whole shelf just loaded with lots of Rockman-y goodness, including Rockman Dash, aka Mega Man Legends. Another fantastic game. Is it just me, or could Capcom do no wrong in the 32-bit era? I'd like to know. Maybe if you're still watching, down in the comments, was there a bad 32-bit Capcom game? I'd like to know. I really would. As we look at some stuff for the PC Engine, pretty sparse, actually. I would love to see more games available for the PC Engine in shops like this. But you know, it's just one of those consoles where you don't find too much for it. Cobra. Or when you do find some stuff for it, it's pretty expensive. And again, look at how faded these spines are. I think it's just something about the lights that they use in the Mandai Shoten. Yeah, Asuka 120%, Burning Fest, Maxima. Really great game. Well, I say really great, but as far as like fighting games on the PC Engine go, and there aren't that many, it is pretty good. And here we have Macross. That's not Macross 2036. What is it? I can't recall. But yeah, the spines are really faded. So thanks a lot for that, Mandai Shoten. You really did a number on those spines with your fluorescent lighting. And Metal Angel. And the lone Neo Geo CD game, but great game. Garo Densetsu Special. We got some Saturn here. Sonic Wings Special. This is a fantastic top-down shooter for the Saturn. And one of the more common ones, too, which I'd highly recommend picking up. Shenmue. With, I think, the Shenmue Jukebox. Yeah. Should come with the Shenmue Jukebox disc. And Shenmue 2 with a couple of bonus discs in it as well. So that's pretty cool that they were... I come across those more than just the games by themselves. We got some Dreamcast here. And, yeah, again, I don't like the looks of some of these faded spines. But, you know, we've got some decent games here. A little Space Channel 5, if you are so inclined. And Puyo Puyon, a.k.a. Puyo Puyo 4. Really great puzzler. Some Code Veronica action. Which is another one that's just, like, super common. Royal Rumble. Again, another total, like, generational shift. Totally different bunch of wrestlers on the cover. We went from Hulk and Macho to Bret Hart and Shawn Michaels. Dragon Ball Z Legends. Actually, probably the best of the 32-bit DBZ games. And yeah, then you get to Royal Rumble, and we've got The Rock and Austin. So it's this total generational shift in the landscape of pro wrestling. Wow, Princess Crown, what a great game. I believe... I don't know, did I? No, I didn't make a top 10 Saturn exclusive, or Japan exclusive Saturn games, but yeah, Princess Crown would totally be on it. Saturn version of Puyo Puyo 2. Basically anything Puyo Puyo is going to be fun. They're pretty uniform, you know, not a whole lot of difference from one to the other, but they are great. And some Street Fighter Zero. Even though that series got better and better, Zero, the original, is still a pretty damn good game. And a little bit of Christmas Nights to wrap things up. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen and others, that's it for this little walk around Mandai Shoten, Kawagoe. Let's get the hell out of here. Okay, so that was the Mandai Shoten here in Kawagoe. It was actually a little underwhelming. It wasn't nearly as cool as the one I went to in Saitama last time, but they did have some pretty cool stuff in there. I actually ended up picking up a copy of Mad Stalker on the Mega Drive, sort of a reproduction just put out by Columbus Circle. Wanted to rescue it from those fluorescent lights they had in there. Anyway, yeah, Kawagoe. Hi, sir. Nice neighborhood here out in whatever, the east end, west end of Tokyo, wherever the hell we are. I totally lost track. But we had a lot of fun today. I picked up a cool game and explored a little bit. Again, go and check out the video that Sam behind the camera there is putting together for all the stuff we did today. It was a lot of fun. We hung out, talked to some cool people, ate ice cream, yelled at some guys in lowriders as they like bounced up and down. You know, they did the lowrider thing. It was pretty cool. Anyway, everybody, thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed. And whenever you're in Tokyo, definitely come check out Kawagoe. It's pretty damn cool. So, see you next time. Take care. See you then. Goodbye. Hey everybody, Jim here, and hey, check it out, we're in Ikebukuro today, or not today, I mean when I shot this, we were in Ikebukuro, going to the Book Off, which is, as you saw, across from the big Sega arcade they have there. So, yeah, let's check it out. Came here to pick up some games to stuff in a bunch of boxes as we look at some PS3 stuff. These Gundam Musou games are quite abundant and quite affordable. In fact, a lot of PS3 stuff is really affordable. This cool Eco box set, the limited box, that's pretty cool because I do really like that game. And then a Biohazard twin pack. Looks like 4 and 5. I'm not a huge fan of 5 or 4 for that matter, actually. Batman, a cool little Batman collection because I do like those Batman games. They're very cool. And Earth Defense Force. Anything in the EDF series is going to be cool. Let me clarify. Yeah, Biohazard 4, I'm not the biggest fan of. I'm kind of a bigger fan of the PS1 Biohazard games as we come up to what is labeled as Old Soft. So 510 and under for these loose carts here, like Puyo Puyo 2 Remix for 510. Or is everything 510? I think it was 510 and under, because some of these are less than 510. Super Butoden 2, which is pretty good. I think a lot of people would agree it's probably the best of the 3 Super Butoden games. Yeah, this is kind of a sort of a digging run, you know. I pull games out like this, I'm kind of making little mental notes of like things I want to pick up and you know, take with me. We've got some Fire Pro Wrestling and Super Donkey Kong, Dragon Ball Z games, Rockman X, which is, you know, very cool. Definitely no duds then, or I mean there are duds in this basket here, but you know, there's some pretty good stuff in here. Some Bomberman. So I think, yeah, when you've got Bomberman, Daiji Donpei, you got Dragon Ball Z, Rockman X, Fire Pro Wrestling, things like that. This I found really interesting though. It's got a Donkey Kong Country label on it, even though in Japan this game is called Super Donkey Kong. So I didn't really understand why that was. So I kind of set that aside as like an interesting little find. As we got Super Butoden 3 and some other stuff. But yeah, I thought that was really... I didn't really get an answer to that, actually, why that was labeled as Donkey Kong Country, because there's the actual Super Donkey Kong label, so that's some interesting stuff. Samurai Spirits, which is an admirable port, actually, for the Super Famicom and the Mega Drive, too. The 16-bit ports of that game are not so bad. And Yoshi's Island, that's good. That's, I think it's fair to say, you know, these games at like 510, games like Yoshi's Island, and some other stuff in here, like Mario RPG, I think it's safe to say that, You know, if you came across these like in a North American game shop, you'd probably be paying more than $5 for them. So that's good that those are at least common enough here that they're really cheap. Dragon Ball, Shinran no Nazo, which was ported over as Dragon Power in North America, and Dragon Ball 3, which I think is one of the RPGs. There are a lot of Dragon Ball RPGs on the Famicom, and some on the Super Famicom as well. You think Dragon Ball, you think action, you know, there'd be more action games, but I guess they thought better of it on the Famicom, even though eventually, like most Dragon Ball games after that would be strictly fighters. We're coming up here on some PSP, and I have seen in the comments sometimes, you know, people saying like, hey, look at some more PSP stuff. We want to know what's available on the PSP or the Vita. And I have never owned a PSP or a Vita. I don't think I've ever even played either of them. So that's why it ends up looking like this, just grabbing random games off the shelves, because I don't really know how to spot the hidden gems, so to speak, on you know, a console I've actually never even played before. I can spot, you know, things like, oh, Metal Gear, Parappa the Rappa, which we have here, Dragon Ball Z, like usual things, you know, stuff that's at least familiar to me. But yeah, when it comes to the Sony handhelds, I am just, you know, totally ignorant about the library of games for them. But we have a bunch of PSP games here, so you can take a look at this. I'm actually sitting at home watching this footage back right now, so I'm going to take a little bit of a beer break, and we'll be right back. Back at it with a big wall of PlayStation games, which is something I'm much more familiar with, as we're looking at a bunch of Capcom fighters here, including JoJo's Bizarre Adventure for 2,073 yen, which is less than $20 with exchange rate right now. We got Street Fighter Collection, some more JoJo. We got Street Fighter 02 for 464. And it's complete with the spine card, and Street Fighter 03 for $891. So that's some good deals there. Inexpensive games. This one, Shura no Mon, I think it's called, Shura's Gate, Shura no Mon. Yeah, looked pretty interesting. 3D fighter I'd not heard of yet, and Ultimate Battle 22 is $264, deservedly, because it's not a good game. Got Director's Cut 464, $682 for Biohazard, and it's complete. Nice condition on a lot of this stuff, so I do like to pick up some of the Biohazard games, especially when they're complete like that with spine card and everything, to distribute, because they do make nice little additions to people's collections. Hokuto no Ken, the 3D beat-em-up for the PlayStation. It's a fantastic game, and a couple of Metal Slug games for $14.37, and you can argue that the PlayStation ports of the Metal Slug games are not the best, but that's still a pretty solid price. And then we got a lot of the Rockman Complete Works games, some of the Rockman X games, just a whole bunch of Rockman all together. Most of it between, I don't know, like 20 and $30, something in that range, although some of it less, like X5 and X6, not the most popular Rockman games. So those are more like, I don't know, 15 or so. But yeah, nice little selection of PS1 games. And then as we come over here, something else I really like a lot, Dreamcast and Saturn. Conveniently labeled for us. And with Guilty Gear X for 4 something, that's nice. Again, complete with spine card and everything. They didn't have a ton of Dreamcast games, but they had a couple of cool ones, some more Saturn games. And there's, you know, Street Fighter 0, your Puyo Puyo, other various stuff like that. Vampire Hunter here for like 4 something. These are the kinds of games that if you're gonna begin an import collection for your Sega Saturn, you know, those are like ones you should really start with. You know, they're really cheap and just easy to come by, and they're good games, good fighters, puzzle games. As we're looking at some GameCube, which is nice because I don't, typically don't see a lot of GameCube when I'm on my game hunts. GameCube and N64 are usually kind of sparse. It's usually all Famicom and Super Famicom and Wii as well. But I do like the GameCube quite a lot. The GameCube port of Biohazard 3 Last Escape is very good, as are the ports of Biohazard 2 and here, Biohazard Code Veronica. Yeah, anything called Biohazard on the GameCube is going to be pretty damn good. So again, yeah, just nice to see a nice little selection of GameCube games. Not the most common console I see a lot of games for while I'm on my hunts. And we got a bunch of boxed Famicom and Super Famicom games, including this very nice looking copy of Final Fantasy III, which I did actually end up picking up and sending to a fine gentleman in Brazil, per his request. And then this, I mean, it's nice to see a nice boxed copy of the original Rockman, but have a look-see. That's about $250. That's a lot. I mean, it's Rockman, it's a classic, but yeah, that's a lot of money. Downtown Special, some other nice things here. So yeah, we got these nice boxed games, some Dragon Quest. You can't, I think it would be a sin to overcharge for Dragon Quest in Japan, actually. It's like against the law. We got some Dragon Quest 2 here. It's boxed, complete, pretty good condition. And yeah, it's $13.55. So, yeah. You can't, I mean, Dragon Quest is like, it's as common as dirt in Japan. We got one of the Ranma fighting games, and to be fair, like, none of the Ranma fighting games are really all that good. Garo Densetsu Special. That's another good, kind of like showing of an SNK game on 16-bit hardware. And some Cho Makaimura. Super Ghouls and Ghosts, $31.73 for a complete copy in good condition. I suppose that's reasonable enough. I have to say, I don't usually consult like sites like price charting and things like that, so usually I'm kind of just off the cuff when I'm talking about these like prices and things. I kind of just eyeball it, you know. As we're looking at Destructive, I have no idea what the hell Destructive is, but there it is. And some Parodius, which, that's another thing. If it's called Parodius, it's on the Super Famicom. Can't really go wrong with that. Those are always fun. And Super Puyo Puyo, which is Kirby's Avalanche, I do believe. Or was it Puyo Puyo 2? I can't recall. And Return of Double Dragon, aka Super Double Dragon, for $42.85. And that is a pretty fantastic beat 'em up as well. And we got some Final Fight 2, some Street Fighter, and Magic Sword, which I really like a lot. It is $27.19, so not too bad for a complete copy of that. I really like that game, actually. I like just the straightforward, you know, simple gameplay. Just walk right and kill everything. Yu Yu Hakusho Final. Pretty good Yu Yu Hakusho 2D fighter. Several of these games I've featured as import games of the day, including this game right here, Ganbare Goemon 2. Fantastic game. Actually, now having played it, I think, you know, I would say if you want to get into Super Famicom import collecting, Ganbare Goemon 2 would be one of the good ones to start with. Some Rockman 7. Really great shape. And some people had asked, the little blue plastic thing, the little card in there, that's actually a number that they can take behind the register. As you can see, the little blue, it's 30, 34. They can take that behind the register and go find the cartridge. The cartridge is not actually in the box, but that was Contra Spirits. And we got some of the original Ganbare Goemon, aka Legend of the Mystical Ninja, which is a great game. I love the cover art on all the Goemon games, by the way. A lot better than what they reproduced in North America. But as you can see, yeah, they had quite the selection of boxed Super Famicom games here. Just a lot of stuff to choose from. So I did end up picking up quite a few of them. And not so much in 64. Puyo Puyo Sun 64, good game. But as you can see, yeah, there's not nearly as much in 64 as there is, you know, Super Famicom and Famicom. 64 was not quite as popular as its predecessors, even though it had great games like Zelda, Ocarina of Time, and, you know, other great stuff like that. But still, I do love the N64 game library. A lot of great games available for it. Mario Kart 64, you got no complaints. Can't go wrong with that. So yeah, I did end up picking up quite a few of these games that I will be gladly shipping out all over the world. And then, you know, you can grab a copy of Mother 2, complete in box, for $31.73, which is a lot cheaper than a copy of Earthbound, last I checked. Anyway, thanks for watching, everybody. Hope you enjoyed. Little walk around Book Off. Good times. Take care. See you next time. Goodbye. Hey everybody, Jim here, and today I am in an area of West Tokyo called Musashi Sakai. It's my first time here, but it's pretty awesome. It's supposed to have been a beautiful spring day. It's actually overcast and it's raining on us a little bit. But we found this like very cool temple here, so we've been kind of having a look around and exploring. What we're really here for today is for me to go to a Hard Off and pick up a metric ton of video games. It's about a 3-kilometer walk though. So we decided we could take the scenic route and have a look at some of the cherry blossoms and other cool stuff going on in this neighborhood right now. But anyway, enjoy some of the scenery of Musashi Sakai, and we will soon be at a big Hard Off fully stocked with retro games. Let's go!
Konami.
Okay, so we finally found the building where the Hard Off is. It was a little tricky. We were walking in the wrong direction for a little while because there is a gigantic ramen sign that was obscuring the Hard Off sign. So I did not know where the hell I was going for a little bit. But we got it turned around, thank you Google Maps, and now here we are. A big old building with a Hard Off inside. So let's go have a look around. Okay, so here we are, obviously at the Hard Off. Oddly enough, a huge sign, very easy to see here, except for, you know, kind of obscured a little bit. But anyway, finally, after a lot of walking, getting turned around a little bit, you know, a lovely walk though it was, we're here at the Hard Off, and I'm going to get inside and hopefully find a whole lot of retro games. So let's go check it out. All right, getting started in this big Hard Off, super well stocked as we look at this first case with some cool little handheld things in it. Little Dragon Ball, and there's some Neo Geo pockets in there, a Sailor Moon thing, I guess. They're kind of akin to the little Tiger handheld electronics. This Hard Off was like really, really well stocked. I actually walked out of here with a lot of games. You're actually going to see that a little later. I think I actually had 2 bags full, and I filled my backpack as well. As we take a look at one of these kind of quasi-money cases. It's not like super money, you know. But there's some PC Engine stuff in there. Legend of Valkyrie, Puyo Puyo CD, the Mario something or other. Is that... Am I mistaken, or am I looking at that now? And that's like the disk system thing, the disk drive thing. But there's Goemon, there's Area 88. For 18.7, there's Super Back to the Future 2, which is an awesome game. And it has a 10-day warranty on it. Actually, looking at all of these, pretty much everything in here with the big price tags on them, they have a little box on the right-hand side that says how long they're kind of like a warranty lasts for. So that Rockman, it's 22,000 yen, and it has a 10-day return policy. So some of these actually, yeah, they have 10-day return policies, which is pretty cool. And they have, some of them have 3-month, 90-day return policies on them, which is pretty damn exceptional for stuff like this, as old as it is, you know. But I guess when they're asking you to pay, like, you know, decent money for some older games, a return policy helps lube the deal, so to speak, get you to buy it. But we've got some cool stuff here. Neo Geo Pocket, a few Mega Drive games, some PC Engine stuff, Same there, aka Fire Shark. A couple of disc system games, Metroid, Zelda 2, Castlevania 1 and 2. Pretty good stuff. R-Type Delta for the PlayStation. I think that's one I actually haven't played yet. And a lady with a giant X carved in her chest. I don't know what the hell that is. And Super R-Type, 3850. Good game, not as good as R-Type 3. And Daiku no Gensan. Fun stuff. More. Super Famicom T2, Goemon 2, Tiny Toons. I think that's the sports one. I've actually never played the sports one, but I think I saw it in a review somewhere. And we have some Game Boy Advance, which is, I mean, I've said this a million times, like handheld stuff I really don't know much of anything about, unless potentially if it's like Game Boy, original Game Boy or DS. But some GameCube, which is nice. It's great to come across GameCube games because, one, I really like the GameCube, and I like the games on it. I think it's a great console with a bunch of great games. Two, I do get requests to pick up GameCube games, and you know what? They're not the most common to come across. And they had like a nice big selection of games here, and some good stuff too. So I was very happy to see a whole bunch of GameCube games for me to peruse. And they're not terribly expensive either, usually. As we come to a bunch of GBA, this is where I'm going to step back a little bit because I'm having my morning coffee. And I also don't know anything about GBA. Here's Sonic Advance. Isn't that nice? I'm going to have some coffee. You all have a nice look at these Game Boy games, and I'll be right back. Alright, finally something I am a little more familiar with, Super Famicom. With some Super Puyo Puyo, super common game. I come across a lot, great puzzle game, The Battle of Destiny. Garo Densetsu, which is an admirable port on the Super Famicom. A lot of the Neo Geo ports to the Super Famicom are not so bad. Here we have Chrono Trigger, complete copy, really beautiful artwork, great condition, and it's it's pretty cheap. I don't think these go for any more than like maybe $10 or something. Which is like polar opposite of its North American counterpart. We have Ganbare Goemon, and that is Legend of the Mystical Ninja. And again, pretty cheap for a box copy. A lot of these, I mean, the loose cards, they're usually between 3 and 300 yen, 1,000 yen or something. Even a lot of the box stuff is going to be under 20 bucks. Puyo Puyo Sun 64. You might have caught on that I'm a Puyo Puyo fan. I do indeed like that series. I'm a puzzle game fan in general, but yeah, Puyo Puyo, always fun. And some pachinko and slot games. This guy looks pretty happy. He's just some obese guy with a cigar, surrounded by bunny girls. And this game, I don't know why, but I like it. I want to play this game now. I can't exactly explain why. Articulated very well. Aladdin for the Super Famicom. Great game by Capcom. There's, the debate. What's better, the SNES or Genesis game? I don't particularly care. I'm happy that we have 2 awesome Aladdin games. Dragon Quest III, the port from the Famicom to Super Famicom. It's a really good version of that game. We've got some DBZ stuff here, including this one. I believe it's, what is it, Super Saiyan Densetsu? One of the RPGs based on Dragon Ball Z. That's pretty cool. And complete copy of Super Butoden for like $8. Really great cover art. Gotta love that 90s DBZ aesthetic. One of those kids that grew up on DBZ. And some Choma Kaimura. Boxed, complete. Like $30 or something. That's pretty good. For such a great game. Some Tetris Battle Gaiden. I always pick up these whenever I come across them, because that's one of my favorite Super Famicom games, and I sent out quite a few copies to some fairly satisfied individuals. But we've got lots of loose stuff here. Again, usually everything between 300 yen and like 1,000 yen. We've got our Ganbare Goemon games, Tetris Battle Gaiden, and Rockman X3. Fantastic. So this is great, you know. Some people specify, you know, they like box games, they like loose games. Loose games are obviously always cheaper. But even when you buy them loose, you know, you still get some cool artwork on the cartridges. And they're nice and cheapy cheap. You know, you can, for a few bucks, you can buy like a dozen games in here and walk out, you know. $30, a dozen games. Not a bad deal at all. Got some more Chrono Trigger, Rockman 7, which is awesome. Magical Drop, the Super Dodgeball with the little chibi Gundam and Ultraman characters, which is pretty cool. And some Bomberman. They actually had a lot of Bomberman games on the Super Famicom. And they're all fun. Ys 3, Wanderers from Ys. Great game. Fun, kind of short action RPG. One of the Ranma 1/2 games. One of the fighters for the Super Famicom, which, granted, they're not all great. Actually, none of them are great. I think, at best, one of them is kind of okay. But it's Ranma, so if you're a Ranma fan, you're going to love it. Yu Yu Hakusho Final. Really good fighting game. This one's kind of worse for wear, but not a terribly expensive game, and it's a fun fighter. And we continue to explore the depths. I told you, this place has a lot of games. Some Magical Adventure, all the Mickey games, all the 16-bit Mickey games, except for Fantasia. That game blows, but the other ones are great. Final Fight 2 for like $20, and it's complete. And that ain't bad. And what, you know, this is one of the things about recording voiceovers for these things well after you did them, because you don't remember what the hell you did. This Ranma 1/2 RPG, which I used to have, and it was okay, I suppose. We've got plenty of other stuff here, including Yu Yu Hakusho, the third game. Sort of the more like strategy, combat. I don't know how to describe those games. They're kind of weird. The gameplay is odd. And we have some Sailor Moon S. One of the puzzle games. Is it Fwa Fwa Panic? I don't know. But there are a few Sailor Moon puzzle games for the Super Famicom. And those are fun as well. As we move on to something else I'm fairly familiar with. And that's the good old Famicom with some Hokuto no Ken 4. The Hokuto no Ken RPGs. Not so great. Gekage no Kitaro. This is a great anime. I don't think I've ever played any of the Kitaro games on the Famicom. And some Jajamaru-kun, classic series by Jalico. Those are like really fun, simple games. And Makaimura boxed for 2,700, so like $25. And you can get yourself a copy of Ghouls and Ghosts boxed. And for even less than that, like, what is that, like $13 or something? You can get a complete copy of Gradius. That's a hell of a deal. So spoilers, I did end up picking up a handful of boxed Famicom games, a whole ton of loose Famicom and Super Famicom games, and even some PC Engine, Saturn, and Dreamcast today, as we look at Rockman 4 and some other various things. I love coming across a wall of these Famicom carts, because it's nice and colorful. You just never know what you're going to find in here. Rainbow Islands on the one hand, then something as simple as baseball, some Rockman games, other various things, some Magical Taruru Tokun. That's really nice. Anyway, You can listen to me yammer on, or you can just appreciate all the Famicom goodness. So I'm gonna take another quick coffee break and enjoy looking at a whole lot of Famicom games. Okay. Nice that we have some Mega Drive games here, but this is another thing I've been running into recently is I don't come across as many Mega Drive games as I would like, and if anyone ever requests loose Mega Drive games, best of luck, because it's hard to find them loose. Some Sonic Spinball, which I love. I actually picked up a copy for myself today. I've actually been playing that quite a bit. Yeah, the clamshells for Mega Drive games, I mean, they're gonna survive the nuclear apocalypse. You know, it's hard to come across loose Mega Drive carts sometimes. As we come here, these are all like fastened to the wall with these like zip tie security things. For whatever reason, I guess they're like, well, these are the money games, so we can't just let anybody walk off with these, even though some of them are, I mean, they've got Gradius and yeah, Sky Kid things. You know, a bunch of these games are a few bucks a piece. But stuff like Final Fight Guy, maybe Poppin' Twinbee, Contra Spirits, Herodias, things like that. Maybe they're a little more expensive, but a bunch of the games on this rack were not exactly rarefied air. But hey, what can you do? That's how they set up this store. Anyway, we're looking here at another kind of slightly money case as we look at a few things. In particular, I took notice of Metal Black, which is a Saturn shooter that looks pretty cool. I've actually still never played Metal Black, which is kind of a shame, really, considering I'm a big fan of Sega Saturn shoot-'em-ups. But there you go. I have not played it. But anyway, yeah, some slightly more pricey stuff in there. Some loose GBAs and PC Engine stuff. We have some Switch here, which I have a Switch. I enjoy my Switch quite a lot. But for example, we have some Friday the 13th, which I still have never played, but it looks like a lot of fun. I am a fan of the Friday the 13th series. What about you? Are you a fan of Friday the 13th? What's your favorite kill? A lot of people go for the sleeping bag kill because it is quite comical, but I'm not sure. It's hard to choose from so many great kills. Maybe that guy who gets his head crushed with a leather strap. That was kind of cool. This Catherine Full Body, which is a great game. I actually have the Switch version and have enjoyed it immensely. Actually, I think I reviewed it on the channel a little while back. You can go check that out if you're so inclined. But yeah, Catherine Full Body. That's something I do like. But I think most people know I'm not the most up-to-date on my gaming. I'm kind of way behind the times. Looking at some DS here, which I did play a lot of DS when I had it. Mostly playing the Dragon Quest games, some Dragon Ball DS, which I also had. That's a very fun game. But mostly playing, yeah, like this, the Dragon Quest ports to the DS, like Dragon Quest 6 and 4 and 5. I played the hell out of those, and of course a lot of Mario Kart DS. But other than that, I'm not so familiar with the library. But PS2, another just awesome system with a massive library of games, and one that is just so very cheap to collect for if you're into imports, for the most part anyway. There are a few titles for the PS2. Here we have some R-Type Final, and that's awesome. I love R-Type. Anyway, yeah, there are some PS2 titles that are, you know, fairly expensive, as one might expect. But for the most part, if you want to collect PS2 games, Gradius, what is that, 3 and 4? Or is it 4 and 5? If you want to collect PS2 games, they're going to be pretty cheap. As you can see, I'm pulling out all this stuff. It's like, you know, 300 yen a piece. That's, you know, exchange rate that's less than $3. So pretty cheap stuff. Even like some of the Japan exclusive stuff, like the, I want to pull out, Sengoku Basara is not a Japan exclusive, but the sequels were. And those are really good. And you can get those for very little. And as well as Sengoku Basara Cross, the 2D fighting game based on the Sengoku Basara series, developed by Arc System Works. And it's really good. And it's really inexpensive. And we come over to some PS1 games like Ace Combat 3, which is the first one of the series I played and still my favorite to this day. But PS1 is another one, even though some of the games in the PS1 library are getting pretty damn expensive. For the most part, the PS1 is another system where there's just such an abundance of games for it that if you wanted to start collecting, you know, Japanese PS1 games, you can get lots of them for like a few bucks a piece. Or if you go to a junk bin in a hard off like this, you can find lots and lots of games for like 100 yen. And they're just kind of, you know, they're a little worse for wear. And Disney Tetris, for some reason, developed by Capcom. Was not aware of that. Yeah, my mouth is getting so full of spit. What the hell is going on today? Yay, look at some PS1 games while I swallow spit and drink some coffee. I'll be right back. Alright, back in the saddle again, as we've got a little selection of Saturn and Dreamcast games here. Some good stuff, though. So I did end up picking up a few of these titles, stuff like Sonic Jam, Street Fighter Zero, and I think Guilty Gear X, and a handful of others, as we have some PC Engine stuff here, including R-Type 1 and R-Type 2, which I was so happy to see because, you know, I come across PC Engine games pretty easily if I go to somewhere like Akihabara, for example. But when I'm on my Hard Off trips, PC Engine games are kind of hard to come by. So as we're looking at stuff like PC Ginjin and Knight Rider and R-Type and all this cool stuff, I was really just so happy to finally see a nice little selection of PC Engine games. So anyone watching this, any patrons who got some PC Ginjin or some Knight Rider in your box this month, you know where it came from. We have some, Yokai Dochuki, Galaga 88, and so I was just thrilled, elated in fact, to finally come across a nice little selection of PC Engine games. Not the most common thing in the world, so I picked up a bunch of these. I almost cleaned them out of PC Engine games, which I know is terrible because then the next person that goes in behind me is going to be like, hey, what the hell? Where'd all the PC Engine games go? And I say to you, sorry, pal. But I needed them. Snatcher on PC Engine, great port of that game. In fact, the first CD-based port of it, and I think the only port after the MSX version that was actually worked on by Kojima, and a couple of Neo Geo CD games, so pretty cool. Nice little selection there of Saturn, PC Engine, Dreamcast, PlayStation, PS2, all stuff that I like a lot. And we move on. Oh! A wild Tkyo Sam appears. As we move on to the final little portion of the shop, where we have some of these cool little mini arcade cabinet things with some Bubble Bobble, Pac-Man, Galaga, all that kind of stuff. That's pretty cool. But we have some consoles in here. 16,500 yen for a core graphics. But it's boxed, so that's not such a bad deal, I guess. And we have some stuff down here, like a Victor Saturn boxed up for... And then this thing, like, what is this? FM Towns Marty or something? But it's like 800 bucks. So kiss my ass on that. Like 300 bucks for a Duo RX, whichever it was. So yeah, not the most affordable consoles, but we do have a nice console aisle here. We have lots of stuff. You can get your PS3s, PS2s, PS4s, in a variety of colors. And we have some, these little, loose Famicom consoles coming with absolutely no kinds of hookups or anything. They're 3,300, so it's like 30 bucks for a loose old Famicom. 12,000 yen for a 3DO boxed, so that's like $100. That's not so bad, I guess, for a boxed 3DO. We got some Dreamcast Saturns and PS1s. The PS1s as well, they're like 30 bucks, 40 bucks, depending on how complete they are. 60 for this Saturn with 2 controllers and all of its hookups. So if you got 60 bucks to spare, you can pick yourself up a Saturn or a Dreamcast. This AV Famicom, just the deck by itself, 5,500 yen. Which, now you're going to have to go buy controllers, AV, and AC adapter. Mega Drive with a pretty cool, like, the Mega Pad, a turbo pad for it. That's 8,800. Mega Drives, for whatever reason, those are a little pricey too. 8,800 up to like 100, over 100 for the Model 2. And some white Saturns, which I like, including a boxed one, and it's still 6,000 yen. It's a little over 60 bucks, and it's got a 3-month, I guess, warranty on it, so that's not bad. And we got some box consoles down here, which I'm always impressed that these have been kept in good condition after 30 some odd years, even if they are a little discolored sometimes, as is this Super Famicom. But again, these have little warranties on them, so you buy them and it's not working out for you, you can bring it back. Look at that. There's no RF switch with it, but that's a nice shape. You can find an RF switch. That ain't a problem. And just take a look at another one. Look at the condition of that. And there you go. And it's complete. Pretty good condition. Boxed. All that stuff. And you can pick that up for whatever the hell it was. Like 60 bucks or something. Anyway, we're all done in here. Let's get outside for some final words. Let's go. Okay, wow, so that was a pleasant surprise. There was a lot of video games in that Hard Off. As you can see, I got a couple of bags here. My backpack is full, bought a lot of games. Spent a little bit of money, but that's okay. Most of this is for the patrons, and I picked up a few little choice items for myself. But yeah, this Hard Off down from Musashi Sakai. This was a really good, well-stocked Hard Off, and a really nice, friendly staff too. So if you're ever in the neighborhood, definitely check it out. I made off like a fat rat. So anyway, thanks everybody for watching. Hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you on the next one. Goodbye. Hello everybody, Jim here, and I've just returned home from yet another game hunting trip. I went way out to West Tokyo today. I went pretty far out when I went to Tachikawa, even further out today, out there in the mountainous regions of West Tokyo. And the Hard Off I went to today, probably the biggest and best stocked I've ever been to. Epic doesn't even begin to describe just the amount of games they had there. I actually had to kind of cut the video short because there were so many games, there was so much to dig through that the video was going to be a lot longer than I wanted to be. So I had to cut things a little bit short, and I was actually joined today by a fellow game hunter, a friend of mine by the name of Destiny, who was here visiting Tokyo. So she tagged along, and we both picked up a whole bunch of games today, a lot of great stuff. So you'll get to see all of that in the video, and stay tuned for the end of the video where I will show you what my finds of the day were. I got some really good games today, but with that being said, let's go game hunting.
Triumph or die!
Hello everybody, Jim here, and today we are way out in West Tokyo in the neighborhood of Hachioji. And hey, look who's here today. It's Chun-Li's Puerto Rican cousin, Chica Lee. Yeah. Hey buddy, what are we doing today?
Game hunting.
Game hunting?
Game hunting.
What do you want?
I'm actually looking for Virtual Boy games.
Virtual Boy games? Because you're a weirdo?
Yes.
All right, cool. Well, we are going to go for that long trek from here to the Hard Off, because we ain't got no car. We ain't got no bicycles. And
I got legs.
We got legs.
I got Jordans.
Functional legs, Jordans, Chucks, and I'm too cheap to take a taxi. Plus, it's fun to walk. It's a beautiful day. Look at this weather.
We actually have good weather in December.
We have some fantastic weather. It's in the 50s. We're not dying. So enjoy a nice leisurely stroll through the beautiful scenic town of Hachioji, and we will be at a Hard Off momentarily looking for games. Wow.
See you soon.
映画のすべては無にした貴様らに魔物の恐ろしさを思い知らせてやるさあ来いリース新しき伝説 by Addison.
Are we there yet?
No.
Are we there yet?
No.
Are we there yet?
No. All right, finally found it. Hey, look at this, Eco Town. What do we got here? We got
Hard Off, Hobby Off, Off House, Mode Off, Book Off, and Liquor Off.
Liquor Off?
Liquor Off.
I hardly know her.
Exactly.
We're gonna stop by that Liquor Off. We're gonna see what's going on in there. But it's been a while since I've been here, and you've never been here, right?
I've never been here.
Okay.
I don't even know what a Mode Off is. I'm seeing bikes.
Yeah. They got all the offs here. If you ever wanted an off, they got it here.
I see no jerk off.
Well.
Or get off.
That's come on now. We don't want to give away all the secrets here. It's coming up a little later. All right, here we are. All the convenience.
This is Hobby Hard.
We got a Hobby Off, Hard Off, Off House. We got it all. You ready to go get some games?
Ready.
Rock and roll. First person fist bump. Boom. Let's do it. All right. Getting started with the hunt proper, and we're going to get started with these cases. And boy, did they have some pretty crazy stuff in here. We're already seeing some pretty uncommon games, stuff like Gunnak, Phelios, Little Nemo, which is pretty cool. I've actually still never played Little Nemo. Salamander, which actually is not that uncommon, but they have it in there anyway. And multiple copies of Akumajo Densetsu, aka Castlevania 3, which again I don't think is all that uncommon. It's just, you know, who doesn't love Castlevania 3? But we have some of these Super Famicom games which are a lot more uncommon. There's Assault Suit Vulcan, which is pretty cool, related to the Assault Suit Lenos games. There's Super Castlevania 4, Live Alive, Ys 5, some Sailor Moon, and it keeps getting better. They have the Ninja Gaiden Trilogy, which is what that is. Turtles in Time, which is awesome, which loose carts of Turtles in Time still aren't that expensive. Super Double Dragon, Super Back to the Future 2, Iron Commando, Soul Blader, Dion, Violinist of Hameln. Just so much good stuff in there, and a loose copy of Super Alesta. But if you stick around, we're going to find another copy of Super Alesta a little bit later. But there was a lot of cool stuff in there that I really wanted to leave with. I left with some of it. And another cool case over here, Proteus Da, some soundtracks, including Super Donkey Kong and a copy of Corpse Killer for whatever reason. But back there, Snow Bros and Ghost Chaser Densei. That's some rarefied air back there. That's some really uncommon stuff. An SNK game on cassette tape, and Rendering Ranger with a manual for about $1,000. So if you've got a spare $1,000 laying around, you really want a copy of Rendering Ranger. There it is for you. We also got some Kid Dracula, and it looks like some Fate. That's all well and good. Biohazard 2 for the N64, apparently more uncommon than I was aware of. Goketsuji Ichizoku, is that 2 or 3? I think that's part 3. Pretty cool fighting series, but there's a whole bunch of stuff back there. Some Super Famicom, other various things. Boxed and complete Assault Suit Vulcan, Kunio-kun, some Mega Drive as well, and then a bunch of big box games. I think some of this is like retro PC stuff. There's some AES games in there, and I think there's probably also like maybe some MSX or something. Not terribly familiar with. We have some consoles now, and they had quite a lot of consoles, and some of them in really good condition too. The prices we're going to see are a little whacked sometimes. So 6,600 yen, about $55 for the Super Famicom, but kind of yellowed. 4,950 for this one here, which actually looks, to be in pretty good shape, and it's not boxed. And then this one, 9,900, looks about the same as the one directly next to it, but it's less yellowed. So that's worth an extra 3,300 yen, I guess. Jeez, 7,700 for this Dreamcast, and just the prices were kind of up and down. We got some GameCubes and Famicoms, more Dreamcasts and such. Super Famicoms all the way. 7,700 for this one. So, I mean, the other one was like 4,950, 7,700. That's quite the jump up in price. And this I thought was pretty cool. Famicom boxed with some sort of like original Famicom user's manual, which is pretty cool. I don't think I've ever seen one of those actually, and that's only what, 3,050 yen? That ain't bad. Must be defective maybe. And then these Saturns, they're not getting any cheaper, over 9,000 yen. This one though, 7,700. So I'm not entirely sure. Like, I'd have to read the card on the front to know if there's any like damage or anything. 55 for this one with box, so it might just be that it doesn't have a lot to go with it. Some Panasonic 3DOs, which those are, geez, 22,000 for that. Oddly expensive for a console that honestly sucks. And, some more cases here. This is pretty cool. They had some handheld stuff, including Game & Watch. It's always fun to come across Game & Watch because they're not super common outside of something like Super Potato. There's like a Turbo Express, which is cool, and a Neo Geo Pocket Color, it looks like, but they're marked as junk. All this stuff in here is marked as junk. You got some Game Gears here, which are especially nice. So I don't know. I usually don't pick up stuff that is marked as junk. You know, I'm not too nifty with repairs myself. I need stuff that actually works. And this, I thought, was especially cool. 165,000 yen, a little over $1,000 for a Wonder Mega. You don't see a lot of Wonder Megas floating around out there. And Famicom Mini and some other various things in there, controllers and handhelds. But the Wonder Mega was kind of like the cool thing. And these Neo Geo Minis, these are pretty cool too. So some super cool stuff in these cases. And wow, Sega, Mark III, PC Engine Duo R, amazing stuff in these things. Destiny, what is that? It's a Sega. It's a Sega? It's a Sega Wonder. It's a Wonder Mega? Yeah. Do you want the Wonder Mega?
I'm like slightly tempted.
It's $1,000.
I know, I'm slightly tempted.
It's got a 3-month warranty on it.
For 3 months? I won't be able to bring it back.
Yeah. You return it by mail, but would you? Okay. Who would want to return a Wonder Mega?
Just how would I bubble wrap this and fit it in my suitcase?
Where there's a will, there's a way.
There is.
Will Destiny take home a Wonder Mega today?
Find out on the end of this episode.
Stay tuned.
Kichijoji.
Find out.
What are you waiting for? Nintendo to make one?
All right. Now we move on to some N64, and right away we got a copy of Troublemakers, which is awesome. Great game by Treasure. And one thing I didn't like, though, they have like these theft prevention bumpers kind of things there, only on certain racks though. So these you can dig through all you want. We've got some Smash Brothers and some baseball games and stuff. Ogre Battle 64, which is cool. Wave Race, all that stuff. A lot of this stuff really well priced too, in the 300 to 500 yen range. There's like next to nothing right now, especially with that exchange rate. We got a bunch of copies of Diddy Kong Racing, and those are nice and affordable. The Superior Racing game, there's a lot of them. Apparently that thing sold like hotcakes because there's like a billion copies. We got some box stuff too, which is really cool. Wave Race 64, etc. Which boxed N64 games I don't come across as much as the Famicom and Super Famicom, because for both of those, inside the box, the cartridge rests in a plastic, I don't know, like a little plastic cartridge container thing, whatever you want to call it. And that really helps the box keep its shape. N64, on the other hand, I don't think all of them had that. I think most of them did, maybe not all of them. But because the box is also bigger, I think it was like harder to maintain on shelves. So maybe those, I don't know, maybe they got tossed or something, but for whatever reason, I don't come across boxed N64 nearly as much as boxed Famicom and Super Famicom. But we're seeing a whole bunch of games there. They got good stuff, but this aisle, this was like the aisle. This was the big one. All this Super Famicom, they had so much Super Famicom, it was almost intimidating. We have some Fist of the North Star, Rockman 7, some Super Bomberman, Kunio-ku no Oden, which is a pretty fun puzzle game. We've got Torneko no Daiboken, Rockman X, whatever the hell that is. And then again, I hate these little stop locks. I want to take the thing off and examine the cartridge, damn you. Like Gradius 3, Kirby, Yu Yu Hakusho, Mother 2, Rockman X. It goes on and on and on. And then look down here at all these boxed Super Famicom games. Quite a lot more than they had of the boxed N64 games. Again, maybe it's size, because it's like the same size really as like a VHS box. And that combined with the plastic insert to help it keep its shape and everything. Maybe it just looks nicer on a shelf, so, you know, people weren't so keen to throw them away. But man, so much stuff here. So I had to cut it short because there was so much stuff. Like, I'm looking at kind of like surface level stuff. There's like Act Razor, Ganbare Goemon 2, which is an excellent game, really good. A fantastic platformer sequel to Legend of the Mystical Ninja, and they had multiple copies of that, and Goemon 3 and other ones. Super Genjin, aka Super Bonk, more Kirby, there's Fatal Fury, there's Street Fighter, there's Bomberman, there's everything. So yeah, kind of like overwhelming. Like when I saw this aisle, I was like, there's no way this video is going to be like, I mean, 3 hours minimum of me going through all these games because they had so much. I spent quite a lot of time just digging, and this is a pretty cool game. Mickey's Tokyo Disney Adventure, a Japan exclusive Mickey game, which is pretty fun. Has a pretty cool like balloon mechanic. You can fill them with gas or with water, and they do different things. A box copy of Ganbare Goemon 2. Again, this is one of my favorites of the Japan exclusive Super Famicom games, and some Super Bomberman 2, which I think there's like half a dozen of those. There's like so many Super Bombermans, but moving right along. But again, like I was saying, there were so many games here that I knew this video could easily turn into just like, you know, over an hour of just nothing but digging through Super Famicom games here. You'll see later, I mean, when we got here, it was sort of like mid-afternoon, and by the time we left, it was getting dark, just because we did a lot of digging in here. Sailor Moon S, which I think is the Sailor Moon fighting game, which is okay on its own, but I think I heard someone say like it was like modded or something to play better, and it became pretty popular at like fighting game tournaments, which is like interesting to me. I would not have thought, you know, that game in particular, because it's not a great fighting game. It's just kind of, the draw is that it's a Sailor Moon game. Rockman X2, Dragon Quest V, Downtown Neketsu Baseball, another Super Bomberman. They had a lot of Bomberman, can't you tell? Hey look, what's that? Bomberman! What's that right next to it? Bomberman. There's so much Bomberman. Apparently a much better selling series in Japan than anywhere else. Otherwise there wouldn't be so damn many of them. But yeah, again, we're just kind of browsing, perusing here. Hey, Crayon Shinchan. Those are kind of fun, kind of cute. Like 500 yen for a complete copy. It's like, yeah, that's nice. And that's another one that's like as common as dirt, because, you know, it's Shinchan, and what kid doesn't love Shinchan? I bet that thing was flying off the shelf. But yeah, as we take, you know, just kind of like a look, like I wish I would have had just like this one long shot so you can see the entire aisle and just see just how much it was. And that's just the Super Famicom games. The other side of the aisle is Famicom, and it's just like nuts. We got some Super Adventure Island, which is really cool. And there's a bunch of other stuff up there. There's some Yu Yu Hakusho, some Dragon Ball Z, some Mario, everything and more. Kunio's Dodgeball. It's like Super Dodgeball for the Super Famicom. I don't think that one got a North American release, but it's pretty damn cool. And we got some more stuff up here. Surprise, shocking, more Bomberman, more everything. But good lord, they had a lot of Super Famicom games. Do you need some help reaching that top shelf?
I was trying. I was like, I felt I pulled it out. It wasn't what I was looking for, so that's why. You don't
want the Aladdin Pachinko slot game?
No, but I was curious about this McDonald's game.
Oh, sweet, the Happy Disc. A McDonald's Parappa the Rapper and Ape Escape kind of little promotional thing, I guess.
It has nothing to. It looks like it has nothing to do with McDonald's. Oh no, I see you.
Everything to do with McDonald's.
You have a McDonald's guy, I guess.
How much is it?
$3.
Get it.
I'm probably gonna get it because I'm like a big McDonald's
Will
fan.
that be your only game today?
No, I'm still looking.
Okay. Well, happy hunting.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Now we come to the PS1 section, and kind of like the Super Famicom, this was a pretty daunting task as we take a look at. It says Wild Roid 9. That's just Wild 9. in North America. That's I think a game by Shiny, right? Like the same development team as Earthworm Jim. I don't know that I've ever played it, or it's been a really long time. Anyway, yeah, kind of a daunting task to go through all these games just because there's so much of it. And it's all sat on a shelf like CDs usually sit on a shelf, so you kind of have to go through one at a time. Puzzle Bobble 2 just in there with the Biohazard games. Why not? Just put that anywhere. But there's so much stuff to dig through. And again, it's like, in my head, I'm like, do people want to watch like a 3-hour long, like, digging through all this stuff video? The cover of the original Biohazard, just something about it. Very simplistic, but very cool. I like it a lot. I like that, I think, over the covers for the director's cut and the DualShock version. But there's just so much stuff here. I mean, geez. I'm finding King of Fighters 99 with spine cards, so that's nice. And fairly inexpensive there. I think it's at $13.20. About $10, not so bad. Some Space Battleship Yamato, also pretty cool, or at least the anime. I love the artwork. I don't think I've ever played any of the Space Battleship games other than the one on the PC Engine CD. Here's a little something for you. The Kombini. All the excitement and action of running your very own convenience store. Or chain of convenience stores. I'm not 100% sure. King of Fighters 95 for $5.50. That's a good deal on that. Yeah, running a convenience store. I'm guessing running a convenience store in Japan is different from running a convenience store, say, in, I don't know, Chicago or LA or something. But we got some fun looking stuff here. What is that? Hoshida something or other. Which I have no idea what the hell it is. I just grabbed a random thing off the shelf. And I'm just rambling. I'm like, what is this? I have no idea. No earthly idea. We got some Densha de Go for those of you who want the thrill of being a train conductor. And we have some other fun stuff here. What the hell am I looking at? This is what happens when I just grab random things. And I'm watching this back now, like, I'm telling myself, like, you should hold it up longer so you can read the title, dumbass. Driver, the original Driver, which was fun, but I remember the first time I played it, I was like, how the hell do I get out of this damn garage? You gotta do all these like little driving tricks and everything like that. It was just driving me crazy. Street Fighter 02 and 03, both of them looked in pretty good condition. Both of them were pretty cheap, so spoilers, those are two of the games that went home with me today. We got a whole bunch of other stuff here. And there was Parodius over there, and there was Darius Gaiden. Did I just walk past those? Really? Here's some Goketsuji Ichizoku 2 with some booty butt cheeks on the back there. So there you go. Kind of what that game is. Well, I know it's known for being a really wacky, fun fighter, but also having some butt cheeks in it. This little case with no disc in it, Gradius Gaiden, which who doesn't love Gradius Gaiden? This pretty cool. One of the first import games I ever bought as like a teenager through like a mail order catalog. DBZ Legends. That stuff's old school. You may have ordered a game like that from a similar catalog when you were a youngster. And we have another case here with some cool stuff in it, like boxed Contra. There's Ninja Ryu Kenden on the PC Engine, which is the PC Engine version of Ninja Gaiden. It's very good. We've got some Game Boy here, including Ninja Turtles, Castlevania, a couple of the Rockman games, Kunio-kun Soccer, 1943, which is a game I like a lot. Even some Mutant Warriors, aka Tournament Fighters, Hammer and Harry, all kinds of stuff. And whoa, what's this? We've spotted a Wild Destiny. What's she doing? Making videos of her own, I suppose. But yeah, too many PS1 games to count.
Hey, Destiny, what happened to all the Dreamcast and Saturn games?
Everyone came and took them. We ran into a fan. He came and scooped them all up.
I know. I think that guy came and got all the games. What was his name again? Steve?
I think it was Steve.
It was Steve. Steve took all the good Dreamcast and Saturn games, but he sort of left us some Mega Drive games at least. All right, let's go Let's go get them. I'm gonna need you to loan me about $10,000 though, okay? I will take a check.
Okay.
All right.
Cashier's check?
Yes. All right, let's do it. Let's get our stuff.
ナムコ対3号はスター・ウォーズには降参してしまう。今回1号の出番はない。ゲームはナムコ。
All right. Getting into the last leg of this thing. As you can see, we got some Famicom and Famicom Disc, including some Ultraman, some Patlabor, or Patlabor, or some people used to say just say like Paddlebor back in the day. That's a good old school anime. And we got some stuff here. This is interesting. Epoch TV game. So there's Galaxian and some other ones. I don't think I've ever seen these like anywhere. I guess they look like little cassette tapes, or at least the cases do. I don't think I've ever seen those anywhere else. So if you know what an epoch or epoch game thing is, go ahead and put that down in the comments. But we got similar to the Super Famicom section, which I said this about the PlayStation section too. There was so much that it was overwhelming, but they have a lot of stuff here that I really like. You saw they have Wrecking Crew, which is a lot of fun. Some Star Force right there. Ice Climber, a bunch of copies of that for like 600 some odd yen. It's like $5. Get yourself a copy of Ice Climber or Wrecking Crew. Those are always great. Some Captain Tsubasa, some Kinnikuman, Man, some Adventure Island for 550 yen. A lot of these are between like 300 and 500 yen, and that's pretty cool. This, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think the English title was Spartan, where you kind of it's like a not a beat 'em up. You have like a sword and shield, and you kill bad guys. I don't know. I think it's called Spartan. It's kind of cool. Formation, what is that for? Like Formation Z, some bowling, other various things. Good old Super Mario Brothers, which they really should be giving those away. They're marked at 550 yen. I just hope they're really, really clean, because come on, it's like the most common game ever. And Spartan X, which, what the hell was that game called in English? Was this called like Kung Fu? Just like walk to the left or right and just like punch and kick guys. One of the earliest examples of a beat 'em up. And some Gegege no Kitaro, which someone has written on like a little sticker. They wrote their name on it. Gyrodyne, which is pretty cool. Yeah, had a lot of box stuff here, which is always nice to come across. Super Mario USA. It's like 2,000 yen, or, you know, like $15 for a complete copy of that. Not so bad. And another 2,000 yen, 2,200 with tax for Binary Land, which is a really fun little game. Fun little puzzler with cute little penguins. So I think 2,000 yen, that's probably in the neighborhood of $15. Here we have DuckTales, the classic, with a really jacked up box. And that's what happens when you don't have the little plastic insert anymore. Those boxes get wrecked. But more cool stuff here is Xevious, Mappy, some Namco classics there, Afterburner, Tetris, all the classics. So classic. What a crop. This is just a crop. Super Star Force, pretty cool. I'm more of a fan of Star Soldier though. We got some DBZ, we got some I think it's Star Luster, which a guy I know, I can't remember, an old friend of mine, a Japanese dude, older Japanese man, that was his favorite game ever, was Star Luster. What is this? Atlantis no Nazo, The Secret of Atlantis, which is a game I don't have enough patience for. But again, people swear by. Actually, one of my favorite episodes of Game Center CX, watching a Reno trying to figure that damn game out. Down Down Neketsu Monogatari, aka River City Ransom. We've got some Makaimura, aka Ghosts and Goblins Transformers, for 550 yen. Again, where's Lion when you need him? There's a Yoshi down there, aka Yoshi's Egg. Some other great stuff. Some old school Ganbare Goemon, which is nice. And Rainbow Islands, which I'm a big fan of Rainbow Islands. Basically anything in that whole series. Puzzle Bobble, Bubble Bobble, Rainbow Islands. It's all good. But more box stuff, just more. And even a nice nifty little case here with some handhelds and Famicom Twin, all that goodness. But yeah, more games than we could put in a bushel basket.
So Destiny, I'm looking at our our baskets here. Do you think we got enough games?
Well, I need stuff from the glass. I'm gonna get
You need to go into the high roller case?
Yeah. There's like 2 N64 DD games.
Oh Lord have mercy.
And then there's this one game where you can fight Dragon Ball Z, Naruto, and One Piece characters.
Oh my god. And the universe didn't explode?
I didn't know that existed. I want to explode.
If you're lucky, you'll explode later. Okay. Alright. Cool.
I'm gonna drink with some fine ladies later. So
you're gonna drink with some fine ladies?
Yes.
Where am I gonna be? Alright. I think we kind of hit our limit a little bit, except for them glass case things. So what do you say we go wrap this this stuff up and get on out of here? This is gonna be a long walk home too.
It's gonna be a heavy walk.
Jesus. Alright, let's do it. Destiny, what did we do? How long were we in there? Look, what the hell? It was a nice.
Going down.
It was a
had
nice
sun.
It was a bright, beautiful day, and now I feel like we just walked in there, and then time
just flew by.
Just ceased to have any meaning as we were in there. But look at all this. We got a lot of stuff today. Bags of it. Filled up my backpack. Big old bags. You got some stuff all in there. I'd say we came out all right.
I think we made out like bandits.
We got a lot of damn games. And you know what? I was shocked at how little I spent on all of this.
Me too.
Man, it's crazy. So what I'm going to do is, you and I are probably going to have some dinnies, and then I'm going to let you go. And then I'm going to go home, talk a little bit about what I found today, and show everybody my finds of the day. That's my favorite part of the video.
Finds of the day.
That's probably everyone's favorite too. All this game hunting stuff, it runs a little thin, doesn't it? We don't really need to see all that. Just tell us what you got, damn you. All right, so Destiny, this is where we're gonna part ways, you and the audience. So maybe we'll see you on the next one.
Hopefully.
Maybe not.
I don't know, I'll be here for a while.
Maybe you'll
it might bug
vanish.
you to take me to all those hidden gems.
Okay, well, bug me all you want. All right, so it's late. We got a ways to walk back, and then I gotta go shoot some stuff at home. So say goodnight, Destiny.
Good night.
All right, how did you like that? Was that an epic game hunting extravaganza, or was it not? Yeah, just like I said, that particular Hard Off there in Hachioji, just like massive, just an insane amount of games. I didn't even go over like everything. Like there were a bunch of like PS2 games, DS and 3DS, just other various consoles that like the video was getting to be so long, and we had been in the store for so long. You saw in the video, we got there kind of like earlier in the afternoon, and by the time we left, it was getting dark outside, and we still had like to walk all the way back to the station. So yeah, just a ton of games. It was out of control, so much stuff. And as you saw, I did have to kind of cut it short a little bit there. Otherwise, this video would have been like 3 hours long. But I picked up a lot of games today. In fact, on this game hunting trip, I picked up 90 games, if you can believe it or not, and in total spent 91,530 yen, which for 90 games, considering that a lot of those games were really reasonably priced. Most of the games I picked up today were between 300 yen and 1,000 yen. So they were pretty cheap, most of the stuff I picked up today. They had a lot of really good Famicom, Super Famicom, PS1 games. A lot of great stuff that was really reasonably priced, but I did pick up a few things that were a little bit pricier, more of the like over 3,000 yen kind of area there. So I think for 90 games, with some of them being kind of a little bit more valuable, 91,000 yen, is okay. It's acceptable. And you know, a lot of this stuff is only going to be with me temporarily. I send most of these games out to people who subscribe to game boxes on my Patreon. So that's what a lot of this stuff is going to, but I am going to play test a lot of it before it goes. And so I have my 3 finds of the day. These are the 3 games that when I picked them up today, I thought, you know what, these are kind of like the cream of the crop. These are the ones that I'm going to be most excited to send out to people, and most excited to play test, if I don't mind saying so. So first up, 3 games here, my 3 top finds of the day. On the PS1, first we have a copy of Darius Gaiden. And I have never played the PS1 version of Darius Gaiden. I've played this game extensively in the arcade, and I've played the hell out of the Sega Saturn version. Never played the PS1 version. I understand that it was not developed or programmed by Taito. It was actually, let's see, handled by a company called Interbeck. So I understand that this game, the programming was not quite as good, so it's not as good as the Saturn port. I heard it's like maybe like a little bit choppier, or maybe, I don't know if a little bit is the way to say, but it's choppier and there's more slowdown. But I've also heard that if you hadn't played the Saturn or arcade versions already, you'd be pretty happy with this, but it is noticeable that it's a little bit of a step down from those versions. But regardless, Darius Gaiden, I think, is always going to be a fun game to play. It's Darius, so it's going to be awesome. Shoot 'em ups. This one in particular, again, you know, I played it on the Saturn and arcade. Great game. It's pretty simple, classic Darius style. You pick up your power-ups to increase the power of your laser, your missiles, and your defensive shield. And then as you play through the game, you can choose different routes through the various stages of the game. So there'll be different backgrounds and maybe different enemies and things like that, except you'll always have, I think, always the same boss battles. But again, regardless, PS1 or not, an inferior port or not, I still think this is going to be a lot of fun to play, and someone's going to be pretty happy when they eventually get this in the mail. It's Darius Gaiden, because every game series needs a Gaiden, doesn't it? Next up, 2 games for the Super Famicom, both of them boxed and complete, and both of them awesome. First up, great game. This was, when I was still doing Import Game of the Day, this was one of the games that was featured very prominently in that series. This is Ganbare Goemon 2. And this is the first sequel to what was called Legend of the Mystical Ninja on the SNES in North America. This game, as far as I'm concerned, far better than the original Ganbare Goemon, and that game was really good, so you know that this one's going to be fantastic. It's, again, an action platformer, and you can play as Goemon, you can play as Ebisumaru, and you can play as Sasuke. And it's a 2-player co-op action platformer, which is pretty cool. There are not a whole lot of 2-player platformers out there. The only other ones I can really think of would be maybe like Joe and Mac, where you're playing as 2 characters at the same time on the same screen. So that's pretty cool, but it's also great as a single-player game. But it's a fun, fairly challenging action platformer with a bunch of mini games and some cool boss battles. You even get in like a big Goemon mech suit and fight other giant mechs, and there's some cool Mode 7 effects in there. So that's really cool, and just overall graphically very impressive for a 16-bit game. This is actually, I think, some of Konami's best work visually on the Super Famicom, and a great soundtrack as well that has a lot of very Japanese-y sounding 16-bit chiptune music in it. So there's not much else to say. This game is amazing, and I think I got this boxed complete as it is for like 3,000 yen, which was a pretty good deal on it. So Ganbare Goemon 2, fantastic game. I was definitely going to pick it up. They had loose carts and this box copy, so I picked up loose versions as well in addition to the boxed one. And then finally, this is one I had to go into the case to get it. There was a lot of cool stuff in there, but I settled on this one because it was boxed and complete, and the game itself is just amazing. This is Super Alesta. And Super Alesta is also known as Space Megaforce. in other various regions. On the SNES, it's called Space Megaforce. This, in my opinion, you know, the Super Famicom SNES, not known as a shoot-'em-up machine specifically, but there are some really good shooters on the console, and Super Alesta, I think is my favorite one, or I think it's the best one. I did a top 10 SNES and Super Famicom shoot-'em-ups list like years ago, and I put Super Alesta as #1 because I think of all of the shoot-'em-ups that are on the Super Famicom, this is the one. It's published by Toho but developed by Compile, and they made so many like great shooters on the PC Engine, and they made great shooters on the Mega Drive. They're legendary shooters, and this is the one shooter on the Super Famicom that I feel like when you play it, you feel like it really does compete with the other consoles that are better known for having great shoot-'em-ups on them. Super Famicom has other great stuff like Gradius 3 and Axlay is really cool. Area 88 is really cool. Other stuff like maybe like Darius Twin, things like that. Those are cool, but Super Alesta, very smooth, very fast gameplay, challenging, extremely fun, great graphics, great sound design. Again, it's a Compile game, so if you like stuff like blazing lasers and gun knack and whatever else they might have worked on, this you'll feel right at home here because it's kind of like an amalgamation in a lot of ways of a bunch of those games. So fantastic game, I love it. This was the priciest game of the day, but I didn't care because I wanted to get it home, I wanted to play it and have fun with it, and then I want to pop it into a box and ship it out to some lucky boy or girl out there. But it's just awesome. It's Super Alesta for the Super Famicom. And there you go. Those are my finds of the day. Like I said, picked up 90 games today, and those are the 3 that I thought stood out from the crowd the most. I got a lot of good stuff today. Platformers, some shoot-'em-ups, some fighting games, beat-em-ups, all kinds of great stuff. 8, 16-bit, 32-bit, you name it. I got it, but these are the ones that, well, they're just the bee's knees, baby. So that's it. That's all for today's game hunting video. Let me know down in the comments, what did you think of the video today? What did you think of these games? And what are some things on your retro game hunting wish list? I'd like to know. And until next time, take care, everybody. Goodbye.
Japan, 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 Japan. Round 1. Fight, fight, fight you. Fight.
Hey everybody, Jim here, and right now I'm in the lovely area of Shinjuku. It's a nice bright sunny day, so we're gonna do, I guess, what people normally do on bright sunny days. We're gonna go look for some video games. In particular, today we're gonna go to the Surugaya, located here in Shinjuku, which I haven't been to in quite a long time, but the last time I was there, it was fully loaded with games and consoles and stuff. Picked up a lot of stuff. So it's not far from here, maybe about a 10-minute walk from the east gate of the station. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna head down this way on Sanchome, I believe, and in about 10 minutes we'll be at a Surugaya, hopefully digging through a whole lot of video games. So stick around because that's what's coming up next. we are. That was a lovely walk, if I do say so myself. Beautiful day. A lot of people out today. A lot of shoppers and stuff, even though it's a weekday. I'm wondering if this isn't like a holiday and I'm just not aware of it. I'm not on Japanese holidays real good yet. But here we are at the Maruhi Annex. Kind of my go-to spot if I'm gonna come look for some games while in Shinjuku. So we're gonna get upstairs, 6th floor I believe, and we're gonna go to Surugaya, try to get us some games. So should be a good time. All right, let's do it.
GT なら PC エンジンのたくさんのソフトもそのまま使えるし、画面も綺麗だしね。君たち理解できた？
All right. Getting started with some of these display cases, the cases of broken dreams. There's some expensive and rare stuff in here. There's Glay Lancer in there. There's some AES games, including some Samurai Spirits, King of Fighters, Final Fantasy for the MSX, which is pretty cool. Not something I come across very often, and then a bunch more Mega Drive games, including, again, Glay Lancer, Ys, Valis, Genogue, Gaiares, some Gunstar Heroes back there, all good stuff. All games I was not going to be leaving here with today, because some of this is pretty up there in price. Saturn games, my beloved Saturn. There's some Wolfang and there's some Cotton. The Saturn version of Symphony of the Night has gone crazy as of late. There's also some Cleopatra in there and all kinds of stuff. So, yeah. Pretty wild in prices. The Taito Memories 2, very cool. Pink Sweets and Muchi Muchi Pork. And some Mamoru-kun as well. And more. Some boxed Super Famicom stuff. More Mega Drive. More everything. There's Violinist of Hamelin. Batman Returns is in there. I don't know when that became an expensive game. And 30,000. Over 30,000 for Turtles in Time. Which is insane. I think the last time I saw a box Turtles in Time had like a hard off or something, it was like a third of that price. That's crazy. They even had some 64DD games in there, which I don't have any interest in, but I know some people that do. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, but that Turtles in Time, that still shocks me that they're charging that much for it. When did that happen? Like, literally, I was in a hard off, like, I want to say like 2 months ago, and they had the exact same game for like a third as much money. Anyway, I'm not even talking about what we're looking at in these cases. There's some consoles in here. Hey, there's a Kirby. So, you know, that'll brighten your day, won't it? But there's plenty of cool stuff in here. There's some consoles, controllers, a Super Famicom Junior, I guess. It was like the second model they put out. Whatever that was. Box stuff over here. An Xbox, what do they call those? Like Series S or whatever, the one that's like all digital. And I don't like the design of it. It looks kind of, I don't know, it looks like a little weird piece of stereo equipment. It doesn't look good. It looks just like a speaker. I don't know why it's designed like that. This is cool, little display area. They've got like one of these Retron 5s. They've got some figures over here, gaming related, obviously. We got Cammy. There's some Art of Fighting on the little TV here, so that's cool. On display, Art of Fighting for the Super Famicom, in case you want to pick that up. And there's some more cool figures here, including this one I thought was cool. I'm a big Darkstalkers fan, and they had this Felicia figure. Even though Felicia, I'm not my favorite character. I'm more of a Dimitri or Lilith kind of guy, and these were really cool. Raiden 5 model kits. Now, they had two of them. They had the red and the blue. So that's awesome. I'm a Raiden fan. Even though Raiden 5 is like my least favorite Raiden game, hey, I'll take a Raiden model kit. And there's some other cool stuff up there too. Some plushies as we swing by. And then here we had just some more box consoles. A Mega CD they're selling that for like 31,000 yen. It's like 275 bucks or something like that. And some Mega Drive 2s. Some other various cool things in here. These Taito Egrets and Mega Drive minis and stuff. These are all still fairly inexpensive. So that's nice at least. An original Mega Drive, core graphics, that's all nice. And then here I thought we'd take a quick look at this little like Mega Drive end cap. They got some Mega Drive plug-and-plays. Okay, I'm not a collector of the plug-and-plays myself. But I really did want to look at this stuff, though. So we've got some Game Gear here. Boxed Game Gear, which I rarely come across. So there's Sonic Drift, and there's Puyo Puyo 2. That's really cool. There's some other Game Gear there. Some Mega CD as well. Again, not the most common games to come across, Mega CD games. And some of them do tend to be a little bit more expensive. As a consequence of that, this is pretty cool. Illusion City. Which is a game, Japan exclusive, similar to Snatcher in many ways. I think originally a PC game. But that one's pretty cool. And some Sonic CD, 3,500 yen. So that's not too bad. And Soul Feast for 3,000 yen. So those are both like 20-something bucks. And Night Striker. That's 7,300 yen. That's a little more. Darius 2. Still 2,500 yen. Valis 3, 6,600. Valis 3 probably, I don't know. It's hard to pick a favorite Valis because they're cool enough, but not great games if I'm being honest. Some Fatal Fury, some Golden Axe. These aren't too terribly expensive, I guess. 3,000 for Fatal Fury. When you consider like boxed Mega Drive games are usually like some of the most expensive. 9,000 for Same Same Same, aka Fire Shark. One of my favorite Mega Drive shooters. Really amazing game. And then, speaking of, what do we got over here? Oh, actually we got some Sonic. Jim, did you pick up the Thunder Force games? Or were you too stupid? There's Thunder Force, it's right there. What are you doing? Okay, well, Thunder Force 3. There we go. At least we got to the Thunder Force 3. Super Street Fighter 2, Daima Kaimura, Sonic 2, 3,200, 6,800 for Sonic 3, give me a break, and 48 for Sonic Spinball, a game I actually like quite a lot. And some Tatsujin, aka Truxton, can't go wrong. But 7,000 yen. Yeesh, they're not getting any cheaper. We got some Bare Knuckle and all that. Lots of awesome Mega Drive games.
いかがでしたか？何？次のも早く見たい？もうせっかちさ。じゃあ次は？
Alright. Cool little N64 display there, but we're not in this aisle for N64. We are up to our knees in PS1 and PS2. Actually, over my head. 1,300 for Hokuto no Ken, which is a pretty fun 3D beat-em-up, actually. I think I reviewed that game like a long time ago. The original Metal Slug, 1,500. So the first couple of games we're looking at, not too bad in terms of prices. Punch the Monkey Game Edition with a loop on the third characters. I just grabbed that. I have no idea what the hell Punch the Monkey Game Edition is. And we've got some Rockman Complete Works. They've got 1, they've got 4. That's really cool. I just like to look at the cover art really of those. They're really good cover art. Rockman 5. And Rabbit Mon Dieu, which is game in the Jumping Flash series. I guess just called Rabbit, which makes sense. He is a rabbit robot thing in that game. And I think the little bad guys are called Moo-Moos or something. Cho Hatsume Boy something or other by Taito. Looks like something of a puzzle game, maybe? I don't know. That's actually a new one for me. That's what I like a lot about the PS1 library in Japan. It is so large that there are still plenty of games in it that I'm not really very familiar with, but I do know my Star Gladiators and my Street Fighters and all that kind of good stuff. So it's kind of a mixed bag with the PS1 for me. I know a lot of the big ones and then like some of the more obscure games, but there's just like so many games. And like how many, like what, 1,500 games or something like that or more? I don't even know what the scale and scope is. Thunder Force 5, awesome, but it's 7,600 yen, so that's like 60 bucks. R-Type Delta, cool. Omega Boost, cool. Gamera, pretty cool. And we have some In the Hunt there, 7,800 on the PlayStation. That's a little bit steep. We got some Gradius Deluxe Pack. This I thought was pretty cool. Kind of a Toho Plant collection. Tiger Heli, Kyukyoku Tiger, and then Twin Cobra, the North American version, which you don't really need that anymore since the Toho Plant Shooting Garage collections are out on the Switch and other various consoles. Beavis and Butthead, Virtual Stupidity. That's right. If you didn't know, the Beavis and Butthead point-and-click PC game got a PS1 release in Japan. As did the Neverhood, oddly enough. That's something I discovered years ago. So that's cool. Point-and-click PC games are always fun. You can get them on your PlayStation. Now you can play your point-and-clicks with D-pad. Mujia! Looks kind of cute, whatever it is. Puzzle game, so right on. I do love me a good puzzle game. And then this, Tokimeki Memorial Puzzle Dama, which is, as the name implies, a puzzle game featuring Tokimeki Memorial characters, and then Twinbee Puzzle Dama, or Puzzuru Dama, which is Puzzle Dama with Twinbee characters instead of Tokimeki Memorial characters. And then we got some Magical Drop. We got a lot of puzzle games. That's nice. That's right up my alley. I think that's maybe a little bit of an understated thing. I play a lot of shoot-em-ups and beat-em-ups and fighting games on this channel. Very cool Legend of Mana set there. I think they made a bunch of those, actually. They did like Legend of Mana, Brave Fencer Musashi. They made a bunch of them in that style. But yeah, I'm a big old puzzle game fanatic. I like them a lot. Moving on from PS1, though, PS2. And as you can see, you could spend all day in this shop. They got so many PS2 games. Namco Cross Capcom right here, 2,100. Another game I reviewed many years ago. Pretty cool little RPG featuring lots and lots of Namco and Capcom characters. I did enjoy that game quite a lot. We've got some other stuff there. Persona 3, etc., etc. Tales of Destiny 2. Which I don't think I ever played the second one. I played the first one on the PS1 and liked it a lot. And we've got other cool stuff like Gauntlet, a little bit more American-y stuff. Some dungeon crawling. I do like that. I do like the Gauntlet games. I play the old arcade game when I go to Natsuge Museum every once in a while. Macross for 1,800. Which is pretty cool as well. It's an air combat game, but it's Macross, so you can transform your Valkyrie into all kinds, into all its different mech forms and stuff. So that's cool. 12 Fizak, whatever. Some kind of Taito shooter. Looks like it has more than one in it. I couldn't really tell. Like sometimes, like they have nonsensical English titles for games, and then it's written in katakana, and it's like, what the hell am I supposed to pronounce this? 7,100 for Dodonpachi Daiojo, which many people think is the best bullet hell shooter ever made. But take heart, ladies and gents, because M2 is going to be releasing it soon on modern consoles. And Gradius 5, published by Konami, but developed by Treasure. And good game. I like more. I'm more of a Gradius 2 or 3 kind of guy, but still pretty cool. And JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Golden Wind, the better of the two 3D JoJo games on the PS2, in my opinion. It's a pretty cool game. Cool graphics, interesting, kind of weird gameplay, as you might expect for a JoJo game. We got some Initial D. We have this, Cyber Formula. I reviewed a Cyber Formula game on the GameCube many years ago. They're pretty fun. Just like kind of futuristic-y anime racing games. Kind of like transform your car and whatever else. This is pretty cool if you want to live the life of a Japanese trucker with their very elaborately designed 18-wheelers. Well, now you can with whatever the hell that game was called. I got some good fighting games down here. We've got the Art of Fighting Collection. We've got Sega Ages 2500, Virtua Fighter 2. What is this? Spectral... Jim, you're too fast with the spines. Spectral something or other versus something or other, 2D fighter. So there you go. That's one I actually have not played yet. I've played all of these down here, though. So there's the Last Blade Collection. There's Rumblefish. There's Melty Blood Actress Again, which is a fantastic fighter. And then for 600 yen, there's Yu Yu Hakusho Forever with a variant cover that I'd never seen before. So that's cool. Anyway, PS1, PS2 games. A lot of them.
どうですか？素晴らしいでしょ？あの対策はどうなったのかって？忘れちゃいませんよ。
Alright, as we pass some not so good looking consoles, what do we have here but some Nintendo 64? Kind of an underappreciated console on my channel, really. I think in general, retro gamers, there are some channels that really go hard on the N64 stuff, but I feel like everybody is all about, the retro gaming community anyway, it's like 16-bit and under, and maybe like 32 bits. N64, like everyone else, not my favorite of the Nintendo consoles. I was a PlayStation kid back in the day, but in retrospect, Violence Killer, aka Turok, in case you didn't know. Turok is called Violence Killer in Japan, which is pretty cool. But in retrospect, getting to go back and try the N64 games I missed, they're really good in retrospect. Not better. I still take my PlayStation. Why am I talking about all that? We got Super Famicom games here. Twinbee, Kirby, Rushing Beat. One of the Rushing Beat games. What are those all called in English? It's like Rival Turf, and I think Brawl Brothers, and another one. Mickey's Tokyo Disney Adventure. Pretty cool. You'll notice here, it's like, as I'm going through this, Super Famicom, Super Double Dragon, hello. Am I going to say the name of every game? As I'm going through this section, there are, like, little, like, empty spots. And so, it's plain to see that, because they did, like, rearrange some shelves and things like that, but it is plain to see that, since last year, with borders opening back up, like, collectors have been coming by. I know some people, they do come to Japan, Tokyo specifically, for no other reason than to go pick up retro games. And so I had a conversation about this with my friend Lewis, and it was actually published on his channel. I'll put a link to that down in the description. Go say hi to Lewis, aka Zez Retro. But we had a conversation about that where some people were saying like, oh, I went to the shops in Tokyo, I went to Akihabara, I went here, there, and it's been picked clean. There's nothing there. Which is obviously not true. I mean, you're looking here. I mean, in this shop alone, there's just like thousands of games. We got Super Famicom and Famicom. You saw all kinds of PlayStation, PS2. In just a minute, we're going to look at Saturn and PC Engine and Dreamcast. So, in this one shop, there are like a lot of games. I think what it comes down to is if somebody comes looking for specific things and they can't find what they want exactly, then, well, geez, there's just nothing here. When actually there's a lot here. Hey, we got some Akumajo Dracula, 2,800 yen, 33 for Metroid. We just looked at a whole bunch of Super Famicom games. I didn't even really commentate on those, but there was like Thunder Spirits, and there was World Heroes, all kinds of stuff. We got some Rockman here. Rockman 2, 1,600, 15 for 4. That's actually not too bad of prices right now, especially Rockman 2. For whatever reason, that one usually demands a little bit more money, but we got Super Dodgeball, we got Kunio Soccer League, 900 for, I forget the long ass title of that one, but we got Dragon Ball, we got all kinds of stuff. We got some Goonies, the old standby Goonies. We got some YY World, that's nice too. There's some Saint Seiya, Star Luster, Sky Kid, some Captain Tsubasa. Those are, you know, pretty cool if you like your soccer games. I think those were translated and released somewhere. Binary Land, great game. Neketsu Kakuto Densetsu, Ninja Ryukenden, aka Ninja Gaiden. So lots of stuff in terms of Famicom games. And we swing right around. And what are we confronted with? A huge wall of boxed Super Famicom and Famicom games. This is kind of cool. These little cases. This would, you take this up if you want a copy of Kiki Kaikai for your Famicom disc. And they'll take that to the back and go get that game for you. It's a great way to save some shelf space, if you ask me. Neketsu Hakibu, a game I've talked about like a million freaking times before. It's a great game, the best hockey game on the Famicom, if you ask me. Better than ice hockey, which I always thought ice hockey was super fun. Just get a bunch of fat guys and knock everyone around. 4,000 for Dragon Quest, just the original Dragon Quest, I believe. Oh no, that's Dragon Quest 2. That's kind of insane, because that game is common as dirt. And then 1,300 for Kunio, super long title that I always forget. And I'm really not very good at reading kanji anyway. So I can just take it out of my memory. I'm just not going to get it. Super Mario 3, 3,800. Again, some of these, they just, I don't know, it's like a store gets a boxed game and they're like, oh, obviously it's worth way more money. It's like, dude, come on. We got like 20 copies of this, except for Tetris Battle Gaiden, 2,400 for a complete copy. Which is funny, when I first came to Japan in like 2010, that was like a $50 game. And it's like 20 bucks now. That actually depreciated in value for whatever reason. I guess that somebody found a whole bunch of box copies in an old warehouse they forgot about. This, the Taekwondo Super Famicom game, which I've only ever played a ROM of. It's not very good, but it's interesting that it's like just a strictly Taekwondo game. What do we got here? We got some Sailor Moon S, 5,400. And that's not really a great game. It's a fighting game, but not a particularly good one. And we've got some Final Fight boxed. That's nice. 4,000 yen, though. That's a wee bit steep. And some Fighters History, 5,500, which I do not come across. I do not come across Fighters History very much. At least not on the Super Famicom. 31 for Poppin' Twinbee. That's okay, I guess. That's like 25 bucks. 51 for Kirby 3, though. I don't know why that's so expensive. Again, like first-party Nintendo stuff. Kind of stuff that sells like hotcakes. 25 for Dodgy Donpei. Which, if you're not aware, Dodgy Donpei, they're dodgeball games. They play kind of a lot like Super Dodgeball. With all the Kunio-kun characters. Hokuto no Ken 6. Just a bit of advice, like all of the 8-bit, well, not all of the 8-bit, but like the Hokuto no Ken, like RPGs and all that stuff, and the fighting games, especially on the Super Famicom, they are terrible. Don't waste your time. But Parodies Da, awesome game. Muscle Bomber, love it. 4,600 for a complete copy. Love to see a new Muscle Bomber game. We haven't had one since like Muscle Bomber 2 or something. World Heroes 2. You know, pretty cool. Actually, you know, of all the kind of like Street Fighter 2, kind of like follow-up knockoff kind of games back in the day, the World Heroes games, I think, are maybe like some of the best. They at least have a fun gimmick, all these characters from different periods of time and everything. Some Shodai Neketsu Kunio-kun, which has not been re-released yet. I know there's like the River City Girls 0 or whatever it is, which is like Shin Neketsu Koha. But no, they've never re-released Shodai Neketsu Kunio-kun, which is a sequel to River City Ransom that takes place in Osaka. And it's pretty cool, if I do say so myself. And we got some Zelda. We got some Seiken Densetsu 3. We got some Star Fox. We got all these great Famicom, Super Famicom games. If you're a Nintendo fan, you'd be in heaven. Alright, the final leg of this game hunting trip. And what do we see first but some Magic Knight Ray Earth. Great game, and 2,600 yen, so it's like 20 bucks. That's not a bad deal on there. There's some other cool stuff we're going to see here. This is kind of something we're going to notice. I think there's Magical Hoppers, which is called, I think, Pandemonium in North America. They like reskinned it for Japan. Marvel Superheroes versus Capcom here, Popoi, whatever it's called. Yeah, we're gonna notice like some of these prices are just like all over the place. So some of them are okay, some of them are like pretty good. Others though are just like kind of head scratching. We're looking at like Lode Runner, Layers Section 2, Rockman X3. It feels like sometimes if you're at Surugaya, which this is cool, the VHS included version of Game Tengoku. And not a bad price on that either. And some Sega Mark III games here too, which I don't normally see. So that's cool, including Alesta. Like, that's just great. A complete copy of Alesta. Like, I'd never come across that. But as we look at some of the Saturn games and some of the Dreamcast games, I was seeing, again, just like way better prices at like the last Hard Off I went to. And I feel like, I don't know, Surugaya, maybe to them, like if it says Sega, like, oh, this is really collectible. It must be like worth like 3 times more than all the other stuff. So yeah, maybe when you come to Surugaya, mostly come for like the Famicom and Super Famicom stuff. Some of the Sega stuff, you might be better off just trying your luck at some Hard Offs or whatever. But we got all these Capcom fighters. There's Vampire Savior, Vampire Hunter, Children of the Atom, X-Men vs. Street Fighter. All the classics, all the good stuff you want. And on top of them all, the Quarterback Club, 97. Finally, the long search is over. I can get me a copy of Quarterback Club. Gunbird for 3,800, and then Gun Griffin 2 is 3,600, and 4,000 for just a regular game Tengoku, some Fatal Fury 3. Yeah, I think that Gun Griffin 2 is a little overpriced if you ask me, but what can you do? And some butt cheeks, because you know, every now and again you just need a Saturn game with some butt cheeks in there, and some Capcom Generations, which those are pretty cool. There's a whole bunch of them. This one, Generations 1 with like 1942 and 43, and I think 1943 Kai. And there's also Guardian Heroes, Gel Racer, Golden Axe, The Duel. The Golden Axe 2D fighter you never knew you wanted, because you probably didn't, because it's, you know, it's not that good. But some Strikers, 1945. I think Sui Koenbu. This is a decent little fighter by Data East. Sonic Wings Special. And Darius 2, and they also had Darius Gaiden. All good stuff, but I mean, yeah, again, it's, you know, it's a Surugaya. It's a store for, you know, collectibles. So a lot of this is collector's prices. What can you do? You can't fix the whole scene by yourself, I guess. But Dreamcast games we're coming to now, including 18-Wheeler, which is very near and dear to my heart. I like that game. Vampire Chronicles, and UFC, for whatever reason. Capcom publishing UFC back in the day. Oh, good old 18-Wheeler. I loved that arcade cabinet with the giant 18-Wheeler steering wheel. Like, playing with that as like a 12-year-old was like super cool. And Capcom vs. SNK, the original and the Pro editions. So you can look at the different covers there. 11,800 yen for Mars Matrix. So that's like a $90 game right now. 8,800 yen for Gunbird 2, which is classic. But now with the advent of the Psycho shooting collections, you don't really need that unless you're a collector. Still 400 though for Shenmue. They don't really demand a lot of high prices for Shenmue. 9,400 for Kikayo, which is of course Techromancer, and that's another one that's getting more expensive. A lot of the Capcom stuff is starting to get up there. Those are some of the more desirable games, I think you could say. Dreamcast, Capcom games, some of the best on the platform. And speaking of, Marvel vs. Capcom 2, other great stuff. Even though back in the day I had my MVC2 on the Xbox, and Moiro Justice Gakuen, a personal favorite of mine. Project Justice. I need another rival schools in my life. As we come over to this PC Engine section, I think they got some Superstar Soldier on the TV there, so that's pretty cool. Controllers and cables, but we got a boxed Duo R, 32,000 yen, so that's probably in the neighborhood of 280 bucks. Core graphics and some arcade cards, and this is another console where we're gonna see some of the prices are kind of okay, but then others are just like head scratching. Outrun, very cool. Atomic Robo Kid, pretty fun. Legendary Axe, I always forget the Japanese title. Obokun or whatever it is. Afterburner 2, etc., etc. So we're going to see a lot of stuff here all over the place. PC Engine, a console I love. We've got Gradius 2, which is just an amazing version of that game. Also, they mixed the Hue cards and the CDs all together. Gunhead, aka Blazing Lasers, and Gradius, the original. My favorite console port of that game, in case you didn't know. But so there's a lot of stuff here, a variety of games to choose from. It's just the prices are a little wild in some instances. We got Street Fighter 2, we got Xevious, which you could argue that that's because so much of it is, you know, been bought up in recent years, and maybe somebody got they dropped the dime. Hey, all the game hunting tourists are coming back now. We might want to increase some prices here, boost that profit margin, help the Japanese economy, for crying out loud. Bomberman 94, 1800, so that's like what, a $14 game. Not bad at all for what is a really fun game. Some Wataru though, 4100, that's Keith Courage, one of the other Legendary Axe games. And some Motoroader, which those are okay. Those are kind of fun. What else we got here? Again, as you can see, just a nice big old shelf. We got Raisin Bar 2, 5,800 bucks. So that's like what, 46, 47 bucks. And Red Alert, which I actually quite like. The kind of cheesy cutscenes and run and gun. Another Rambo knockoff character. What do we got here? Come on, GM. Pull it together. Stop knocking stuff all around. All of the Valis games, or at least most of them. Those are not so great, but prices are okay. And then East 1 and 2, complete with the spine card and all, and in great shape, 2,100 yen. Making it about a $17 game, I think? That's a good price on that for the condition and everything. Gate of Thunder, though, not so cheap. There's 94 and 8,200, and Guts and Diner, which I myself am not too familiar with. We got some Cosmic Fantasy, all that great stuff. Plenty of classics, including Zack. And I ain't talking about Morris. And the first Valis, which that's probably actually the best of the bunch, is just the remake of the original Valis. And Snatcher. Classic and still really, you know, affordable on the PC Engine, 2,400 yen, so that's probably like a $19, $18 game. Tengai Makyo Ziria! And some, Double Dragon 2, and some, yeah, so just a whole lot of stuff. Anyway, that's it for all these games, lots of stuff, but hey, let's get the hell out of here!
Alright, so that'll do it for Surugaya today. Look at this. It was so nice and sunny when I went inside. Kind of overcast now. Oh well. It's getting a little later, getting a little cold. Anyway, yeah. That was Surugaya. Nice. I picked up a few games, got them in the backpack here. I think I'll save them for a future episode of more games though. But I did get some pretty cool stuff. I didn't get anything like crazy, anything too expensive. You could tell that definitely like collectors are showing up and buying like a lot of games because there were less games. There weren't no games. I'm not gonna be all dramatic about it and be like, oh, there's no games, it was picked clean. But it was noticeably less. The prices were also kind of all over the place. Some of the games were priced like really well. Some were typical, and then some were like way too freaking expensive, like way too high, like double or triple what I'm finding them for, like, you know, hard offs and book offs and things. So yeah, it's kind of a mixed bag, but overall, happy with what I picked up today. And like I said, I'll show all that stuff off in a future pickups video. What is this noise coming from this freaking thing? It's just a big truck that drives around annoying people with god-awful music. All right, so that's it. Thanks for watching, everybody. Hope you enjoyed today's little game hunt, and I'll see you on the next one. Take care. Goodbye.
Hello everybody, Jim here, and I've just returned from another Hard Off game hunting trip, and today was, I don't know, today was interesting, I guess. I had a choice today between going to a further away Hard Off that I pretty much definitely knew would have a ton of games in it, or a nearby Hard Off that I'd never been to before and didn't know if it would have a lot of games in it or not. And guess which one I chose? The answer may not surprise you, depending on how I title this video or whatever, but I did go to a very close by Hard Off today, and well, I'll just say they had what they had. I did my very best. Actually, you know, I say that, but I actually did come away with some pretty good games today at decent prices. So I will show those off later in the video for my finds of the day, so come back at the end of the video for that. But with that being said, let's not waste any more time. Let's go game hunting.
Go for broke!
Hello everybody, Jim here, and just gotten off the train in the lovely neighborhood of Kichijoji, which I come here sometimes. You might have seen I did a video once about a burgercade here, like a burger restaurant that is also a barcade, which was pretty cool. But today, actually here because there's a Hard Off that I have actually not ever been to, which is kind of odd because I actually live pretty close to Kichijoji, and just, I don't know, for whatever reason have never been to this Hard Off before, but look pretty good on Google. Looks like they got a lot of games, so hopefully we'll pick up a lot of good stuff today, but that remains to be seen. Anyway, it's not too far from the station, so we're gonna go for a walk on this lovely sunny day, and we will be at the local Hard Off very soon, digging through a mountain of retro games, maybe, I don't know. Exciting stuff, so stick around because that's coming up next. All right, we are coming up on it now. Looks like kind of a really big building though. It has it's like huge glass exterior. Hard Off Audio Salon, Hard Off Studio, Bravo, Tokyo. There's, wow, I don't know. I've never seen one quite like this before, I don't think. Obviously they got a lot of audio equipment. Not really looking forward to today, but they should have games too. I don't know, we're about to find out. Like I said, my first time coming to this one, but I can't imagine a Hard Off being this big and not having some games in it. So let's get in there and check it out. First time at this very unique looking Hard Off, as far as Hard Offs go anyway. All right, let's get in there, check it out, see if we can get ourselves some games.
Hard 面白さ2倍。究極の痛快アクションゲーム、ドッグマン2、ドクター・ワイリーの謎。
All right. Hello, Mr. Slime. That's very nice that they have him there to guard the store. Getting started with this case that had some pretty cool stuff in it. In particular, you can see a Kiki Kaikai back there, but it's 17,600 yen. That's quite a few yen, in case you didn't know. And Adventure of Lolo in there. Some Game Boys as well, which is quite cool, including the very expensive Game Boy Advance SP there, like 33,000 yen. Geez, almost as much as that Neo Geo CD, as a matter of fact. And a copy of Wataru on the PC Engine, aka Keith Courage and Alpha Zones. So that's it for that case. Not too much in there, but the slime is always nice. And we got some consoles and more handhelds and things here. There's GameCubes. There's, as you can see here, some Wii's, and are those like Wii U's? Got some Super Famicoms. 6600, 55, and 44 for this boy. He's got a tan, so they're not charging quite so much for him, but it's just a old Super Famicom with a controller and a 3-month warranty. Isn't that nice? Some N64s, a boxed Saturn, which I was not expecting to find. 6,600 yen for it, which ain't bad. And 6,600 for a boxed Super Famicom, and 88 for a boxed Mega Drive. Considering, I don't know, the prices on some of the games we're going to look at later are not really that great. So that is surprising to me. That the consoles were actually not priced too bad. But we got some cool stuff in here. A Tamagotchi thing next to some Dark Souls. DuckTales 2, which is cool. Fantasy Zone 2. The cartridge version of Legend of Zelda, which is less common. And some Famicom disc stuff. A copy of Rainbow Islands, Nemesis on the Game Boy. As well as, what is that, Rockman World 2? And one of those Super Famicom little multi-carts. I wonder what's on there. So that's cool. So they got some consoles, they had a few games in this case. Nothing to really blow you away. Few things here for the PS4, and a whole lot of memory cards. Because, you know, you can never have too many memory cards, right? Just buy yourself a handful of those, and you'll be all set. And just a few handfuls of other things here, some controllers, things like that. And another case behind me. That actually had quite a few cases in here, just not, you know, most of them didn't have games in them. But we have some cool old handheld stuff here, I guess sort of like the Japanese equivalent of Tiger Electronics. But there's also Mahjong. And what did I say, like the Golf Master or something or other? I guess if you really want to be a Golf Master, you're going to want to pick that up. I, on the other hand, I don't need to be a Golf Master, I suppose. Golden Axe, PC Engine CD. Really terrible version of that game. Some other PC Engine stuff in there, and Atari 2600 games, including Pac-Man, or Puck-Man, or whatever. Pac-Man, there you go. Don't come across that too often, and some Choma Kaimura. Cool stuff in these cases, but we gotta move on to the next thing they got in here.
今度は宇宙で決戦だ。ロックマン。
Okay, now to the proper game section here, which I use that term a little loosely. Got some pachinko. We've got for 2,000 yen, Dragon Quest V. Are you kidding me? That game is as common as dirt. But then Super Puyo Puyo is only like a 500 yen game. But then Ganbare Goemon, they're overcharging for that, so their prices were all over the place. What are you trying to do to me? Also, all these games, Pachinko Wars. Because why not go to war over Pachinko? There's some other stuff here, more Pachinko games, oddly enough. Super Fire Pro Wrestling, Mad School Taruru Tokun, and the box is absolutely annihilated. Oh, and Shodai Neketsuko ha Kunio-kun for 5,000 yen. The sequel to River City Ransom, set in Osaka. We're gonna come over and look at some Game Boy games. So everything here, all of these games are facing the big window we saw outside, just the glass exterior. So all these games are facing a big window, and this was a sunny day, so sunlight was just pouring into that window and hitting all of the Super Famicom games, just like blasting them right in the face. So some of the games we're going to take a look at, especially some that were in like a little tub, like a little bin down there, they were really, really faded. Detective Conan. I've never played one of those Detective Conan. I think the show was called Case Closed when it was localized in North America by Funimation. It was a pretty cool little show. Geez, how long did that show run for? You see how I'm not even talking about the games I'm looking at here? Because it's a bit sparse. But a big wall of Super Famicom games, some N64 games there, including this copy of Mario Party. It's near mint. $1,000, take it or leave it. And some Yoshi, some Pokemons, all that. But you can see here that the sunlight is coming in through the window and really giving these games a sunbath. We got some Star Wars Shadows of the Empire with Boba Fett on the front, which is cool. You know, I liked Boba Fett, the character, as a kid, but why did that character become so popular? It's barely a character. It's just he's more of a plot device, really. He's just there to get Han Solo and Carbonite. He's not really, you know, beyond that. He just kind of looks cool. He's got a cool helmet, I guess. We got some Mario World, some Street Fighter 2, Super Scope 6, some other stuff here. Seiken Densetsu 2. That's cool. This actually pretty cool game. Battle Dodgeball. And some, what is that? Something or other. Tracks. Mother 2. Some of this stuff is kind of cool. This is one of those instances where, hey, it's Kirby Superstar. This is one of those instances where I think this Hard Off, because they don't really specialize in games, their speciality is all the audio equipment and other like various electronics and things. It's more so a place to come to buy audio equipment. So I think these are just games that got turned in, maybe, that they're like, alright, we'll have like a little game section and we'll overcharge people for Ikari Warriors. Give me a break, man. Give me a break. And yeah, here we go. Just some more games strewn about. And some of the games in that tub, I think maybe we take a look at one, but they're just being, they're being cooked with the sun. The beautiful, life-giving sun. The horrible, life-giving sun and what it does to our games. So yeah, a bunch of Super Mario Worlds and Dragon Quest Vs. There you go. They had a few kind of cool Super Famicom games there, but overall, yeesh. Some 360 games here. They got Blaze Blue, which is an okay series, I suppose. It's a flashier kind of fighter from Arc System Works. It's only 300 yen. Of course, you know, I'm more of a Guilty Gear guy, but, you know, Blaze Blue, they're fun for a little while. And then all this stuff, I mean, I had an Xbox 360 for a long time, played a lot of games on it, but stuff like Halo and the Call of Duties and all that stuff, I don't know anything about those. I like the Fallout games, those were fun, but I've never been like the first-person shooter kind of guy, unless it was like Doom or Wolfenstein or something. You know, the classics. We got some PS1 games here. The original Motor Tune Grand Prix, which I think was more of like, almost like a tech demo kind of for the PS1 back in the day. And then the game that was Motor Tune in the States was actually the sequel. This, Doko Demo Hamster 2, which means hamsters anywhere. You just take your hamster anywhere. I don't think that's such a good idea to take it anywhere, but apparently that's what you do in that game. You just take your hamster anywhere, and I suppose that's fun. Bust a move. Yeah, so we're going to peruse these PS1 games. I think it's Chocobo Dungeon. That's okay, but you might as well just get that Chocobo Collection. You know, 300 yen. Not so bad. The original Ace Combat, that's pretty cool. And then Metal Gear Solid. for 1,000 yen, which, you know, I played through the first couple of Metal Gear games. I've never been like this massive Metal Gear fan. But you know, that's just me. The next Tetris. The last Tetris is bullshit. It's time for the next Tetris. There's some intelligent cube. Cool borders! Or was that guy in the first one, or was that the guy in the second game? Cool Borders 2. And then you'd like fall over and stuff, and he'd be like, ow, 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 ow. Just irritating announcer. Snowboarder guy. Cobra! Which I didn't know. This looks like some sort of 3D adventure game with Cobra. I didn't know there was such a game. Tenchu, Stealth Assassins. Which, you know, you go and play those games today. They're pretty janky. But back in the day, I was a huge fan of the Tenchu series. Wrestling fan might say I was a Tenchu mark. It was good stuff. And here we are, we got some PS2 games. They had a lot of common stuff. Also some odd stuff. Some Kingo, some Kingdom Hearts. That's still super cheap. Some Robot Wars and stuff. Tetris Collection, part of the Sega Ages 2500. That's cool. I mean, I'm a Tetris fan. I don't need like a million different versions of Tetris, but that's okay, I guess. Some SD Gundam, some Naruto games. Which I've played a few Naruto games. They were like, alright, they were passable. But we got some Guilty Gear XX/, or double X/, whichever it is. They actually had multiple Guilty Gear games here. That's another kind of like running theme. Hey, here's another one. Guilty Gear double X Accent Core, whatever. I mean, there were so many Guilty Gear X and XX and X Plus and X Accent Core and Isuka and whatever else. Dragon Ball Z 2, aka Budokai 2, with its little board gamey kind of thing you got there. Bleach, something or other, Edabarashi or whatever. One of those Bleach games. That's a good thing. If you're an anime fan, you like those anime like Naruto and Bleach and all that stuff. Those games are as common as dirt. Full Metal Alchemist. They're as common as dirt in Japan. You can find them for a few hundred yen a piece. It's literally like $2.50. They are very, very affordable. What is it, Heatman or whatever it's called? So if you like that sort of era, that generation of anime, the PS2 has got you covered. There's so many anime licensed games on the PS2 and the PS1. And they just sold like hotcakes because those are really popular properties. And you can just get all those games for dirt cheap, next to nothing. So good time to collect PS2 games if you ask me. Finally, we wrap up with a little trip to the junk section, which they didn't have much to mention here either. I was a wee bit disappointed. A wee bit. You get it? Sengoku Basara 2, 100 yen. So that's good, you know. You got some 100 yen stuff here. Get yourself a copy of The Wizard of Oz. That's always a classic. We got some Evangelion. We got some NBA Live with Jordan on the Wizards. Obviously the high mark of his career. This, I was so excited. Melty Blood. Actress again. Are you kidding me? In the junk section? I couldn't believe it. Oh my god. But then I was horribly disappointed because I'm checking it out. And then I look at the price sticker and it's 1,000 yen. And I thought, oh wow, my lucky day. But then I noticed the writing on the price sticker. There's no game. There's no game in this case. It's just the manual in the case. So that really burned my ass. I thought, you know, okay, this was kind of a bust. But I found this great game. Everything. It was totally worth it. I'm going to get this game for 1,000 yen. Nope. Sorry, Jim. Not your lucky day after all. Anyway. This Hard Off, that's all for the games. Not so much, so let's get the hell out of here. Okay, welcome back everybody. So what'd you think? It was not a really great Hard Off trip today. That particular place, I think, you know, they focus a lot more on like audio equipment and stuff. It really isn't a Hard Off meant, you know, to go there and hunt for games. That's not really their speciality. If I was in the market for like some amps or guitars or related audio equipment, anything musical, stuff like that, I would have been fine. I would have been covered. And they also had like computers and other home electronics and things. It says video games was not what they were specializing in. As a matter of fact, while I was there, I actually went to a nearby Book Off, and the Book Off actually had a lot more games in it than the Hard Off did. So yeah, not a great Hard Off for game hunting by any stretch of the imagination, but that didn't stop me from actually picking up some pretty good games today. In fact, in total, I picked up 14 games today, and we spent only 6,825 yen. So yeah, for 14 games, I'd say that's not too bad. Everything I picked up today, pretty good, so it's going to be going into packages, heading out in the mail. But I got 3 games here that I think are my finds of the day. These are pretty cool. I actually was kind of surprised. I was getting a little kind of, you know, humdrum or whatever, you know, a little burnt out looking at, you know, kind of like that small selection of games and being like, yeah, there isn't anything that great here. But then eventually, as usual, when I put the camera away and started doing a little more digging, I found some pretty good stuff. So let's check out those games right now. For 1,000 yen, good deal on this game actually, I picked up a copy of Twinbee Rainbow Bell Adventure. And pretty cool game. Most Twinbee games, as you may know, are shoot 'em ups. This is a really good series of Konami vertically scrolling shoot 'em ups. I like the Twinbee series a lot, but they did occasionally branch out into other genres. So there is a Twinbee puzzle game out there. I think it's like Twinbee, like Puzzle Dama or something like that. And this Rainbow Bell Adventure is a side-scrolling platformer, and a pretty good one at that. It's really fun. It's kind of uncharacteristically fast-paced for a Super Famicom platformer. You get on straightaways and you like run really fast, and you can charge up your jet booster and kind of like go flying through the air. So that's really cool. But the basic premise is very similar to a lot of other platformers, 16-bit platformers. Run to the right, do some platforming, jump on enemies, or hit them with, I think you have an attack, like you can swing a hammer or something. So kill enemies, run fast, jump high, and collect bells and get to the end of the stage. And that's about it. But it plays really well. The graphics are really nice. It's a very colorful, vibrant game. And the soundtrack is really good too. Kind of characteristic for the Twinbee series. These games always look good. They always sound good, and they always play good. And this particular game, I believe, did get an English PAL version. It was at the very least released in the UK for the SNES. But I do not believe this ever had any kind of North American release. Which is kind of unfortunate because it's a really good game. But nevertheless, there it is. Twinbee Rainbow Bell Adventure for 1,000 yen. Not too bad, actually. Usually I see this for more than that, probably between 1,500 and 2,000 yen. These next 2 games, both of them for the PS2, both of them really good. First up, great game that I've played through like multiple times in English and in Japanese. Really like this game. I think most people kind of appreciate this as one of the better kind of like 2.5D platformers, but it is Klonoa 2. The Japanese title, Kaze no Klonoa 2, Sekai ga something or other wasureta. Wasuremono, Forgotten Things, the world of forgotten things. So this is a really great game. I don't think I have to say too much about it. I believe a Klonoa collection just got released with like HD updates of both of the Klonoa games. These are just really great 2.5D platformers by Namco. They're a lot of fun. They're not particularly difficult games, I don't think, but they're just, they're very well balanced. They're not the easiest games you're ever gonna play, but I find that they're like a nice leisurely playthrough. So they're not particularly difficult, but they are fun. They play really well, and the graphics and sound design are really, really good. Again, I think the Klonoa games kind of recognized as maybe some of the best 2.5D platformers. So again, there is like a new updated collection out there with both games on it, but of course when I come across a copy of Klonoa 2 on the PS2 and it's only 500 yen, even though it is the best for family version, basically the greatest hits of Japan, for good reason. It sold a ton of copies, so it's nice and cheapy cheap if you find it out in the wild. But I was definitely going to want to pick this up, and somebody's going to be happy to receive this in the mail. I guarantee it. It is Klonoa 2, and I do like that quite a lot. And this was an interesting find. So there, in the junk section, there was that case and manual for Melty Blood Actress again, for 1,000 yen just for the case and manual with no game in it. So I was pretty upset. Like, I got super excited when I saw the case. I was like, oh yes, Melty Blood in a junk section? What a steal! What my lucky day! I wasn't really finding anything in this place, and then bam, we got something great for the video, and it's just an empty case. That sucked, but for 300 yen, less than $3 American, I got a copy of Melty Blood Act Cadenza. And sure, Act Cadenza, it doesn't have the updated roster of Actress again, or some of the extra features and things that that game does, but the core gameplay is still there. It's still a really fun, fast-paced, very combo-centric, combo-oriented fighting game, and it's a ton of fun. So for 300 yen, I was just like, hell yes, I'm picking this up. So great gameplay. Graphically, it's one of the less impressive 2D fighters on the console, I think. Lots of better looking games. I think you can kind of tell that this is a game from a studio that at the time, Type Moon and Ecole, they didn't have a whole lot of money behind them. I think this game is based on a series of like Dojin like PC games. So not a series that ever had like a wide, I don't know, like a wide distribution or something. But for whatever reason, every time I come across Act Cadenza, it's really cheap. So not the best looking game, but it plays great and the soundtrack is amazing. And honestly, I do still really like the character designs. The character designs are still really cool. Lots of, you know, there's like vampires and all kinds of cool things. I don't really know like the deep lore of like the Melty Blood series, or Tsukihime as the visual novels are called. But from what I do know, I like it a lot, and this game is excellent. Again, great gameplay, fantastic soundtrack. It's just a ton of fun, and for 300 yen, that's a steal. I'll buy that every time. So Melty Blood, Act Cadenza. And again, for 300 yen, this is the find of the day. This game is really good. If you've never played this or Melty Blood Actress again, you're missing out. And I think there's also a Melty Blood game on the Switch right now, even though that game got kind of a limited release. And I've come across it, I think in Akihabara, but it's like expensive. It's like $100 game, the Switch game. So I don't know why that is. If you got a PS2, you can pick up Melty Blood Act Cadenza for 300 yen. This is like $2.50 American, so that's good. That's the find of the day, even though Klonoa 2 and Twinbee Rainbow Bell Adventure are great games too. And I got some other good stuff as well. I got some platformers and things like that for the Super Famicom. I think I got some other fighting games for the PS2. So not a total bust, not by a long shot. I did pick up some cool games today. It's just you know, today I got lazy. I wanted to go to a Hard Off that was really close by where I live. You know, it's only a few stops away on the train. So I got lazy, and I guess I paid for it in the end. If I would have just gone another 30 minutes out of my way, I could have gone to a much bigger Hard Off with like way more games. But you know what? We'll save that for next time. Come back for the next Hard Off video. For next time, a much better episode. For now, though, courage. But yeah, that's it. So let me know down in the comments. What'd you think? What'd you think of the video? What do you think of these games? Hey, what are some games on your wish list if you pick up, you collect Japanese import games, or even if you're just thinking about it, what's a game you might like to start with? Because I'd like to know, because I go down there, I'll read those comments, and it helps me when I'm going out there trying to find games that I can then send out to those very same collectors. It's very informative. So I appreciate all the comments, all the likes, subscriptions, sharing, all that cool stuff. Hope you're enjoying the videos, by the way. I've been making quite a lot of these as of late. So if you're enjoying them, that's good news for me, because I have fun making them. Anyway, thanks for watching, everybody, and I'll see you on the next one. Take care. Goodbye. Hello, everybody. Jim here. And once again, I've just returned home from a really epic game hunting trip today. I went out to kind of like northwest Tokyo to an area I'd never been to before, and went to a Hard Off there that obviously I'd never been there either, but I had seen on Google Maps. It looked like it had a lot of games in it, and luckily for me it did. There were a whole lot of games, consoles, all kinds of stuff to dig through. So I had a great game hunting trip today, and I was joined by my good friend Jared, a fellow YouTuber and friend of mine who's been living in Tokyo for a little while now. So we got together today and did sort of a tag team game hunt. It was a lot of fun. So we picked up a bunch of games, had a great time. So you're going to see all of that in the video, and stay tuned to the end of the video where I will come back and we will take a look at my best finds of the day. But with that being said, let's go game hunting.
Let's rock.
Hey everybody, Jim here, and we just got off on this gloomy day at a little station called Kumegawa, and look who's with me today. It's our bearded, beefy boy.
Beefy?
Beefy.
I'll take Chubby.
It's Jared.
That's me.
The Jared?
Yeah.
Of Avalanche Reviews?
The only one there is.
Oh my god. What are we doing today, dude?
We're going to look at games, but we gotta eat first.
We do have to eat, and you know, fellas like us, especially me, I'm developing the double chin pretty good. We gotta eat quite a lot. But after that, we're gonna go to a Hard Off, which I believe is that way. It's actually about 12 minutes. So I'm actually gonna put a link down in the description to the Google Map location. So if anyone ever wants to visit this place themselves, again, this is Kumegawa. Kind of a smallish station. I don't know, I've never been to this area before in my life, even though it's not too far from where I live.
It's adorable though.
It's a very cute little hovel we got here. So we're gonna go take a look around, get something to eat, and go for a nice leisurely stroll. Should be about a 12 to 15 minute walk. You up for that?
I think I could do it.
Not too sore?
I could pull it off.
All right, so let's go get into this place, rock and roll, find some games. What are you looking for today?
I'm thinking Saturn and PS2. I'm feeling that today.
All right, well, tally forth. Happy hunting. Let's go kick some ass.
Chichin, Pui Pui, Dai, Joe, Pui.
Oh, after much walking, getting sidetracked, all that fun stuff, we found our Hard Off, Hobby Off combination. So if you want to buy some, figures or trading cards or something.
I honestly might.
You want some Pokemons? You want some Pokemon cards or some Yu-Gi-Oh?
I might be inclined.
Okay.
We'll find out.
Well, I've never been to this Hard Off before. Pretty sure you haven't either.
Nope.
So this is going to be surprise. Maybe they have a lot, maybe they have a little, maybe they have nothing at all, but we're about to find out.
Nice.
Rock and roll, baby. Let's do it. So first thing, as soon as we walk through the door, they have a CRT and a Famicom hooked up. So So that's a pretty good sign, right, Jared?
I would say so. I say signs point to this being pretty cool.
This should, yeah, I haven't even looked at anything else. We just walked in the door and Famicom it up. And then right next to it, we've got all these little EP. And like
City Hunter.
Right up top, we've got City Hunter, Bachelor Girl, whatever the hell that is, Kiss, Michael Jackson and Paul McCartney, Madonna, some Lupin the Third. Oh my
I want to
god!
brag, but I did pretty well for myself.
You did just crush that Mario Brothers 1-1, like a champ.
This is a pretty cool little rack mount, though.
Man, this is cool. All right, that's just something I wanted before I went and like looked for any games or did anything. I just wanted to just quickly point out that that's cool that they just have a Famicom set up to have some fun with. All right, you busy yourself here. I'm gonna go look for some games.
That sounds good.
All right, on. All right, let's get started. We're looking at all these consoles. They had a lot, and most of them were priced pretty well, or at least uniformly. So $6,600 for these N64s. It's like $50 right now. Exchange rate still fairly generous if you're talking about US dollars, and $6,600 for these Super Famicoms as well. So like, yeah, in the neighborhood of like $50 for a console. You can't complain too much about that. This I thought was pretty cool, $8,800, and even a 3-month warranty, but this like little N64, I don't know, like a little custom like cabinet thing, like meant for your N64 and cartridges. So that's pretty cool. And we got all this other stuff up here, PS2s, PS3s, this thing which I think is like it says Bina. It's a Sega thing. It's like a Sega children's console. I thought it was like a Pico. Boxed Famicom, $7,150. And again, these have like 90-day, I guess, warranties on them. You can see on the little tag there. Good for 3 months, so that's excellent. And we have a 3DO, the FZ1, 19,800 yen, boxed. That's actually really cheap for one of those boxed. That's like $150. I typically do not see them that cheap. Usually they're like no less than like, I don't know, $250, $300 there. Something to that effect. But some cool peripherals, things like that. Plenty of Wii U's. I have been seeing quite a few of those laying around recently. We got some PS1s, Mega Drive, $7,700. So that's in the neighborhood of $60. You can get yourself a Mega Drive there, all nice and new looking. And $1,100 for a loose 3DO, $6,600 for this Saturn, which was in nice condition. 2 controllers and all the hookups you need to get started playing some Sega Saturn. Sega Saturn Shiro! Yeah, one of my favorite consoles in the long run. And then finally, some other peripherals here, including this nice classic Dreamcast keyboard. Play you some Typing of the Dead, won't that be fun? But yeah, lots of consoles, so that was nice. We perused the consoles, and then speaking of, we come to some cases here. These cases were awesome. A Haumaru Edition Neo Geo Mini. And we've got some Game Boy Advance and some GBA and or GBA, GBC, original Game Boys, the big brick, some more Neo Geo Minis, all that kind of stuff. I get a little confused. The GBA, the GB, the GC, the GHC, whatever. $66,000 for a Neo Geo AES system. That's like $500 and some odd. PC Engine, Core Graphics, a Super Graphics for $55,000, and $44,000 for a Duo. Looked like a Duo RX actually, so that's pretty cool. Family Basic, some disk systems, and even an FZ100, the top-loading 3DO, so that's cool. And then this case had a lot of cool games in it. There's some AES games in there. Typing of the Dead for the PC. Some Sega, what is that, Mark III stuff. Some N64 games. PC Engine, they got some cool stuff here. So yeah, this case was quite attractive to me. They have Devil's Crush in there as well. It's an awesome game. Bucky O'Hare, Batman Return of the Joker, Super Double Dragon. Excellent stuff. Even some cool stuff in here. Sonic Wings, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Sailor Moon.
Rockman and Forte, Parodius. So much good stuff. Some Famicom disc as well, and some nice boxed Famicom games. So all this stuff was quite precious. Even some Saturn stuff, you gotta love it. Including a nice looking copy of Guardian Heroes for 66,000, like 50 bucks. Dodonpachi DOJ, which is coming to the Switch and other modern consoles. Pretty cool. Yeah, awesome stuff. Consoles and cases.
All right, Jared, we've come across this lovely glass case here. Are you seeing anything in here that you're interested in?
I'm incredibly interested that there's a PC version of Typing of the Dead. I mean, it makes sense. And the arcade version was essentially a PC version in Japan.
That's cool.
And it's super cool, but what isn't cool is 140 bucks for a sealed Chrono Cross.
Chrono Cross factory sealed, though. You could send that off to WADA or something, and
I guess you could
rip some people off, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, as opposed to playing it and enjoying it, for sure.
You know, I'm more of a Famicom, Super Famicom guy. They got some cool shit in here. They got Power Rangers. They've got Turtles in Time, Metroid, Parodius, and they've got Bucky O'Hare and Batman Return of the Joker. Those are pretty pricey, though. But
yeah, Bucky O'Hare is always expensive.
But it's such a good game. Oh, geez. I don't know. Might have to crack this thing open. Did you say you were thinking about some Saturn stuff?
I'm always thinking about Saturn stuff.
You want Guardian Heroes, or?
See, here's the thing, and this is something that your viewers need to know. I have a very firm, very hard, 20 bucks per retro game rule.
Jeez.
I know, I've amassed a relatively respectable collection, but what I do is I wait for deals.
20 bucks per game?
I'm very patient with my collecting.
So you're just never going to buy a retro game again?
Essentially, yes.
So this case, I guess, is off limits. Even though, I don't know, man, Joe and Mac, that has Godzilla and Mothra on the cover. You're going to say no to that?
I almost always do. Although Mothra is looking pretty cute over there.
Mothra does look fucking adorable. Alright, well, what do you say we continue to peruse?
I say that's a good idea.
Let's do it. But this is sweet.
Hey, alright, now we come to the aisle where they had pretty much all of the Nintendo stuff they had in the store, except for, I think, GameCube. They had some GameCube games in a different aisle, but here we have, this is actually kind of a surprise, boxed GBA games. I usually do not come across them boxed. And then here was a Game Boy game in a little tin case. So that was kind of cool. But yeah, usually GBA and Game Boy, I usually come across all this stuff loose. For whatever reason, these boxes, maybe they're a little more flimsy or something, but they didn't survive quite as much as Super Famicom and Famicom boxes and such. But some pretty cool stuff here. This I thought was kind of fun. All Japan Pro Wrestling Jet, featuring Stan Hansen on the cover. The big Texan from Borger or wherever he was from. Just a big, mean-looking dude. And I think he was in, wasn't he in that Stallone movie where they do arm wrestling? There were a bunch of wrestlers in there. A bunch of loose Game Boy games as well, including some Dragon Ball Z, some Kirby, some F1 Race, Yoshi, some Crayon Shin-Chan. Pretty cool. And more Kirby's. Puyo Puyo. That's nice. So multiple Puyo Puyo games. Plenty of those Pokemon games. And loose GBA games too. Which here, as you can see, they have a lot of loose ones. Didn't really have very many boxed. That's always a challenge. Some of the games that came in flimsier boxes are a little harder to find boxed or in good condition. And there were some boxed N64 games as well, but you can see here most of their N64 games were loose, and most of them were priced right. So we're seeing stuff like a whole lot of copies of like Wave Race, Diddy Kong Racing. It's 300 yen. That's like $2 and something. So that's really good. Basically, they had all the classics. You got your Star Fox, your Marios, Mario Kart, Smash Brothers, Wave Race, Diddy Kong, all that good stuff. Some, what is that, Mario Story, I think it's called, aka Paper Mario. Plenty of like soccer and baseball games and things like that too. Always so many sports games when I'm in here. But this I also thought was cool. We have some Famicom disc games, which again I don't come across all that often. There's a complete copy of Moiro Twinbee, so that's really cool. Some Zelda 2, the various things, and Mario 2. That's fun, isn't it? So there we go. And some Akumajo Dorakura, although that one was not complete, but that's cool. I don't really know how well Famicom disc games sold in Japan, but I don't come across them nearly as much as the cartridges. Speaking of, we have Shinjo no Okami, aka Commando. We got some Star Soldier, which is great. Transformers. I always gotta shout out every time I find that Transformers game. It's just lying around everywhere. But there's cool stuff. Dragon Quest, Dragon Ball. All kinds of good stuff. Lots and lots of loose carts. I'm not complaining about that. And here we have something by Dog. Whoever the hell Dog is. Deep Dungeon. What is Deep Dungeon? I don't know. Some Famicom Jump. These are cool. All these Namco games. This is nice. They come in these clamshells. So it's always pretty easy to find these complete. Because who's going to throw away a nifty clamshell like that? Mappy Land and, what is it, F1 Race and a bunch of other stuff. And Xevious, an old favorite of mine. I've always been, well, I say always, but since I've played Xevious, I became a fan right away. Because it was kind of like an early attempt at something they would eventually do with like Twinbee and stuff. Gradius, boxed, which is always cool to come across. I set that up there on display as it should be. And Goonies 2, which were the Goonies games released in other countries? I don't remember ever playing like a Goonies game on NES. I have no idea. And Wrecking Crew, box copy of Wrecking Crew. That's awesome. I also really like Wrecking Crew. Like I really like the early Mario games, Donkey Kong, Mario Brothers, Wrecking Crew, that kind of thing. And another box copy of Gradius. So that's nice. You also go on display. I just love that box art. And only a handful of Mega Drive games here, including some Sonic Afterburner, which is cool, unlike the Mark III. Even a couple of Virtual Boy games here, which don't come across those too often. And then a little something for the MSX and some AES games. That's pretty cool. And these, what are they selling those for? That's $38.50. So probably about 30 bucks for a copy of Fatal Fury Special. And then we also have a copy of Fatal Fury 2. And that's about the same price. So like 30 bucks for these games. Which, I mean, if you ever saw any of my game hunts from like a long time ago, like over 10 years ago, those games used to be like 300 yen. So they're 10 times more expensive now. We got all these loose Super Famicom games, including Crayon Shin-chan and Choma Kaimura, aka Super Ghouls and Ghosts. We got Fatal Fury 2. What else we got up here? Cosmo Gang, the video. That's a fun game by Namco. It's kind of like Space Invaders. Not Space Invaders, like Galaga or Galaxian or something. But with wacky little characters, Super Donkey Kong, Samurai Spirits, which did come home with me. Thank you very much. Trying to remember, like, off the top of my head, what did I actually buy today? Tiny Toon Adventures. Always a good time. And then some tank battle stuff, some Street Fighter 2, Street Fighter 2 Turbo. Those are always, like, really inexpensive. They're like 300 yen a piece. Can you really go wrong with any game at 300 yen? And, oh my god! Wish Trolls. I'm officially creeped out. So yeah, I don't know there was a Wish Troll game. Kind of weirded me out. There's a Super Genjin 2, aka Super Bonk 2. We got Aladdin, and we've got some Bomberman. We've got Ranma 1/2. All kinds of stuff. If I'm not digging a lot right now, like on camera, it's just because I don't want this video to be like 3 hours long. And this Super Mario World, kind of like strategy guide, I guess. That's pretty cool. I don't know why it's just thrown in with the loose cartridges. I figured they'd have a place for that somewhere else. And then we got a bunch of box games. We got Lemmings, we got Dragon Ball Z, we got Ys 3, Wanderers from Ys, which is a great game. I've played it on the Super Famicom. The PC Engine CD version is obviously the best, I would say. I've played it on the Mega Drive. Just a great game. But look at all these boxed games. Most of them, though, ended up being pretty common stuff. There was, like, you know, plenty of copies of, like, Donkey Kong. There's some Bomberman World in there. Yu Yu Hakusho, which the first and third one, they're pretty fun games, I would have to say. This, an adorable looking sumo game. Now, even though in the game the characters look a little more realistic, I've met sumo wrestlers and they are just as cute in real life. Some more Super Bomberman, some Sim City. Fun to play some Sim City. Have Bowser come destroy your city. Some Seiken Densetsu 3, which is a great game as well. Also playing some Sin City. They never made a Sin City game, but if they did, I'd play it. Because I like that comic and that movie. Super Puyo Puyo 2. Excellent. And the original Super Puyo Puyo. Basically, if it's got those little jelly guys, those little Puyos, you can't go wrong. Super Bomberman 3. The Game of Life. Are you winning at the Game of Life? And some super bass fishing. Because I know how much everybody likes them some bass fishing. Hey, you know, what can I say? When I was a kid, you know, I grew up in the Deep South. We did some fishing every so often. And then some Street Fighter 2 Turbo with that awesome box art. Yeah, I really do like the box art for that. And super common game, too. So no arguing with that. And then here on this end cap, we just had a few more boxed games, including some Dragon Quest, Seiken Densetsu 2, Magical Taruru Tokun, fun little platformer there, some Yoshi's Cookies, some Dragon Ball Z, more Super Bomberman, more Ranma 1/2. It's cool. Most of those games aren't really that great, but whatever. If you like Ranma, it's there. Tengai Makyo 0, some Gundam there, and a nifty copy of World Heroes. Very cool. Lots of stuff to choose from in this retro Nintendo aisle.
Are you in the market for some PS3 or Vita games, Jared?
See, PS3 is great to collect for in Japan because you could just stick it in your NTSC region PS3 and start it up no problem.
That's a good point.
Then you have to spend a lot of money going to school learning Japanese, so you got to weigh out those two options.
Unless you buy, you know, if you're the type like me that likes fighting games and arcade style stuff.
Biohazard Revival Selection, which is honestly killer.
And those are always, you know, the dialogue is always in English, and if you've played a Biohazard game, you can figure it out.
Oh, for sure, yeah, absolutely. As a matter of fact, I think this is definitely going to grab it type of deal.
Oh my god. First find of the day.
First of the day.
The Revival Selection. What about this? This looks pretty good, huh?
It does. And you know, I don't know what it is, but just pure gut feeling.
I feel like
it's going to be great.
If you play this game, I don't know, you're just going to have a good time. It's giving me that vibe.
I imagine we'll turn it over and see that one-handed operation.
Yeah.
Easy there.
Well, there's a lot of cool stuff here, but I'm going to carry on and let you get back to it. You seem like you're very focused, zeroed in on these games. So
I'm caught up, yeah.
I'll let you get your hunt on, and I'll go back to mine.
All right, the final aisle we're going to look at today, to keep this video from getting too out of hand, too long. We got some PS2 games, starting with R-Type Final. That's pretty cool. Just put that anywhere, pal. We'll put that there. But some R-Type is always nice. And Initial D Special Stage, which I'm wondering if that's the only Initial D game that was released on the PS2. Regardless, though, it is awesome. We've got some cool stuff here. Katamari Damacy. Some Kingdom Hearts Final Mix, I guess. J Phoenix. I've never played any of the other... Actually, I've only ever played the first Kingdom Hearts game. I've never played any of the sequels or re-releases or Chain of Memories, this, that, and the other. I've never played any of them. Some Kengo games. Those were cool. I think those were called, like, Way of the Samurai back in the day. We've got some KOF Maximum Impact on the PS2. Subtitled another Maximum something or other. I don't know. And Guilty Gear X Plus, always a classic and a 300 yen. You really cannot go wrong. And there's also some Sega Ages 2500 stuff in here as well. So that's cool. I like all of that. What else do we have here? Perusing Grand Theft Auto 3. That reminds me of Christmas 2001. I got a PS2 and a copy of Grand Theft Auto 3, and I spent my entire Christmas day, you know, like killing like hookers and stuff and running over pedestrians. It was the best Christmas ever. Some Gundam Seed. Pretty cool game. I think I actually reviewed that game a long time ago. It's a pretty fun little side-scrolling action game. Not too bad. Some of the Gundam games are okay. Some of them are really just lame. I don't know. Gundam is so hit or miss. But we got some Hajime no Ippo. We've got some Mad Maestro. We've got the Hokuto no Ken slot machine game. Alright. In case you just got to play the slots at home. Another one, Bleach, Edabarashi, something or other. Another game I think I reviewed like a long time ago, like 7 years ago or something. Fish Eyes 3, which looks like an adorable little fishing game. I should probably pick up maybe some fishing games and see how I like them, because they seem like they could be pretty relaxing, pretty decent little games. Like, I like golf games because they're relaxing, and I don't like golf at all. But I do kind of like fishing, actually. I used to go fishing quite a bit when I was a kid. Some kind of aquarium game. I don't know, what is it? Let's play Aquarium, a simulator. I don't know. But that's okay with me. And more fishing, some Jammer Lammy, which is also a pretty fun game. She's Parappa's little friend, I guess. And some Ganbare Goemon. Some of the PlayStation Ganbare Goemon games are really good. We didn't really get those in the West. And when I say that, I mean the Old West, partner. Overblood 2. Game I'm not too familiar with, but looks pretty cool. That's not anything I can really send to most people, though. I can't, like, send text-heavy stuff out there. One of these boxing games, I swear I rented a boxing game that looked just like that when I was a kid. It was pretty terrible. Capcom Generation 2. That's pretty cool. It's got Makaimura and Daimakaimura, aka Ghosts and Goblins and Ghouls and Ghosts. Their original arcade versions. So that's neat. Star Gladiator for 500 yen. Yes, please. I'll take that all day. 800 yen for Street Fighter 03. That's a steal. The Best for Family, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, and the original release. The original is actually $16.50. It's cheaper, so... And then I'm looking there. There's some damage to the disc, though, it says. Which usually doesn't mean much, because they'll mark that stuff, you know, damage to this or that on the front. Usually when you actually get it and open it up, it's very minor. We got some Silent Hill, we've got some Dragon Quest, some Torneco, some Disney Tetris. Okay. I don't know if that's going to make Tetris better than it already is. Tekken 3 Classic, one of the best PlayStation games, period. Some miscellaneous baseball, some Dance Dance Revolution. Alrighty then. And the original Tekken, the one that started it all. Fantastic game for its time. And X, the Selection of Destiny. Which I believe, my memory is so terrible now. I reviewed that game long ago. And, yeah, I think I've already featured it in a previous video. I don't know, but it's a pretty cool game. It's basically just Psychic Force with X characters. We got some Biohazard games, we got some Tales games, and then I see these orange spines, so like I'm immediately attracted down here. And I have to squat down, so this is terribly painful for me. We got some Puyo Puyon, aka Puyo Puyo 4. That's a great game. Got a kind of a sun-faded cover there, and I'm just knocking stuff off the shelf. Mach-In X, another game I remember renting way back in the day, and having some fun with it. This cool Code Veronica with a little sleeve and everything, and that's super cheap as well. Again, 500 yen for that. That's a steal. 18-wheeler. I love that game. It's 1,500 yen, 1,650 after tax. That's a very fun game. I lump that in with Crazy Taxi. It's just these great
Driving games, Roommate, I don't know what the hell that is. Shenmue, of course I know what that is, with the Shenmue jukebox disc. We've got some other stuff down here, including some Space Channel 5, and they had a handful of King of Fighters games too, which the KOF games on the Dreamcast, pretty solid. Pretty solid ports of those games. So that's cool, some Dreamcast stuff, and then we've got some Saturn stuff. X-Men, Children of the Atom, love it. Love that game. Vampire Hunter for what, 300 yen? Yes, 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 all day long. Doesn't really look like anything too wrong with it. And Vampire Savior in its own little individual case, which is cool because usually you find it with the 4 meg RAM card in the little cardboard box. It's a little more expensive. So yeah, so Vampire Savior, Children of the Atom, and Vampire Hunter all there together. Some Sagata Sanshiro, which I did not end up picking up. Sagata Sanshiro, King of Fighters 97, which I think takes one of the RAM carts, if I'm not mistaken. But that was awesome. I love, you know, you can always see the little Capcom spines from far away. The Street Fighter Collection, which has Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo, and it also has Alpha 2. So that's cool. Some Samurai Spirits. These are the ones I always want to pick these up because they're fighting games and they're great. This I passed on, though. Street Fighter 2 movie. So I'll never get tired of telling people that that game is, it's not so good. It's a Street Fighter FMV game. Dragon Ball Z Idenaru Densetsu, or Idenaru Dragon Ball Densetsu. Great cover art. I like that with Goku in the middle and all of his foes in the background. I like it a lot. Tenchi Muyo. For all you old school Toonami fans out there, some Dragon Ball Z, some Tenchi Muyo. You can't go wrong. Some Daytona. Some other really rad stuff here. And a special treat. PC Engine games. Which, oddly enough, I do not come across so often, even though it was a very hot-selling console in Japan. East 1 and 2 for 1,500 yen. That's a good deal. Legion. So I'm not too terribly familiar with Legion. So I passed on that. East 4, though, great game. 2,000 yen. Loving that. And what else do we got here? We got all kinds of stuff. We've got some Kunio-kun Soccer, which is great on the PC Engine CD. Is that the Galaxy Fräulein Yuna? Whatever it is. And some HuCard games. Ordyne, great game. Volvive, great game. Galaga 88, great game. B-Ball, fun puzzle game. I think people told me it's called Fu Manchu or something or other on the TurboGrafx 16. So there you go. Some Shibiban Man, aka Shockman, I think, on the TurboGrafx. R-Type 1, excellent. Alien Crush, what a find. I knew I had to have that. That was going on with me. And then, special treat again, Neo Geo CD games. Don't come across these too often. Some Samurai Spirits, some King of Fighters, 94, 95, 96. Thank you. Another copy of 96, or Samurai Spirits 2, Golf, whatever, some Mega CD games. So much good stuff. Just loved it. Found great stuff here today. Hey, Jared, what do you got there in your hands?
Not as much as you, apparently.
Well, yeah.
A little Biohazard Revival selection.
Nice. I know you're a Biohazard guy.
That's me. Shiren the Wanderer 2.
Okay.
I didn't know this existed.
Cool.
Slayers, looking real cute. Little action RPG deal.
Okay.
And as you know, a majority of PS2 games in Japan are visual novels.
Yeah.
When you find one that's not, you gotta grab it.
Well, especially show the cover. When the cover looks like this, usually you can count on it being a visual novel.
That's
but
a
no,
fact.
Gunslinger Girl, you get to sling some guns.
That's a fact.
So that's pretty sweet.
And it looks cool.
Yeah,
so
those
I'm
are
down
pretty
with
cool.
that.
So there's I got a few more games than you today.
Well, you know what they say. It's not about the size of the collection.
Yeah. Nobody says that. So yeah, I got a big bunch of games. You got some pretty cool stuff. What do you say we do one last lap around and then get the hell out of here?
I think that's a good idea.
That is a good idea. Before I put myself in the poorhouse.
ナミン V トリン武田
Oh, all right. Oh boy, sure is a gloomy night out here, Jared.
Right out here across from Queen Beast.
The Queen Beast. I think we might have to go in there and see what's going on. I'm interested now in the Queen Beast. I want to be a Queen Beast, don't you?
Well, I feel like I've already earned that title.
You're already the Queen Beast. Well, you got some games there.
I do, and a keyboard I don't need.
Got yourself a slick new keyboard.
It's got pink keys.
It's got some pink in there, pink
so
and black.
I know it's good.
Underrated combination of colors. There's even a little cat on the button over there.
And I already own this keyboard, so that's no different from mine. But
Nice.
I feel like at 40 bucks, I would have to spend that much on keycaps alone. So this is like my repair board.
Nice. That's awesome. So you got your stuff. I got my big old chunky bag of stuff. I'd say that was a pretty successful game hunt.
I'd say so.
And now, as it starts to rain, I guess that trek back to the station.
Oh yeah.
And Queen Beast, perhaps another day. All right, so that'll do her. Thank you for hanging out today, Jared. Everybody, if you don't already, go to Avalanche Reviews, subscribe to Jared. He's awesome.
Do it.
And if a friend of mine is a friend of yours, hopefully. Anyway, thanks for watching, everyone. Hope you enjoyed the video, and we'll see you on the next one. Take care. Goodbye.
All right, there you go. Epic game hunting trip today. Tons of stuff. Again, Kumegawa. I had never been there before, but it was really cool. We actually had a fun time just sort of like walking around a little bit, exploring the area. We took kind of a scenic route to get to the Hard Off, and it was just a really nice neighborhood. And we even had time to like grab lunch and just sort of hang out and enjoy the day, even though it was really gloomy today and started raining off and on. But it was a good time. Jared, always fun to hang out with Jared. So we had a lot of fun. I picked up quite a lot of games today. You saw in the video, Jared had, you know, his little stack there, and I had just a big basket full. I actually ended up picking up about 45 games today, I think, and the grand total came to 60,285 yen, which considering the quality of some of the titles I picked up, everything I picked up today looked to be in good condition, and they're good, solid games. Picked up stuff for the Famicom, Super Famicom, Game Boy, PS1, PS2, Sega Saturn, PC Engine. Picked up all kinds of good stuff today, and some of it was actually a little bit on the pricier side. Most of the games I picked up today, as usual, were reasonably priced for Hard Off, in between like 300 yen and 1,000 yen each, but some of them were a little more up there. But everything I picked up today, really good stuff, so I'm looking forward to playing a bunch of it and kind of like, you know, taking it out, cleaning it up, getting it ready to go for my Patreon boxes. So if you're a patron and you're watching this video, some of these games you saw today, they're for you, they're going to you. But my finds of the day, so 45 games today, but I picked these 4 that I think are the coolest games I picked up today, even though, just kind of like honorable mention, I did end up again picking up copies of like Rockman and Forte, aka Mega Man and Bass, Vampire Hunter, Vampire Savior, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Turtles in Time, Sailor Moon, Parodius, so like just so much cool stuff today. But these 4, I thought these were, you know, some of the ones I was more interested in. I picked these up. I was like, wow, really excited to find these. First up, great game. 2 PC Engine games, 2 Sega Saturn games here. First up, we have a copy of Alien Crush, which if you've never played Alien Crush or Devil's Crush, these are some really cool video pinball games on the PC Engine and TurboGrafx, I believe. I don't know if both of them are also on the TurboGrafx in North America, but I know at least one of them is. Anyway, Alien Crush, fun video pinball game. Everything has like, you know, a real like alien look to it, kind of the like the Ridley Scott directed Alien movie. So that's cool, and there are things that are like little blobs and kind of like I don't know, bio something or other things, kind of like The Thing and stuff like that. Just kind of odd, cool looking for a video pinball game. I myself am a big fan of actual pinball, and I do enjoy the occasional video pinball game. In particular, I do also like Devil's Crush, and I even like Sonic Spinball. That's a fun, different take on video pinball. Not everybody agrees with me on that, but Alien Crush is really cool. you got your main board there, and you've got all kinds of different goals you have to complete, and then you get the big alien in the center to open its mouth. You shoot your ball into its mouth, and then you get to play like a bonus stage and stuff like that. So that's pretty cool. So this is a fun game to just play, rack up points, and visually pretty cool, and the soundtrack is actually pretty cool too. So this one, a lot of fun. So yeah, Alien Crush, really cool game. Was happy to find that. Pretty reasonably priced too. I think that was like maybe 20 bucks, something to that effect. Another PC Engine game. I think on one of the last videos like this I did, I found a copy of Final Soldier. Absolutely great game. Today, found a copy of Super Star Soldier, which I believe this is the one that was actually developed by Hudson themselves. There's like 3 Soldier games. There's Super Star Soldier, there's Final Soldier, and there's Soldier Blade. They're all awesome. Super Star Soldier was the first one they put out. This is also available on the TurboGrafx 16. It's just a really solid top-down shoot 'em up. You got a bunch of different weapon power-ups, and it just plays really well. Super smooth, fairly easy, I think, for a shoot 'em up, especially like from this era where we were getting like, you know, R-type games, Gradius games, stuff like that. Some of the more difficult like compile games. This is pretty easy compared to those. I would say this would be a good like starter like shoot 'em up game if you're kind of like getting into the genre. But it's a lot of fun. You got a lot of cool weapons to pick up, really nice graphics, and a really, really good soundtrack. So this one is just a lot of fun. If you're going to start collecting PC Engine games and you like shoot 'em ups, this is going to be a really good one to start with. It's awesome, and it is Super Star Soldier. Very happy to have found that today. Next up, 2 Sega Saturn games, 2 awesome Sega Saturn games. Got one here. You know, recently I was playing the Capcom like fighting collection. I think that's what it's called. Yeah, the Capcom Fighting Collection. It's sitting right next to me. I've been playing that a lot recently and enjoying it, but I really did wish they had maybe, I mean, I know there are licensing issues, but it would have been awesome if they could have had at least some of the Marvel games in there. This one especially could have been cool. This X-Men, Children of the Atom. The first ever Marvel Capcom fighting game. I think X-Men Mutant Apocalypse came out before this, so that was like the first Marvel Capcom developed game, but this is their first fighting game using Marvel characters. It is so awesome. They introduced some stuff, like I'm pretty sure kind of like the this was like their first game actually using a was it like a super combo meter or something to that effect, but it has a great cast of characters, really fun gameplay, really, really nice graphics, and an awesome soundtrack too. For the first game, Marvel fighting game developed by Capcom, they already had like a really good system down in terms of like taking those Marvel characters, adapting them to like their sort of visual style of making video games, and creating really excellent fighting gameplay around these characters. So it's a great game. Anytime I find something like this, or Marvel Superheroes, or X-Men versus Street Fighter, I'm pretty much always going to pick it up, just because people who do get Saturn games for me, these are always a surefire winner. These games are so fun, so awesome. So anytime I find it, that's a definite pickup. This game is great. If you've never played it, I highly recommend that you do. Again, that's X-Men, Children of the Atom. So damn cool. And last but not least, this might be kind of like the best find of the day. I mean, it's a game that I come across somewhat, you know, commonly, but it's less and less common these days. It's more common to come across it in like a dedicated game shop and not necessarily like a Hard Off. But that is the one, the only Guardian Heroes. And this, I would say, this was the most expensive game I picked up today. It was about 50 bucks, which still is not too bad for a copy of Guardian Heroes. That's okay. I've seen it for higher than that. But you know, this is another one that when I see it, and I know I've got people on my Patreon requesting Saturn games, this is one of those games that they're definitely going to want to have show up in their mailbox one day, because this game is awesome. If you've never played it, it is a beat 'em up developed by Treasure, and I think it allows for how many players at one time? Up to 6 players at a time. You have all these different characters. It's very fantasy style, almost D&D-ish. So you got someone who's like a better fighter, someone, you know, better mage, that kind of thing. You can use magic and all kinds of cool stuff. You can jump between like, I think 3 different planes you're fighting on, 2 or 3 different ones. And so you can jump back and forth between the foreground and the background. Lots of enemies on screen at one time. Nice graphics. I would say if this game does have a failing, the character designs are kind of a little bit simple. I haven't always been like the biggest fan of Treasure's character designs. Sometimes I feel like they're a little wonky, but overall, nice visuals, really good soundtrack. But the real selling point here is the gameplay. It is so much fun. If you like beat 'em ups at all, if you like Treasure games at all, this is like just one of their classic games. I actually like these better than, I'm not a huge fan of Treasure's shoot 'em ups, but I do love stuff like this, a good beat 'em up, or even something like Gunstar Heroes, a good action platformer. I feel like they had that kind of like locked down. So not the biggest fan of their shoot 'em ups. Anything else made by Treasure, I'm a huge fan of because they always knocked it out of the park. And this is one of the best. I know it's also available on the North American Saturn. That version is like way more expensive than the Japanese one. So if you have a Japanese Saturn, this is going to be one of those games you're definitely going to want to pick up. And it's complete too. It's got the spine card and all the inserts. So I was very happy with that. So this game is amazing, and I was really happy to find it today. It's, again, Guardian Heroes. What an awesome game. So someone's going to be happy that that's showing up in the mail someday. All right, end of the video. I'll go ahead and plug all the stuff. All my social media stuff is down in the description. Also, Jared, link to his channel is down there. You probably have already heard of Jared or seen his channel. He has a much, much bigger channel than I do. But he makes really, really good game content on there. Game reviews mostly, and retrospectives. A lot of survival horror stuff, which is awesome. He does a really great job of it. So go and check out his stuff. That'll be down in the description. Also, like I said, these games, I actually pack them up and ship them out to my patrons who are in like tiers. It's like $60 up to like $200 they pay monthly, and then they get games in the mail. So if that's something you're interested in, that's also down in the description, as well as my other social media stuff. All that good stuff is down there. And if you enjoyed the video and you haven't already, like, subscribe, comment, etc., etc. Let me know, what did you think of the video? What did you think of these games? I'd sure like to know. And are there any games on your wish list? If any of you out there are import game collectors, or even just prospective import game collectors, what are some games from right here in Japan that you'd especially like to have? I'd like to know. And that being said, thanks for watching, everybody. Thanks for everybody watching this video, have you? Thanks for watching this video, everyone. I hope you enjoyed it, and I do hope you will come back for the next one. I'll see you then. Take care. Goodbye.
Round two. Fight, 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 fight.
Hello, everybody. Jim here, and hey, check this out. We're going for a nice leisurely walk in Shinjuku on what was kind of an overcast day and possibly the windiest day in the history of human existence. It's actually still super windy now. Like, you might, as I'm recording this video, you might actually hear like just the wind howling outside my window. But we're taking a walk here in Shinjuku. We're actually gonna ask one of my favorite places to go, Wendy's over there, aka Wendy's First Kitchen here in Japan. In case you didn't know, there is Wendy's in Japan, and it merged with another restaurant chain called First Kitchen. So we actually have Wendy's First Kitchen. So they serve all those delicious Wendy's burgers, and they also serve like spaghetti and stuff. So I don't know, it's kind of weird. But I was in Shinjuku today for, you know, various things, a little business, a little pleasure, but I decided to stop in here, this big old building, because there's a book off in here that I wanted to go to that I don't think I'd been here in quite a long time. And hey, don't you just love that fluorescent lighting? I sure do. As it nice and blinky and blinding. That's one of the things with like shooting with this camera. If it's not set to 50 hertz, all the fluorescent lights kind of blink like that. But here we are inside of the book off, and we are gonna get started with a whole bunch of Switch games, which I really, primarily when I go looking for games, I want to find some retro games, and they had some here, but we'll get to that in a minute. But you know, I'm a Switch owner, an avid Switch player as well. Here we have Xenoblade Chronicle 3, and then there's just a whole bunch of Xenoblade copies of Xenoblade there. Very popular title indeed. Here I am, being a clumsy idiot, fumbling with these. Take it from the side, Jim. Come on. What's wrong with you? What is this? Sword Arts Online? Not a series I'm too familiar with. This is something you're going to notice with me. Is kind of a running trend here. A lot of the games, hey, Diablo, I know Diablo at least, and Dragon Quest Treasures, that's cool. I think, is it Treasure or Treasure Hunters? I haven't played it yet. I want to, though. It looks fun. I am a Dragon Quest fan. I did really like Dragon Quest 11. Great game, so I could try that. I like those characters, Eric and his sister, whatever her name was. I forget. And there's some Dragon Quest 10 there, which I've never played, but okay. It's pretty cool. But yeah, Switch stuff. There's a lot of stuff on the Switch I'm not too terribly familiar with, because I mostly use it to play some first-party stuff, and then a whole lot of like retro-style shoot-em-ups and beat-em-ups and fighting games and game collections and stuff like that. So the newer stuff, the newer RPGs and things, stuff like a Sword Art Online, I'm not going to know what the hell that is. The Hong Kong Massacre, a game I've heard of. It looks cool. I haven't played it yet. It looks like a top-down run and gun, something I'd be really into. I didn't pick it up today, but it's kind of on my short want list of Switch games. And then some Desgaia as well, which I have not played a Desgaia game in like, it feels like 20 years or something. Live Alive, or Live Alive, however. And this one, what am I looking at? What is this? Alice Gear Aegis? Is that what it says? Alice Gear Aegis? It's got a bunch of waifus on it and stuff. This is labeled as the action section. If you can read katakana, it helps. And here we have some... It's Demon Slayer in English. What is it? Kimetsu no Yaiba? Which is a show I've never seen... but I understand it's quite popular, and I've heard that the game is actually pretty cool too. Again, another one I've yet to play, some One Piece, and this, kind of shocking to me, Zelda Breath of the Wild, $59.82. That's like the cost of like a brand new game. That game is like 6 years old at this point, and then Skyward Sword HD, $36.19. That's a more recent release. And they have fewer copies of it, and it's more. It costs more. I don't understand the pricing on that. Why is Breath of the Wild still like a $50 game? It should be like 20 bucks at this point. Battle Axe. This is another one that looks really cool. This particular company, they also did, I believe, Xenocrisis and Final Vendetta, which I absolutely loved. So I want to play Battle Axe fairly soon. Again, didn't pick it up today because I wasn't really here for Switch games. I wanted to buy some of the retro games they have. Fates, I've only played one Fate game, and that was the fighting game. And we've got some Hoshino, Kirby. What does that say? There's Glare, Star something or other. They're all Star something, isn't it, with Kirby? Yeah, I was kind of like in the mood for retro. Like I want to pick up retro games, so I came here like to browse. I'm window shopping kind of the Switch games. And then the other, was it Kirby something or other world? I haven't played any of the new Kirby games, so I don't know. They look fun. Actually, the new something Return to Dreamland. I still really want to play that, just came out. And Mr. Driller, which is always a good time. I think the only Mr. Driller... Oh, no, I think I've played Mr. Driller on Dreamcast and on the GameCube back in the day. Metroid Dread, which I've still yet to play. I'm not exactly the hugest like Metroid fan ever. And Metallic Child. I have no idea what the hell that is either. But it does look pretty interesting. That's the thing with me and the Switch. I always discover stuff I never heard of before. Because, like I said, despite having a Switch for a few years now, I mostly only play like... yeah, shoot 'em ups, beat 'em ups, things like that. But there's JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, My Hero Academia, which is another like anime series I've never seen. This thing keeps smacking me in the head. And it happened to a few other people too. I noticed. So Those things are really obtrusive. And then we just got a whole lot more, including robotic something or other. I can't really see this out. Robotic notes? Is that what it says? No idea. You'd have to tell me. That's in the simulation section, as it's labeled. And we got some other stuff here, including some Mario. It looks like some tennis. Mario Kart 8, which is still also like $50. How can that still be that expensive? And then something here. No idea what the hell it is. I just pulled it off the shelf just as an example of the kind of games I come across a lot, and I don't know what the hell they are because they're like these, again, these like waifu games, because that's a phrase now, right? That or that's been like a popular phrase for a while. You gotta excuse me. I've been in Japan so long that like some of the stuff like goes like straight over my head, like the kind of like the meme stuff that is like carried over into like English speaking circles. We got a bunch of PS4, PS Vita stuff, excuse me, which is a console I know nothing about because I've never played a Vita before in my life. Like I said, I was here trying desperately to find some retro games, although Dragon Quest builders and stuff, like if it says Dragon Quest or Final Fantasy, yeah, I'll know what that is. And then same thing goes for like DS, 3DS. A lot of that, I have no idea. There's a Hatsune Miku and a Doraemon and a Dragon Ball Z, and that's the extent of my knowledge on those things. But as I slip past here, because this place was getting a little crowded actually while I was there, middle of a weekday, and I guess a lot of people had some free time on their hands like I did. We got some PS2 games here. I didn't bother looking like through like everything, because if you see this little label right here, that's it's fighting games, baby, Kinka something or other. So that's what I like a lot. So we got some Hypa Street Fighter 2. That's like $20, not so bad. And 1,500 yen, Capcom versus SNK 2. An absolutely fantastic game. Love it a lot. Gun Griffin Blaze does not belong in a fighting game section, by the way. But we got a whole bunch of King of Fighters games, which is nice. I've been a King of Fighters fan since I was like 10 years old, maybe. And the Fatal Fury Collection 1, which is Fatal Fury 1, 2, Special, and Fatal Fury 3. And then Mark of the Wolves, which is 3,200. And that's just Mark of the Wolves by itself. But really, when you have Mark of the Wolves, do you need any other games? And also some Samurai Spirits. That's always nice. A little bit of Tekken for you. And some other things. Transformers, Dragon Ball Z, Sparking, 1,500. And then Fate, Unlimited Codes for 1,500. That's actually, I want to say like 500 yen more than the last time I came across that game at like a Hard Off in West Tokyo. So I guess maybe the prices are a little bit higher if you're in Central Tokyo. That little sign I just showed you, retro, always look for that. If you're not familiar with Japanese at all, just look for those three little katakana, retoro. So we got some retro games here, but they were in these like little bins, and it was kind of annoying, like up high. Like, but there's like Galaga and Fantasy Zone. That's all really cool, but I didn't feel like, you know, taking all these little bins like off the shelf and stuff. Plus, I got one hand free. I've got the camera in the other hand, my little GoPro. But we got some kind of cool stuff here. Most of this, though, like you can see like soccer games and things like that. Who really cares? Nobody really, well, I say nobody. I'm really me, but I'm not the biggest soccer fan. 270 though for Fatal Fury Special. That's a good deal. So I'm actually going to set that aside because that came home with me today. We got some other stuff here. Space Invaders, which is cool. Kirby Bowl, which I think is called Kirby's Dream Course. Some Super Mario Kart. Some Dragon Ball Z. And then, shock of all shocks, more old soccer games you can get for like 100 yen. I think I'm like moving out of someone's way or something. Some N64 games. They had loose cards here. I think they had a few box that we could take a look at later. But they got like Banjo-Kazooie, Star Fox, Paper Mario, which is cool. And what are we doing? Come on, it was cramped. There were like a lot of people like directly behind me digging through CDs. It's kind of hard to move. Super Puyo Puyo, 1,500 though. Again, that's more expensive than I found at like sort of like West Tokyo stuff. Central Tokyo prices tend to be a little bit higher. And this though, I was very happy to find 2,700 for a complete copy of Poppin' Twinbee. And man, it was in really good condition. And they had 2 copies as well. So that I kind of left peeking out of the shelf so I could come back and get it later when I was ready to pick up some stuff to do my shopping. Actually, a bunch of these were in like fantastic condition, like surprisingly good condition actually. 2300 for Dragon Quest VI, which is a good game, not my favorite DQ game. I actually prefer Dragon Quest V. That game is splendid. Here's something pretty cool. This is Cosmo Gang The Puzzle. And if you don't know what that is, it's a puzzle game featuring these little characters called the Cosmo Gang. And they're almost like little, I guess kind of like little, like Galaga, kind of like Galaga characters or Galaxian guys. In fact, they have another game called Cosmo Gang The Video, which plays pretty much just like Galaga. We got some Super Donkey Kong 2 for 900 yen. And that's a good deal on that. And we had a handful of Xbox 360 games. I took a quick look, though. Wasn't really anything blowing my skirt up. 360 game. We weren't going to find any, like, cave shooters or anything here. This I thought was cool, though. Same Game. It looks like same game, but it's pronounced Same Game. Looks like almost like a little party or puzzle game featuring Hudson Soft characters. So I thought that was pretty cool. I had never come across that before, so I was kind of not sure what it was. And now I'm dipping and dodging out of people's way. You can see all the feet. Too many damn people in here. It's getting cramped. Feeling claustrophobic. Choo Choo Rocket on the GBA. Very cool game. I like Choo Choo Rocket on the Dreamcast, at least. And for 2,700, which is a little high, actually, but we got Ike Neketsu Hakibu, which I was delighted to find. I didn't expect to find any boxed Famicom games here, but they had a few. And then this, surprisingly, this was like almost mint condition on this, but a complete copy of Hoshino Kirby for 4,500 yen. And it seems a little high, but the condition the box was in made you feel like it would probably be worth it. 2,700 for Dragon Quest IV, and then this, Wario no Mori, aka Wario's Woods, for 1,800, and this one was also in just like really, really good condition. Shockingly good condition, as a matter of fact. And then right back here, we have a bunch of these Namco games and these nifty clamshell cases, including Dragon's Spirit for 2,700, and it's complete. And it looked to be in fine shape, too, so I was very happy to come across that, so I set that aside as well. Anyway, that's gonna do it for this. This was kind of like a little side quest game hunt, so I hope you enjoyed listening to me ramble on. I need to go get a basket and buy these games, though, so see you later. Goodbye! Hello, everybody. Jim here, and let's round this corner. Oh my god, it's a book off. There's always another book off. You turn a corner in this town, there's a book off. In the neighborhood of Kichijoji today, I was actually here to go to a hard off. You may have seen that video already, but when I noticed there was a book off nearby as well, I figured, hey, you know, why the hell not? Always got time for a book off. It's, there's always room for Jello, right? There's always room for Jello. There's always room for a book off. Actually, as you can see here, they actually had more games here than they had at that Hard Off. The Hard Off was disappointing, but look at all these boxed Super Famicom games. So we're going to take a look at some, starting with Kirby Bowl, which I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's called Kirby's Dream Course in North America, at least. Here is the fourth Ganbare Goemon game. It's 4,500 yen, which is not cheap. And then right here, I can actually remember what my thought process was. I was like, hey, I wonder if this would make for a good thumbnail. So yeah, just hold that shot longer, Jim. But that's, you know, cool game, but a little overpriced. The prices here were kind of like weirdly all over the place, but I guess that's kind of typical for Book Off. Another 4,500 for Ganbare Goemon 2. Again, that's too much. But then some of the other games I find in here are right on the money or like way cheaper than they would be elsewhere. This one of the Great Battle games. It's like a Great Battle Gaiden kind of thing. If you don't know, Great Battle has like Chibi, Ultraman, and Gundam and stuff. Those are pretty fun, pretty good series of games. Chrono Trigger, a lovely box, lovely artwork there. 2,300 yen, which man, that's something I like. I hate to be like the old guy in the room, but like back in the day when I first started doing this stuff, you could find that same game, same box, everything for like 300 yen. Garo Densetsu 2, 1,500. That's not too bad for boxed and in nice condition the way it is. And again, gotta love that artwork. I like the back as well. Very simple. I set that down there because that was a buy. I was certainly going to buy that. But let's continue perusing, shall we? We got some Super Bomberman 3, 2,300. And that's a no-go. That's a little too much there. And Super Bomberman 4, 2,700. Again, that's like Super Potato Mandarake level prices. So I don't go to Book Off for that. 900 though for boxed, what is it? Nazo Puyo? Super Nazo Puyo. One of the Puyo Puyo games. So 900 for that is good. So that's another buy. And what are we looking at, Jim? We got some boxed N64 games, not very many though. Smash Brothers, I just like the cover art. I like the little comic panel kind of cover art there, but 1,800 yen. No, thank you. I'm never really in the market for N64 games anyway. Don't get a lot of requests for that. 4,500 for Rockman X2. That's not so great. And then 1,500 for Yu Yu Hakusho 2. Which is like typically one of the cheaper games on the Super Famicom, so I had to pass on that. But 1,500 for a complete copy of Final Fight 2. That is actually a pretty good deal. It's in good condition, so we're setting that aside. We're picking that up today. What else we got? We got some Fire Emblem. We got some Panel d'Apon. Complete, good condition, 1,500 yen. I think the lead up to the Tetris Attack. Tetris Attack. I think Tetris Attack was the sequel. Here we have one of these like little multi-carts. It's got like super like Chinese world and something or other. I'm not too keen on those. But we got a bunch of boxed Super Mario Worlds, and they're like 1,800. It's a bit much. That game is like really common. We've got some Saint Seiya games here. And Magical Taruruto-kun for 900 yen. That's cool. And all these games, it's kind of cute that they have them sort of color-coded. So we got some Captain Tsubasa, just a bunch of red cartridges, including some Kinnikuman for 80, which I don't recall which Kinnikuman game that is. We got some Jaja Maru-kun for 900 yen. For a loose cart, nah, that's a little much. I'd rather see that for like 500 yen, so that's a pass. We got some bowling, some other various things. But yeah, kind of cute they color-coded them. Pretty much all the white cartridges are either going to be, yeah, Dr. Mario or Final Fantasy. Some of these are super clean, though. Very whitey white, so that's nice. I like a nice clean cartridge. And then a bunch of these Dragon Ball Z games. You could always tell these sort of like Bandai games. They have like those ridges on the side of the cartridge. But that's all good. We've got some of the Kunio-kun games here. This one I can never remember the full title because it's so long, but it's Downtown Special. It's kind of like River City Ransom, but set in medieval Japan. We got Ike Neketsu Hakibu, which I've talked too much about that game, but I find it everywhere. It's so common and it's so cheap. There's Gyrodyne, there's Star Luster. This I think I ended up grabbing. Hokuto no Ken 2 for 480 yen. Hokuto no Ken 2. I think that one was just released in North America, at least, as just Fist of the North Star. It's a fun little game, not too bad. One of the Wagyan games, no idea what the hell those are, and then a whole lot of Tetris. And this is actually a pretty cool game. It's, what is it? Sugoro Quest. I think is what it's called. It's kind of like, if I recall correctly, it plays out kind of like a little board game, RPG adventure kind of thing, made by Technos Japan. Dragon Ball for $4.80, aka Dragon Power, which is okay in its own right. Whole lot of loose Super Famicom stuff here. $1,500 for Rockman X2. We got some Lemmings for $900. This is always the worst part of any game hunt for me, is when I have to look at games on the bottom shelf. I myself, standing at 6'1", and having a little bit of wear and tear on my back and legs, it makes it so difficult for me. We got some Cho Makaimura, some Super Ghouls and Ghosts, so some pretty cool stuff there. A few classics, if you will, but we just got so much more loose Super Famicom. More of these. This has some 8-bit stuff in it, so there's Jaja Maru-kun, some other games in there, and they have one of those like Fami whatever, one of those knockoff Famicom things. This is pretty cool, complete copy of Aladdin, but it's 2,900 yen. I could maybe do without that. And then Arkanoid, whatever the Super Famicom, the subtitle is, something or other. But Arkanoid games, you know, those are fun. 1,800 yen though. I don't know. When I'm in a book off, I tend to be a little bit choosier about prices on things. Tiny Toon Adventures, it's 4,500 yen, and but it's complete. You know, that's usually a little bit more expensive though. But I did pass on that today, even though I do really like that game. Nice, fun side-scrolling platformer. And we got a bunch of Rockman games here. You know I love it. We got X4, X6. And then we got the Complete Works games, and we can just marvel at some of this really nice cover art. There's 6.5, which is beautiful. I love that aquamarine color scheme. Rockman 4, more beautiful artwork. 2, really great. And then the original Rockman at 1,800 yen. That's really nice, very nice. And then this, dun 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 dun, cha-ching, 1,500 yen for Raiden Project. Yes, please. That is a definite buy. That's a good deal on that. So as you can see, prices were like kind of unpredictable. Some stuff was like, absolutely not, that's too expensive. And then some stuff was like, all right, let's do it. But we got some Puyo Puyo, some poppin' music. I feel like I have enough Puyo Puyo games though. Like, I send those out like crazy. Let's give Puyo Puyo a break. We got what do we got here? Some NBA Jam. An old favorite of mine. I do really like NBA Jam. I did play that game a lot as a kid, specifically the Super Famicom version. Some Street Fighter, some Mario Kart, some Donkey Kong, some Dragon Ball Z, and this one of the RPGs, I believe. Those would have been fun to have back in the day. And then Loose Chrono Trigger, 270 yen. That's more like it. That's like $2. And that's right on the money because that game is so incredibly common to come by. We got some more stuff here, including a copy of Sailor Moon for 900 yen. That is actually a good deal on that game. Bam! You're going home with me, Sailor Moon, whether you like it or not. What? That sounds odd, doesn't it? But there's some Yu Yu Hakusho in there, some Seiken Densetsu 2. I'm kind of looking surface level stuff. Again, I'm bending down to look at all this. I'm literally squatting and... oh, my knees, my back. Oh, Old Man Jim. 270 for Ranma 1/2. Ranma Nibun no Ichi, yes, I'll take that. That's a buy as well. What else we got in there? Some more Mario, some Zelda. That's all real nice. And another X2, this one 1950, so actually like 400 yen more than the other one. For reasons unbeknownst to me, now we're going to look at some PS2. And they did actually have some cool stuff here. We got this Sega Ages Dragon Force, that's kind of cool. I appreciated that, at least in this place, they did separate their games by genre. So when we look at the fighting section, we're going to see just a whole bunch of fighting games. And that's not what that is. That's something, I'm not sure what it is. Puyo Puyo Fever, that's cool. They didn't have very many puzzle games there. And then some other stuff. But then Wii, I never ever look at Wii games because no one ever requests them. But there's some cool stuff on there. Some Sengoku Basara, Sonic Colors, which I think most people know is a pretty great game. And then one of those other Sonics. I gotta admit, I did not play most of those like 3D Sonic games. I played like Sonic Colors, Sonic Unleashed, and Sonic Generations. Other than that, I have no idea. Got some fighting games here though. We got some King of Fighters, some Street Fighter EX3. We got Arcana Heart, and that's only 1,100 yen. And that is a good deal actually on our Arcana Heart, so I went ahead and picked that up. We got some Third Strike, always nice. Who doesn't like Third Strike? One of the best 2D fighters ever made, if you ask me. But let's continue to peruse these fighting games because they did have some more good stuff. We got some Virtua Fighter 4, Fate, unlimited codes, 900 yen, that's a buy. And then another copy of Fate, kind of like the greatest hits version there. So I got both copies of Fate. Damn good game. And then the Art of Fighting collection. So I got 2 copies of Fate Unlimited Codes. Great game, by the way, if you've never played it. Some really good, some fun 3D fighters. So that's good stuff. And that's really good prices on those. 900 yen, that's about like $7. So that's going home with me. So here's all the stuff I'm picking up today. We got Final Fight 2. We got Panel Depon. We got Fatal Fury 2. Hokuto no Ken 2, Nazo Puyo, that's all good stuff. We got Ranma, we got Sailor Moon, we got Raiden Project, we got Fate Unlimited Codes, and Arcana Heart. And that's it, and I'm really happy I stopped in this book off. So, hope you enjoyed watching. I'll see you on the next one, everybody. Goodbye. Hey, everybody. Jim here. And once again, just returned home from another epic game hunting trip today. I went way far out into West Tokyo, actually to an area that I used to live in when I first moved to Japan. And I went there because there is a big Hard Off there that every time I go there, it's always fully stocked with games and consoles. So it's quite a trip. It's pretty far out, but I felt like it was going to be worth the trip, and it was. I got a lot of really great games today. In fact, I actually did kind of a double game hunt today because not only did I go to the Hard Off there, I also went to the Hobby Off, and they had a ton of games at the Hobby Off too. So I'm actually going to split it up into a couple of different game hunting videos. So today we're just going to be taking a look at the Hard Off that's way out there in Hamura. But again, I say I got a lot of great games today, and so I'm going to show off all of that at the end of the video when I do my finds of the day. So come back at the end of the video, we're going to take a look at some of the awesome games I picked up today. But with that being said, let's go game hunting.
Awesome!
Hello everybody, Jim here, and today I'm way out in West Tokyo, about as far west as you can go. While still technically being in Tokyo, I am in the neighborhood of Hamura today, and long time viewers of the channel, you'll probably recognize this place as when I first started the channel. This is actually where I used to live. So my early videos, a lot of them were shot right here, and you're gonna recognize the Hard Off I'm going to do today because it used to be like my go-to place. Like I was there like every other weekend, but I haven't been there in like over a year at this point. So I like to make a point at least once a year to come back to Hamura to hit, you know, what used to be my my favorite Hard Off, I guess you could say, and to also like hang out like the old neighborhood, which kind of sounds weird now because it doesn't feel like it was that long ago, but it was really almost like 13 years ago that I first moved to this neighborhood. So it really is kind of like the old neighborhood at this point. So we're gonna go for a nice little walk. Should be about 15 or 20 minutes from the station, and then we'll be at my old standby Hard Off. Hopefully just how I remember it, filled to the brim with games and consoles. So let's go for a nice walk on this beautiful March afternoon, and we'll get to some game hunting. So check it out. We'll be there pretty soon. That's coming up next. Kind of wanted to get back to it a little bit before we get to the shop, just to have a look. You don't see much of this in like Tokyo. Just, you know, a little bit of actual dirt, some mountains and trees and stuff, just houses. It's kind of quiet, it's not so crowded. You would think you weren't in Tokyo anymore, but technically you are in Tokyo when you come out here. Tokyo Prefecture anyway. This is not what people think of when they think Tokyo. In fact, when I used to live out here, when friends would come to visit me from the city, they would be kind of shocked. They would, you know, is this even Tokyo anymore? Like, where am I? Am I in Saitama or something? Especially because I think on like a clear day, especially if you're driving around and there's like a nice sort of like open bit of scenery, you can actually see Mount Fuji on a clear day. So that's something that's not a common sight if you're out in central Tokyo. In fact, on the train from central Tokyo, like say Shinjuku to here, it's probably about an hour and a half. It's pretty far out, but I like this area. Like I said, I lived here for like 4 years and got to know the area well. Anyway, look, we're coming up on our destination. Kind of excited, giddy with anticipation, because I don't know if it's gonna be like as awesome as it was when I used to, you know, come here and hunt for games back in the day, or even as far back as a year ago. I don't know if it's gonna have the same amount of games as it did just a year ago, because, you know, game hunting, reselling, stuff like that, it's become quite the popular enterprise for people out here these days. Anyway, there it is, off house on the bottom, Hard Off on the second floor. That's where we're going. So let's do this, baby.
All right, getting started in the classic Hard Off of old, and kicking things off with something really cool, an MSX2, which I don't come across too many of these. Pretty cool. I myself have never even played an MSX, but the selection of games on it is rather enticing, including some of the Konami releases, and hey, why not? A nice, pretty good condition actually, Dreamcast keyboard. But yeah, in case you couldn't tell, we're looking at some consoles first and foremost. 9,900 yen for just the deck for a slim PS2. That seems kind of excessive to me. We got another slim PS2 there, which is like $100. What are you doing? And 6,600 for this Sega Saturn. So that's like 55 bucks. That's not too bad, really, for a Saturn. 88 for that white one, though. That's, I don't know, a little higher than I'd like to see those priced. We got our Super Famicom here. It is boxed. It is upside down, but it's 9,900 yen. And that boy's got a tan, too. So, again, that one's overpriced as well. What's going on? But these Famicom Minis, $49.50. So it's like 40 bucks. You can pick up this Famicom Mini. And, you know, they're pretty cool. They come loaded with a bunch of games. And that's kind of convenient if you don't want to, you know, buy a whole collection of games and you're not exactly savvy with downloading ROMs and things. We got some GameCubes, including the silver one, which is the GameCube I had as a lad, and $5,500 for a good old-fashioned PS1 with the original PlayStation controllers. I remember that thing being really kind of impressive, but also kind of alien first time I tried it out as a kid. And $11,000 for just the deck of an AV Famicom, and then $13,200. That's like $100 for an AV Famicom. Those are not getting any cheaper. N64, 3 controllers, that's pretty good, $82.50. Actually, no, that's not pretty good. What am I saying? $5,500 for Famicoms here, and they have the little RF thing. So those are complete, and they're $5,500. $88 for this Dreamcast. And it is, you know, it's complete, and that's nice, but $88. I'd like to see, I'd prefer to see a Dreamcast more at like 6,000 yen, but you know, who am I? $4,500 for this cool Capcom fight stick. They got some Wii U's as well, which I heard a lot of, like, Wii U's are, like, starting to brick as of late. I don't know what that's about. $5,500 for this Xbox with a transparent shell. And it looks like it has the hookups as well, but just not a controller for it. And I, myself, am a fan of the original Xbox. And here we have... what the hell is this? An X something or other? No idea what this is. Look kind of interesting. Look more like a piece of computer equipment. Something to that effect. $11,000 for a Mega Drive deck, and that is all I can stand. That's way too much for that. The Virtua stick for the Saturn, that's also overpriced. I don't know what's going on in here. Like I said, I haven't been here in about a year. So they're getting crazy. Ultima 4, Quest of the Avatar, that's pretty cool. And Herzog. And Dragon Knight 2, which I believe is kind of a pornographic game. I was going to say film. And we got some boxed N64 games as well. Some cool little old school handheld things. Scramble, which is cool. PC Engine, CD-ROM System 2, marked as junk, but still being sold for $22,000. We got the Bomberman Multi-Tap, Super Famicom Jr. We got some more PC Engines, and is that an SG-1000? 15,400? That's cool. I've actually never played an SG-1000, but they do look cool. That early generation, that first generation of Sega consoles. Here, though, we got a case with some good stuff inside. There's Layla. And Ninja Gaiden 3, or Ninja Ryukenden 3, which I like a lot. They had a couple of copies of that. Some Contra, some Ikari Warriors. I think that's like the second one. And it looks like it has Red Brown on the cover. And you just saw there some Holy Diver Gun Deck, a.k.a. Vice Project Doom, Kid Dracula, Wild Guns, baby, Fighter's History, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, TMNT, Turtles in Time, 3,800 yen, or like a little over 30 bucks. Super Pang, some Double Dragon, Troublemakers as well. So some really cool stuff in that case. Actually did grab a couple of games out of it because, unlike the consoles, the actual games were actually priced pretty good. I'd say they're like right on the money. They're not too expensive, not too cheap. We got some Jaja Maru-kun, 300 yen. A lot of these games, with some exceptions, like, you know, we got Rockman 4 here. That's priced at, what, 600 yen? And Super Clean Cart, that's actually really good on Rockman 4. Usually a Rockman 4 loose cart is going to be like 1,500 yen. So less than half what I usually see it for. So like I said, the consoles, I don't know where they were getting their prices for those consoles. But these games were okay. Transformers! I can never resist that. Yeah, most of this stuff was between like 300 yen and maybe like 1,000 yen. So, you know, a couple of bucks to like $8 for most of these loose carts. That's Kamen no Ninja. It's not Hanamaru. I forget. I should probably be paying attention while I'm watching this. But we got Gyrodyne, some Dragon Ball. We got some box stuff down here too, which is pretty cool. They have a couple of the Yoshi games, or both of the Yoshi puzzle games, and they're both like what, 1,000 yen, and they're boxed, and that's good. So Yoshi's Cookie there, and then Yoshi no Tamago, Yoshi's Egg, which is just called Yoshi in North America at least. Both of those boxed, both of those priced right. So I set those aside because spoilers, those are going home with me today. Because I'm not just here to make a YouTube video, I am here picking up lots and lots of games to send to the people who subscribe on my Patreon page. As we look at some Bomberman, some Yu Yu Hakusho, a lot of copies of Yoshi's Island. I will digress. If you didn't know, I send out games to my patrons that subscribe over there on patreon.com/KidShow. You can go check it out. We got some Ryuko no Ken, aka Art of Fighting, very good condition cartridge. We got Rockman X2, some Ranma 1/2. Another thing, surprisingly, a lot of these carts were in fantastic condition. We got World Heroes, Rockman 7, another Rockman X2, again in good condition, and Rockman X. And a lot of these, it's like some of them, the back of them is kind of discolored, but the faceplate, whatever, is actually still nice and clean looking. Here, this is pretty cool. A box copy of G Gundam, which, if you didn't know, this is the other 16-bit Gundam fighting game. It is not nearly as good as Gundam Wing Endless Duel, but it's still pretty good. It's pretty cool. You get all the G Gundams, you know, because that whole series was about a fighting tournament with Gundams, so you get all of those. So if you like that series, you'll probably like that game. We got some Super Bomberman 2. That's good stuff. Japan exclusive. And Super Nazo Poyo. Great puzzle game. And another Japan exclusive. And Dragon Ball Z Super Butoden 3. And these are all priced pretty good. Again, even though they're boxed and there's some damage to the manuals or the carts maybe, the prices were nice. So again, all of those consoles they were selling, you can just jump off a cliff with all that nonsense. Tiny Toon Adventures, but interestingly enough, I think we're going to take a look. They had a couple of copies of Tiny Toons. One about 1,000 yen, the other one 300, and I'm looking at it, and it's super clean, and there's no labeling on it, no marking to say there's any difference. So one was just way cheaper for reasons I don't understand, but I picked up the cheaper copy, as you might expect. And some All Japan Pro Wrestling. We got Stan Hansen and Dr. Death Steve Williams and Kenta Kobashi. And then this one, I think this is kind of like more of a like Pancrase or something. Astral Bout 2, I don't know. I liked wrestling when I was a kid, like when I was a teenager. Some Super Mario Karts. Again, nice. Yoshi's Island. Other various things. Ooh, and Seiken Densetsu 3 with its beautiful, beautiful box art. So I was really happy with the prices of the games in here. Both loose carts and boxed. And a little later, we're going to take a look at some PlayStation and Saturn and stuff like that, too. Sandora no Daiboken. Sandler's Big Adventure. That's part of the Valkyrie series. And we also got Akman. We got Ganbare Goemon 3. That one's $1,200, $1,320 after tax. That's not a bad price on that. The Great Battle 3. Another fun beat-em-up with little miniature, super deformed Gundam and Ultraman and Bandai characters with a medieval setting. Super Ginjin, aka Super Monk. We got some Seiken Densetsu 2, Mario RPG, Samurai Spirits, and Snoopy. All right, and some Street Fighter. But yeah, Samurai Spirits, that went home with me because that one was like, what, a few hundred yen? That's just perfect. And a complete copy of Great Battle 3 for 2,500 yen, like 27 after tax. There's Front Mission, which is pretty cool, although I prefer Gun Hazard. I'm more of an action game guy. Dragon Quest 6, lovely, lovely, lovely. And finally, a much smaller rack of N64 games, but still they had good stuff. And the prices, again, were pretty good. We got Star Fox, we got Wave Race, Mario Tennis, Mario Kart, and as usual, I usually mention this when I find both of these games. Side by side, what's the better kart racer? For me, it's Diddy Kong Racing. I think that's just a more fun, more robust game, and it's cheaper, believe it or not. So there's some N64 stuff there, and Game Boy. I was so happy that they had some good Game Boy stuff, including Kirby's Pinball, which is great, and some Sailor Moon R. Not exactly sure what it was, assuming it's a puzzle game. We got some Kunio-kun games, we got some Yoshi, Detective Conan, Puyo, another Sailor Moon. A popular title, apparently. So that was cool, and another nifty glass case with some really nice stuff in it. Rockman 4, Quarth, Akumajo Dracula on the disc system. We got Knights of the Round, Ninja Gaiden Trilogy, some Parodius, some more Akumajo there, and then Zelda Breath of the Wild. I don't know why that game is still basically being sold for retail prices. What's going on? Starfy, DuckTales. That's pretty good. Starfy, that's cool. I usually do not come across boxed GBA games, and usually they're like in really ratty condition because it's just all cardboard, but some more cool stuff in here. We got some more Parodius. Kiki Kai is great. Rockman X3, Super Street Fighter 2, the original Rockman X and X2, Super Double Dragon. I love that game. Gambari Goemon, and just more. So really nice case there. Gun Force. I like it. I like it a lot, and I think we're going to take a look at a few more Game Boy games here, but then we are going to take a little, kind of like a little ad break, so I can get some water, rest my, this voice. It doesn't just happen like that. I need to, hydrate, keep those, keep the larynx lubed up, all that good stuff. So some GBA and all that, but yeah. Just right off the bat, consoles, overpriced, loose carts, priced pretty good. Here we go. All right. Check this out. Kind of cool little display here, even though it's, the TV isn't turned on. And 3,300 for a whole bunch of junk games. Or at least games marked as junk. And they got, like, some kind of cool stuff in there. DBZ, Yu Yu Hakusho, Street Fighter 2. But mostly it was like horse racing and baseball. This, as we look at some Saturn games, pretty cool. Game Tengoku, 5,000 yen. With the VHS and all that, so that's cool. That's a really good game, and cool little bonuses in there. But we got some Saturn stuff here. We got some Daytona, Sonic Jam, as you can see there, which has, it's more than just the compilation. It has kind of a cool little overworld thing. And then this, it's Battle Arena Toshinden URA, or Ura. I don't know if you're supposed to pronounce it all at once. But that's cool. That was a version of Toshinden I never seen, and then there's Toshinden S. And this, I was super hyped to find for 2,000 yen. It's like 17 bucks right now. The Gradius Deluxe Pack, which is excellent. 2 great games, and if it's a shoot 'em up, you're pretty much always going to want to play it on the Saturn over anything else, or at least over the PS1. So that was a good find. That was definitely going home with me. Some Virtua Fighter remix. This is the remix. And I'm sorry I did that. That wasn't good. And we got some other stuff here. The Evangelion, a couple of Evangelion things. But yeah, the whatever the hell that is. But it was pretty sparse. And another copy of Sonic Jam for 2,000 yen. But Side Pocket 2, I just kind of skimmed past that really quick. But that's cool, right? Side Pocket 2. Those are always fun. Billiards, and some Fighting Vipers. And Densha de Go EX. Okay, so like I said, pretty sparse Saturn section, but they actually had at least a few cool games. One Game Gear game, it stands alone. It's Sonic the Hedgehog for the Game Gear, which the last time I was here like a year ago, I want to say they had like a dozen Game Gear games, and I bought half of them. I guess somebody came in and took the other half. But here are like boxed Game Boy and Game Boy Color games, and even some GBA, which is nice. Some more common stuff, I guess. And I think I mentioned earlier, but usually when I find GBA games boxed, they're kind of crushed, because I think the tray inside, like the little insert, it's not made of plastic like it is with Famicom and Super Famicom games. It's made of cardboard, and here we have this abysmal Dreamcast section. I'm thinking somebody was in here buying up the Dreamcast games. But hey, they still have a copy of Shenmue at least for 500 yen with the Shenmue jukebox, so at least there's that. But yeah, this place has been totally cleaned out of Dreamcast, PC Engine as well, and not much Saturn left. Star Cruiser for some kind of old PC. There's a bunch of old PC games here, including Tomb Raider 3, and Age of Mythology. I've never played a Tomb Raider game on PC. Gas Book. Now, what is Gas Book, you might be asking? That's a good question, because I have no idea what the hell Gas Book is. But, you know, it's Gas Book. What do you want? And what do we got here? The fourth unit series, Data West. Some more like anime PC stuff. Probably visual novel type games, point and click. So they got a bunch of PC games here. A lot of stuff I don't recognize because I'm not a PC gamer. And then an adult section. That's where things get a little bit naughty. So we're not going over there because this is, well, it's not a family channel, but it is a monetized channel, and we'd like to keep it that way. Some Xbox 360 stuff here, and right away I was like, ka-ching! Mushihime Sama Futari for 6,000 yen, which for an individual game like isn't cheap, mind you. That's like a retail price, but those cave shooters on the 360, they can be quite expensive. So guess what came home with me today? And then we got Capcom vs. SNK 2 here, and then I get to knock over some stuff, which is always fun. And so there's that. There's Guilty Gear 2, which I believe that's the one where it's like an action game, right? Like 3D action. It's not a fighting game. Why would you do that? Like, why? Skyrim on the 360. With Skyrim, one of the all-time great games. You just play it forever. I actually picked up the Switch version recently. It runs on Switch, if you can believe that. Hokuto no Ken, which this is the FMV Hokuto no Ken game, which is not as good as the 3D beat 'em up, not by a long shot, but kind of a cool concept at least. Monster Farmer 2, which we would of course call Monster Rancher, and I did enjoy those back in the day, popping in all those CDs, just going and raiding my brother or my sister's CD collection for some monsters. Waku Waku Ware, a little volleyball game that I'd never heard of. See, there's lots of stuff in the PS1 library. Did I say library? One-on-one. A little walking library. One-on-one is pretty good too. It's a one-on-one basketball game. Pretty fun. And volleyball game there. But yeah, there's lots of stuff in the PS1 library here because it's so massive. It's thousands of games. There's just lots of stuff. Hajime no Ippo. Those are usually pretty fun boxing games. And some Tobal #1. But there's usually like a bunch of stuff. Like anytime I go out on a game hunt, it's not uncommon for me to come across, still to this day, a Dino Crisis with no manual. That's too bad because it had the spine card. Missed. Allow me to mystify you. Namco Arcade Classics Volume 1. Pac-Man and Galaga and Pole Position and Rally X. I think I found Volume 3 at the Hobby Off nearby. Those are cool little collections, although I think you can just play all that stuff. I mean, you could obviously download them on like MAME or whatever you want, but I'm pretty sure you could get that stuff digitally on, like, I don't know, the Nintendo Store or something. This is pretty cool. It just says The Puzzle. I think that game is actually called Pastel Muses, and it's kind of a fun twist on kind of like a magical drop or puzzle bobble kind of formula. And they also had, you saw there, Puyo Puyo. I think Puyo Puyo, was it Sun or 2? I don't know. Hermie Hopperhead there, which I didn't take out. I feel like I've talked about Hermie Hopperhead enough. That's a fun game if you've never heard of it or played it. Another good Japan exclusive as we continue to hunt. We hunt. But aside from a handful of things, I wasn't finding too much in the PS1 section. Mina no Golf, those are always fun. Or the Masters. Probably the opposite of Hot Shots Golf, right? I assume if you're going to play a game that's like the Masters, it's probably like super golfy, like just a regular golf game. This, Kid Station, something or other. Some Sailor Moon thing. I have no idea what the hell that is. Rocky Hopper, Rockman X3. A bunch of copies of RPG Maker. So, yeah, there you go. Have some fun with RPG Maker, which I never actually played back in the... But I did play... What was that one? That game was like Fighter Maker or something? Colony Wars. That takes me back. I remember first playing a demo. Like the original PlayStation came with some demos, and I think it had Colony Wars on it. And maybe want to play the game, and I eventually did and enjoyed it. It's kind of a totally different kind of game for me back then when I was like 11 years old. Street Fighter 0 and 02 with their excellent covers, I might add. I think what the US cover for the original Street Fighter Alpha kind of sucked. Soul Edge, aka Soul Blade, also a classic. Some Tetris X, which was that called like Tetris Plus back home? I can't quite remember. And then we got some PS2 stuff, including, for 1,000 yen only, the privilege of Bomberman Karts, Room Mania 203, which is a weird game, but not one I particularly like, and Zero, aka Fatal Frame. One of my favorite horror game series. Absolutely love it. Dragon Quest VIII. One of the few RPGs I've beaten in both English and Japanese. One of my favorite RPGs ever. This I thought was cool. Phantom of Inferno on the PS2. Actually, this got a release in the US, kind of, but it was released as like an interactive DVD. It wasn't released for the PlayStation 2. It was released as a DVD, and I actually owned a copy. And you played it with your DVD remote, because it was like a visual novel type game. And some more pachinko for you. So there you go. Got point and clicks, we got pachinko, we got Bleach Blade Battlers. B to the third power. Which, you know, some of those Bleach games, they were okay, I suppose. Some Biohazard Code Veronica, some more pachinko, but this time it's personal. No, it's Kamen Rider and some Puyo Puyo Fever 2. Because, you know, Puyo Puyo, it comes in many forms. Sometimes feverish. But always fun. And continuing on with some more PS2 stuff. Gantz, and then this. A pretty cool game if you've never tried it. Macross. It's a kind of like air combat game, but also, you know, it's Macross. You can turn into your mech suit and run around on the ground and shoot things, and there's space battles and all kinds of stuff. So it's pretty fun. Shinobi for 500 yen. The PS2 Shinobi game is pretty cool. That, and there was like a sequel, right? Called Kunoichi or something like that, but it's pretty cool. I do like that Shinobi, even though it doesn't really feel like, you know, Shinobi. That's fun to say 2 times fast. Shinobi. Try saying it 3 times fast though. Shinobi. Yeah, it's a big departure from, you know, like Return of Shinobi or Shinobi 3 or something like that. And then a quick peek at some of this stuff. We got some PS4 and Vita, all kinds of stuff like that. Earth Defense Force, Persona. Lots and lots of stuff. Some Hyperdimension Neptunia, Persona this, Persona that, Persona you, Persona me, Persona everything. Including Persona 5 Scramble, great game. And some Ys, and some Biohazard, and all the goods. Anyway, I'm gonna put the camera away at this point because I needed to buy some games, but let's get back to my humble little apartment for my finds of the day. Here we go. Okay, there you go, everybody. Did I or did I not say that that Hard Off was gonna be loaded with retro games? In fact, though, it wasn't quite as robust as it has been in past years. I get the feeling other game hunters have paid them a visit recently. In particular, Saturn, Dreamcast, PC Engine, that kind of stuff. You know, the kind of stuff that's really big with collectors. They didn't have quite as much of that, but still thousands of games to choose from. Still had plenty of Famicom, Super Famicom, Game Boy, PS1, PS2, all that stuff, and some more modern stuff too, PS4, Vita, all that. So there were quite a lot of games in there, and I picked up a bunch. In fact, I think I mentioned earlier in the video that I did a double game hunt today. I actually went to the Hobby Off, not far from that Hard Off, and I don't know if I've already posted the video or if I'm going to post it in the future. As of shooting this, I don't exactly have the schedule figured out yet, but I did like a double game hunt today. At the end of the day, I picked up 90 games in total between both of those stores, and we spent a grand total today of 88,340 yen, which when you consider 90 games, for that price, I'd say that's pretty okay considering I picked up actually a lot of really good stuff today. Stuff on Famicom, Super Famicom, picked up some Saturn games, some PlayStation, N64, a lot of really good like platformers and shoot 'em ups, beat 'em ups, all kinds of great stuff. So I'd say for that price, for 90 games, not too bad. And here comes the fun part. We got the finds of the day right here. Like I said, I picked up 90 games today, so that's quite a lot of games, but out of them I chose these 4 games as the ones I was most excited to come across, and I'm gonna be looking forward to actually playing these, play testing them if you will, before I send them out in the mail. And these are some games that I know when somebody opens up that box, that patented Jim's game package, they're gonna see these games and they are going to get a huge retro gaming boner. Except, you know, 360 isn't really retro. But anyway, let's get right into these games. First up, I have 2 Famicom games here. They are awesome. Had to go in the case to get them, but I didn't care because prices on these were still pretty well under what I normally see them for at, you know, like a proper game store like a Surugaya or a Trader or something like that. But first up, awesome game. This is Gun Deck. And if you've never heard of Gun Deck, it did get a North American release, at least on the NES. And the game is called Vice Project Doom, if I'm not mistaken. This, for the most part, is a really good action platformer that has a very kind of futurist cyberpunk, obviously very inspired by things like Blade Runner, stuff like that. Especially in the character designs, but this game is really cool. So as a platformer, it's good. It might remind you of maybe almost like a Ninja Gaiden-esque kind of game where you're mostly going to be using a melee attack. You have kind of like a laser whip, but you also have a gun with limited ammo, and you have grenades as well. And just in general, it's a really good platformer, nice graphics, nice sound design as well. This is like a later Famicom/NES release, probably like early 90s, probably around that same time that stuff like, I don't know, like Shatterhand and cool games like that were coming out. Hidden gems, if you will, stuff that flew under the radar because they were competing with the SNES and the Sega Genesis. But in addition to being a really cool platformer, there are also shooting stages where you're in your car and there are other like vehicles on the road, and it's like a top-down shoot 'em up. Those are really cool, and there are also shooting gallery stages as well, where you have your crosshair on the screen and you're blowing away bad guys and you're blowing up objects to pick up power-ups and things like that. So it's like a multi-genre game. It's a platformer, it's a quasi shoot 'em up, It's a shooting gallery type game. It's all that stuff. Again, coupled with really good graphics and really good sound as well, and a pretty cool story that again lifts a lot of inspiration from cyberpunk stuff like Blade Runner and things like that. So if you're a fan of platformers on the NES or the Famicom and you've never played Gun Deck / Vice Project Doom, I would highly recommend you do, because it is awesome. It is, again, Gun Deck. And it says here, katakana, cyberpunk violence Gun Deck. Yeah, even though the game isn't really all that violent, or not violent at all, really. Pretty standard affair when it comes to, you kill the enemies and they sort of disappear. Next up, another Famicom game, another great game, Japan exclusive, in fact. This is Gradius 2. And no secret, I'm a big Gradius fan, and the first Gradius on the NES, fantastic game. Gradius 2 better in every way, much better visuals, much better sound. The gameplay is outstanding. It's pretty brutal. Like, Gradius 2 is really difficult. Maybe not as difficult as Gradius 3, the arcade game, because like Gradius 3 on the SNES, pretty easy actually. Like on just the normal difficulty setting, I've managed to get through the entire game without dying. Gradius 2 though, I've never been able to do that. Not on the Famicom, not on the PC Engine or the Saturn or whatever the case may be. For whatever reason, I just have more trouble with Gradius 2, but that's fine because it's a great game. It's Gradius, so you know what the gameplay is. You pick up your power-ups, you get shields and options and lasers and all kinds of stuff, and then you just destroy everything. And it's fun, and it's challenging, and the graphics and sound are awesome. It's Konami at their best, and it is a shame that we did not get this on the NES in North America. We got Gradius, and we got Life Force. Those games are both classic, but Gradius 2, it would have been nice. But hey, who the hell cares, because now fast forward, some like 30 years later, and we can just go ahead and pick it up on the Famicom or whatever else we want to pick it up on and enjoy it. It's an amazing game, and I'm always happy to have it in the rotation here at the old game room. It is Gradius 2. Is there like a subtitle? No, just Gradius 2. I always feel like there's something or other Gopher or whatever. I don't even remember where that comes from. And speaking of Gradius, Gradius 2 on the Sega Saturn, and these are like really great arcade conversions. If the Famicom version is great, the Sega Saturn version, to the moon. But this is the Gradius Deluxe Pack. And what is the Gradius Deluxe Pack? This contains arcade conversions of both the original Gradius and Gradius 2. So that's awesome, obviously. Two amazing games. I just said I like Gradius 2 more than the original Gradius, and that's true, but I can play either one of them any day of the week, especially if it's a really good conversion, as this is. Like I said, I've played both of these games on the Famicom, on the PC Engine, I've played them in arcades, I play them on whatever I can, and the Sega Saturn version is awesome. Saturn itself is just great for shoot 'em ups, and Konami put a lot of cool stuff on the Saturn. Maybe not quite as much as they put on the PlayStation, but there are some great Konami games on the Saturn. This, just one of the several deluxe packs that Konami put out on the Saturn and the PS1, I think. So there's also a Parodius Deluxe Pack and a Twinbee Deluxe Pack, and I think there's at least one more, but these are just really great conversions of the original arcade versions of Gradius and Gradius 2, but on your Sega Saturn, which automatically makes them awesome. There's not much else to say. If you like Gradius, you're gonna love them, obviously on the Saturn, and I'm happy to say that this was actually fairly affordable. Picked this up for like 20 bucks today with conversion rate, so that's like a steal, and it was complete with the spine card and all the inserts and everything. So I'm just like ecstatic. I'm gonna play this probably as soon as the camera goes off, and after I'm done with it, it's gonna go into a package and head off to some random mailbox somewhere in the world. Some lucky boy or girl is gonna get this like a Christmas present almost. But here it is, Gradius, the deluxe pack for the Sega Saturn. Absolutely awesome. Super stoked to find that today. And then this, I was like floored. Like I never come across, well, I would say I come across 360 games, but usually it's like the same handful of 360 games that kind of like everyone had. Very rarely do I come across something where I'm like, yes, that. I need to pick that up right now. But today, that is exactly what happened. I grabbed a copy of Mushihime-sama Futari. And what is Mushihime-sama Futari, you might be asking? This is a bullet hell shooter in every sense of the word, because this game gets pretty damn intense, especially if you want to be brave and play on some of the higher difficulty settings. But a bullet hell shooter developed, published by Cave. Cave are the masters of the genre with stuff like Dodon Pachi, Akai Katana, Death Smiles. They have a lot of really great bullet hell shooters. Mushihime-sama Futari is some people's favorites. It's not my favorite. I'm more a fan of maybe like Dodon Pachi or Death Smiles, but I do really like the Mushihime-sama games. It's the Bug Princess, so they're kind of cool. Instead of having like a futuristic setting and like spaceships and robots and stuff, or like airplanes like you might get from Akai Katana, or kind of the fantasy setting of Death Smiles, this one is a more kind of like a natural, like I guess a natural world type of thing, where you're flying around on, you know, a giant bug and you're destroying other giant bugs and like plant creatures and all kinds of stuff. It's a little odd, kind of a strange setting for a bullet hell shooter, all things considered, but the graphics are fantastic, the sound design is amazing, and the gameplay is just top-notch. Again, like, it's Cave. It's as good as bullet hell shooters can be. It's constant, non-stop action, tons of bullets everywhere, enemies to blow up. You got a couple of different fire modes you can go through. You got a rapid shot, you got a laser shot. You can do 2 players with like 2 different characters in here. You got super bombs, and it's just, it's pure insanity from start to finish, but it is so much fun. I know that bullet hell shooters are kind of an acquired taste. Not everybody likes them because they are very different from like a shoot 'em up, right? They're very different from like a Gradius or Darius or R-Type or something like that. Here, there's a lot of keeping track of that tiny little hitbox of yours and maneuvering it through these just dense fields of bullets. It almost becomes like a real test of like your patience and your ability to just like really pay attention to little minute details and kind of like very subtle movements with your joystick. But I personally do really like bullet hell shooters, and again, Mushihime-sama Futari, they're really good. Anything by Cave, it's going to be fantastic. And this also wasn't too terribly expensive. I want to say this was about 50 bucks. This was no, not the most expensive game today. Actually, I think Gun Deck was the priciest game I picked up today. It was a little more than that, but here Mushihime-sama Futari was about 50 bucks with conversion rate, which that ain't bad at all. If you know anything about these Cave shooters on the Xbox 360, you know that they can get pretty pricey. So I was happy to find this, and for the price I found it at, it just doesn't get a whole lot better than that. And that is Mushihime-sama Futari. Super happy to have that back in here again, because quite some time ago I unloaded all of my Xbox 360 shoot 'em ups. So just having one back here with me so I can play it and have some fun with it again is great. It's nice that a bunch of those older Cave shooters, they've been getting re-released on modern consoles, the PS4 and the Switch. Just recently I picked up Akai Katana, and there's the Death Smiles collection, there's S-Braid, and even, I think, M2, they're working on a port of Dodon Pachi Daiojo, which is going to be fantastic. But those games are also really good on the Xbox 360. Anyway, that's it. Those are my finds of the day. Like I said, picked up 90 games today. A lot of good stuff, but out of everything, these 4, those are the ones that sparked the most joy in me, I guess you could say. So that's it, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the video going on a nice game hunt with me today, way out to Hamura and West Tokyo. I had a good time today. It's always nice to go out there, your old stomping grounds, so to speak, a little shot of nostalgia. I really do enjoy it. I try to make a point to go out there at least once a year to do, go on a game hunt and like maybe chill out at the Denny's or Mr. Donut, maybe even, sometimes if I go there not specifically for a game hunt, I'll wait until some of my favorite night spots open up and go say hi to some old faces. Anyway, that's an aside. Let me know down in the comments, what did you think of today's video, all the games you saw in the video, my finds of the day, and go ahead, as usual, put down in the comments what are some games that are on your wish list, retro or otherwise. I like to know what people are playing or what people want to play. It's interesting. I like going down there, reading all the comments, and doing my best to respond to as many as possible. I feel like this has drug on way too long, though. I doubt very many people are still watching. So thanks for watching, everyone. Again, hope you enjoyed the video, and I will see you on the next one. Take care, everybody. Goodbye. Hey everybody, Jim here, and check this out, a beautiful sunny day. Why not go to the laundromat? No, we're not going to a laundromat. We are gonna go and look for some retro games. I was in the neighborhood of Hamura today, my old stomping grounds. I was here to go to the Hard Off, kind of my old standby Hard Off, but every time I'm here, which is typically like once a year, I've got to stop here. Long-time viewers of the channel will recognize this hobby off because when I first started my channel, like a long time ago, 11, 12 years ago, I used to be coming to this hobby off quite a lot. So let's do some game hunting, have some fun, starting with Game Boy. And they had quite a few of these, including some Kirby Pinball, Super Mario Land, some Hamtaro, if you're a Hamtaro fan, Twinbee, and Wario Land, all the good stuff, and a whole lot more. I tried to keep this video a little short today, so I did kind of like my video hunt and then my proper combing through everything hunt later. This case had some cool stuff in it. Super EDF. Ninja Warriors, again, amazing game. Final Fight Tough, Super Back to the Future 2, Ninja Gaiden Trilogy, Super Star Wars, Yogi Bear, which I've never played, and they had Hyper Dimension in there, Dragon Ball Z, even though it's not really a very rare, expensive game. Complete copy of Airwolf, Calling All Jan Michael Vincent's, even some cool Famicom disc. Rocket Knight Adventures, 11,000 yen. That's in the neighborhood of like $90. Some Neo Geo CD, a little bit of PC Engine, and some more Game Boy, some Contra, some Rockman World, some of the stuff they thought was, I guess, a little more valuable than what they had just hanging on the racks. And we had some consoles here, although not very many consoles, and this caught my eye. They're using this little advert, this little character here I saw in like a different Hard Off somewhere. This Neo Geo CD box, it's telling me to go ask the staff about it because it wasn't priced and there was no console inside. It was just an empty box. But we got that DOA Xbox and the Kinect Star Wars Xbox 360, $27.5 for that. So that's like, I don't know, in the neighborhood of $240 maybe. So there you go, and then a whole bunch of boxes up here for consoles. Again, asking you to go and have a look at the staff because the consoles are not actually in the boxes themselves. But we got some PS2 games here, and I like how they just have them nicely displayed like this. It suits my purposes really well. We got some Blood Will Tell, King of Fighters, some Kingdom Hearts, Poppin' Music, all that good stuff. Even though I'm not a huge Poppin' Music fan, or Kingdom Hearts really. I think I've played through the first Kingdom Hearts game, and that's it. I've never played any of the sequels, but I did really enjoy the first game. What else we got here? We got some, I guess they got some PS1s on hand and Wii's, so that's nice. We got a bunch of the Devil May Cry games here, some Drum Mania, DDR Max, some DBZ, Sparking Meteor, for 1,200 yen. That's 1320 after tax. And with the new Tenkaichi Budokai 4 coming out, that's going to be something to get hyped for. I was a big fan of that series back when they were new. They were fun. They gave you kind of the Dragon Ball Z experience, right? Flying around a big old open battlefield. Fantavision. Not the orange kind, mind you. And some Let's Burabo Nantoka. It's a sequel to, what was it? Mad Maestro? They made a second Mad Maestro, Phantom Kingdom, Metal Gear Solid, Medal of Honor, which I don't like. I've never liked competitive first-person shooters. Like, after, like, Doom and Wolfenstein and maybe a few other early FPS games, I gave up on the genre. I didn't have fun with them anymore. R-Type 4, Ridge Racer Type 4, one of my favorite racing games ever, and Ace Combat 3, the first Ace Combat game I played, and really loved it. We got some Intelligent Cube and Intelligent Cube Final, which I was informed that IQ Final, I thought it was a Japan exclusive, but I think someone told me it was actually released in PAL. Not 100% sure. Wizard, what the hell is that? Wizard Memory or something? Don't know what that is. The original Ace Combat. And then some more stuff. What does this say? Punch Diet? Punchy Diet. Judging by the back, it looks like it's meant to be played with a peripheral. Punch the Diet. Maybe it's meant to help you lose some weight? I don't know. Kind of the Ring Fit of its day, except you're punching. That's supposed to be good exercise, right? Boxing and stuff like that. Carnage Heart. And what else? Oh, Gun, Bullet, whatever. Light Gun Game by Namco. Another one that I can't recall if it had like an international release or not. And they had some of the Cool Borders games. They had Cool Borders 4, Cool Borders 3, and Cool Borders 3 again, and then Gallop Racer 2. So I guess, I don't know, somebody was like, Gallop Racer, that's kind of like Cool Borders, right? No, I'm afraid it's not. Legend of Mana, still a 500 yen game, which right now is probably on the neighborhood of like $3.75. So if you're a Legend of Mana fan, you want to get it cheapy cheap, you're going to want to pick up the Japanese version, Fighting Illusion, with Andy Hug on the cover. It looks like Peter Arts on the back. I used to be kind of a fan of, K1 and kickboxing and stuff back in the day. Grand Stroke or Ground Stroke? Oh, this I could not pass. Ore no Ori. I love this game. Fun little cooking game. Yes, show it off, Jim. That was like my find of the day right there. It was 500 yen too. So that was going home with me. I love that game. Initially played it on like a demo. It was on, back in the day they had those PlayStation Underground jam packs. And they would always have a little import game, a little Japanese game that wasn't yet available. Or might never be available in North America. Another one of those diet games. What the hell is that? 200 yen for Battle Arena Toshinden. Tomb Raider, which I had forgotten that those were published by Capcom in Japan. But yeah, I was really happy to find Ore no Ori. If you've never played it before, I highly recommend checking it out. Here we have what is essentially Rival Schools 2, the Japan exclusive kind of sequel, because it's Neketsu Seishin Nikki 2. Though it's really the same gameplay, and it's just got some more mini games and a couple more characters. Namco Museum, what is it, 2 or 3? Got a lot of good stuff in there. Galaga, Dig Dug, etc., etc. Courier Crisis, Rockman X4. Very tiny little selection of Dreamcast games. 4 games. If you can believe it or not. Biohazard, Code Veronica. Great game. And then that same weird wizard game again. A lot of dating sims and stuff on the Saturn and PS1 that I don't know what the hell they are, so you're going to hear me a lot picking something up and just, what the hell is this? Puyo Puyo 2, though, of course, always classic. And that's, what, 200 yen as well? I set that aside because I was going to pick that up. 200 yen, that's like only a little more than maybe like $1 US for like just an amazing puzzle game. Here we're coming to some boxed N64 and Super Famicom games. And this is where I started to feel like, okay, other people have been in here like picking this stuff up. Because we're going to see some kind of cool stuff here. Mario RPG, Dragon Quest, Seiken Densetsu 3, amazing game, and Seiken Densetsu 2, aka Secret of Mana, the DBZ games as well. These are all pretty common. 1,500 for that now, complete in box. But a lot of what's left here is like horse racing and pachinko and like soccer and baseball games. So I feel like a lot of the boxed Super Famicom games, someone's been in here picking through a lot of them. Gambare Goemon 4, I believe, for 2,500 yen, which is a good deal on that, and that's a great game, and pretty good shape, too, so I was happy to come across that. We got some Street Fighter 2 Elfera, not sure what that is, kind of looks like Maximo. And we've got some Puyo Puyo. We've got Puyo Puyo 2 and Puyo Puyo Remix. This is the remix. And like I said, you can see there's like lots of horse racing, pachinko, golf, and other various sports titles. GameCube games, though. Kind of a pleasant surprise. I don't really come across a lot of GameCube games when I'm out hunting. Not sure why. Pretty sure it was a fairly popular console. 500 yen for Biohazard Remake. That's really good. But then we come to Biohazard Last Escape, and that's 3,500 yen. That's more expensive than I usually see it for. And then for 1,000 yen, probably about, I don't know, $7.50 right now, you can get yourself a nice copy of Wind Waker. Puyo Puyo Sun, which is my favorite in the series, or Puyo Puyo Sun 64, excuse me. If you leave out the 64, how are people gonna know it's on the Nintendo 64? You got a Pilot Wing 64, Mario Tennis 64, Mario Kart 64, Super Mario 64, 64, 64, 64. And you should just call everything Gambare Goemon 64, and Bomberman 64, DK 64. They should have just released a game called 6464. The Lone PC Engine game. Fire Pro Wrestling 2. That's a punch in the gut. You know, I like my PC Engine, and there's only one game. Who's been in here? That's what I want to know. Am I having a negative effect on these things? Are people watching this and saying, hey, I gotta go get those games before Jim gets there? I'm not even mentioning. There's Cosmo Gang, the video. There's Ushio Totora, kind of a fun action platformer. Gradius 3 for what looked like a mere 1,500 yen. One of my favorite games on the SNES, period. Big fan of that. But there's some Yu Yu Hakusho, there's some Dragon Quest, there's some Fire Pro Wrestling Darius Twin. And for 1,100 yen, that's a yes. There's some Rockman Soccer. Darius Twin, good find today. Any shoot 'em ups are always going to be good stuff. But we got some PC Ginjin. We got Final Fight. We've got some Oshaberi, Jikyo Oshaberi Parodius, Super Puyo Puyo, Kirby the Deluxe Pack, or whatever it's called, Rushing Beat, and what is it? The Great Battle, the original, or is it Great Battle 2? Another Parody Stop, Magic Sword. You kidding me? 2,000 yen, 17 bucks. Gambare Goemon 3 for like 2,000 yen. Good games. So I was really happy about that. So when the camera went away, I did indeed go grab a basket and start filling her up. Fill her up with games. But there's more stuff down here. There's Rockman 7. Great game. More copies of Gradius 3. Which is a pleasant surprise. This one here, what is that priced at? Like 2,000 yen or something? More expensive than the other copy was. When you put that down, you look at this copy here, and it's 1,000 yen. It's like half the price. And to take a look at it, there's maybe like a little damage to it, but, you know, nothing too severe for half price. I'll go with that. We've got Fatal Fury 2, The Lion King, Final Fight 2, awesome, Bomberman, more Rockman 7s. Wow. So I was really pleased with everything they had on the Super Famicom, and I did pick up quite a few of those loose carts. Like I said, the box games were kind of meh, but they had a lot of loose carts. And we had some little strategy guides down here too, which is nice. Got some DBZ, some Yoshi's Island. So that's okay. But now we're moving on to the loose Famicom carts. And they had some good stuff here too. Adventure Island, Kunio-kun, Neketsukoha, Kunio-kun, Jajamaru-kun, always fun. And the prices weren't too bad either. There was a lot of stuff between like 300 yen and 1,000 yen. There's Arkanoid, Xevious, Bomberman, Rockman 4 for 2,000 yen. It's actually not too bad for that. Super Dodgeball 1,000. Some Kunio Soccer for a few hundred. Another Rockman 4. What do we got? Sky Kid. Rockman 3, and that's at 1,500 yen. And it was a super clean cart. Nice and bright green, super clean, good label, everything just fantastic. Twinbee, Top Gun, Rockman 2, all the greats, and you love them. But that's going to do it, folks. Thanks for watching. I needed to buy some games, so put the camera down and say goodnight, Jim. Hello, everybody. Jim here. Welcome back. I just returned from yet another epic retro game hunting trip. Today I went back out to West Tokyo, way out to the neighborhood of Hamura, which used to be like my #1 hunting ground back in the day. Hard Off and Hobby Off, always fully stocked with stuff, but unbeknownst to me, a new Hard Off had opened in that area, and I'd never been there before. So that's what I did today. As soon as I found out about the place, I jumped on the train, headed way out west to do some game hunting, and I was pleasantly surprised. They had some very cool consoles and games to dig through. So I was very happy, a very fruitful game hunting trip today. So you'll see all of that in the video, and come back at the end of the video. We're going to take a look at what my best finds of the day were. But first, as crazy as this might sound, we actually have a sponsor. So take it away, Jim. Thanks, Jim. Hey everybody, Jim here. And I've got a little bit of a dilemma for you. Have you ever been browsing some of the really cool online shopping sites here in Japan? You know, stuff like Amazon Japan, Mercari, or Rakuten, drooling over all the cool stuff they have available, only to lament the fact that they don't do international shipping? Well, that's what Buyee is here for. They're making it possible for people all over the world to get exactly what they want from Japan whenever they want it. Buyee is a website that brings together all of the best online shopping and auction sites Japan has to offer into a single location. By browsing this website, you can buy pretty much anything you want from Japan, be that games, trading cards, figures, clothes and apparel. If it's listed on any Japanese shopping site, you can find it on Buyee. With that much stuff, you'd think it would be really difficult to find exactly what you want, but it's actually pretty easy. For example, I went to the sidebar, selected anime figures and goods, and then typed in Ghost in the Shell, and boom, I had an almost unlimited supply of Ghost in the Shell figures at my fingertips, and I did the same thing with other properties like Rockman, Zelda, and Persona. All you have to do is pick out all the stuff you want, load it into your cart, and then go through checkout and let Buyee take care of the rest. They will purchase the items for you, have them shipped to their warehouse here in Tokyo, where they do some final preparations and then forward it on to you. It couldn't be easier or more convenient, and lucky us, Buyee has provided me with a registration code. That's right, when using the link under the description of this video, you can register to Buyee and get 2,000 yen off your first purchase. That's 2,000 yen of free money, and that's something everyone can enjoy. So don't waste any more time. Register to Buyee and then start buying up all of the stuff from Japan you've ever wanted. It's pretty damn cool. And with that being said, back to the show.
Ready, go!
Hello everybody, Jim here, coming to you on this bright, beautiful, sunny day here in West Tokyo. Today I'm actually back in the neighborhood of Hamura. You might remember last time I was here, was like last month, and I was going to a Hard Off that I used to go to all the time, kind of like my old standby Hard Off. And it was pretty great. Found a lot of games, had a good time, successful game hunt. But unbeknownst to me, in recent years, a whole new Hard Off has opened up not too far from where the other one was, actually. It's about 1 kilometer from the station. And it's, as far as I know, brand new. I've never been there before, but I checked Google Maps. It looks good. Looks like it should be a nice, fully stocked Hard Off. So that's what we're doing today. We're out in Hamura, West Tokyo. We're about to take a nice leisurely stroll to this Hard Off. Again, 1 kilometer, so not far at all. And then when we get there, we're gonna be digging through a big pile of retro games and consoles, and it's gonna be awesome. And that's what's coming up next. Ladies and gentlemen, I can see from afar we are coming up on the Hard Off now. Just look for the blue and yellow that signifies the home of the hards and the offs. It'll never, I think it'll never not be funny. Hard Off, kind of an unfortunate naming, but a funny one. And whatever, it's a little scenery here. Dirt patch. We don't get a lot of dirt patches out in Tokyo where I'm from. So all right. It's like a nice sort of warehouse version of a Hard Off. Again, my first time coming to this one. Reused though. So what do we got? We've got visual, we've got cameras, we've got car goods, computers, audio, music, etc., etc. Huh, I sure hope there are video games. This might be a waste of time, although maybe I could use some new power tools. I don't know what I'd use them for, but hey, why the hell not? So Hard Off, and a black and yellow version, Pro and DIY. Whatever the hell that means. Well, let's find out if they got what we're looking for. Oh, yes, up there. It says game. Right on the very corner. Cool. All right. Let's get in here. Get us some games. Here we go. And a lawnmower. And a wheelbarrow. And a cement mixer. We're gonna get retro games and cement mixers. It's gonna be awesome. All right, getting started with some consoles and other various accessories. Here they had some pretty cool stuff. For whatever reason, there was a Sonic Gems collection just sort of chilling there by itself. But we got Galaga, we got Neo Geo Mini, we got a PC Engine Core Graphics, and is that an SG-1000 down there? Yes, it is, so that's pretty cool. That's something I really don't come across very often, is really old Sega stuff. Here we got some PS2 Slims, 8800, 17,600 for this one. That thing better be signed by someone really famous, like the Pope or something. Super Famicom Minis, 7700 and 66 for that one, and some AV Famicoms. This one is complete, and it's 11,000 yen, so that's like $90. That's not cheap at all. And then 17,600
for a boxed one. And I'll say this, at least, the stuff in here was in really good condition. As we're going to look around, we're going to see there's not as much stuff as like a giant Hard Off, like Hachioji or something like that. But what was here was like really good looking, clean looking stuff. And then a Mario paint, for whatever reason, for 1,500 yen. And you get the game, box, mouse, all that good stuff. Not a big Mario paint guy myself, but whatever. We got a boxed Model 1 Mega Drive. How much is it? Why don't we spin that bad boy around? Even though the box is a little dirty, but it's not too bad at all. 16.5, so that's like 140 bucks for a Mega Drive. But again, 3-month warranties on those. A Model 2, my preferred model of Mega Drive, 74.80. So that's like 60 bucks maybe? Like 57, 58 bucks for that. Not the worst prices I've ever seen. And a boxed, clean, very nice looking N64 for 7,700. So like 60 bucks and you can get a boxed N64. That's not too bad either. We got a bunch of loose Super Famicoms and GameCubes and the 3DO here, the Panasonic, the FZ, what is it, 10? The front loader, which is the one I had as a teen, and then the FZ100, I believe, the top loader, which I eventually picked up while in Japan. So that's pretty cool. 3DO actually does have some pretty cool games available for it. Another Mega Drive, Dreamcast, my beloved 7700. So it's like 60 bucks, and you got yourself a Dreamcast there. This I thought was pretty cool, Sharp MZ 1500. So there you go, one of those older Japanese home computers that presumably was had some games on it. And then a what is it, Sega? Is that another? Oh, it's a Mark III. Okay, cool. 17.6 for this Mark III, and again in very good condition. So there you go, some consoles in this Hard Off.
ガンスモーク悪を倒し西部の街を救えヒーローにキス本格シューティングゲームガンスモークカプコン
Alright, now we get started with the games proper. And we're going to start with PS1, which they didn't have a ton, but what they did have was pretty cool. Starting with the one and only Gunner's Heaven for 5,000 yen. Really good game. Most people would say it's kind of like the PlayStation's answer to Gunstar Heroes, and it is similar to that. It's a really fun, fast-paced run-and-gun action extravaganza. We've got some Gambare Goemon here as well. One thing that did kind of impress me, and we're going to especially see it when we get to the loose carts for like Famicom and Super Famicom. This place, it wasn't the best stocked I'd ever been to, but man, the stuff was in pretty good condition. And some of the games we're looking at here, they're pretty reasonably priced, especially, what does that say, carom shot, something like that, some billiards. There you go, in case you want to play billiards. Or Kilik the Blood 2. I don't know what the hell that is, but it's 300 yen. So who can argue with 300 yen? That's like, I don't know, what, $2 or something like that? Muscle. Get your muscles going, your Kiniku, if you will. And some Crash Bandicoots as well. Again, for a couple of bucks a piece. 500 for Gran Turismo 2. And was it like 600 for Grandia Rave Groove Adventure for 300 yen. And it's, what are they raving about? They got some glow sticks and some some like candy necklaces and bracelets. Jumping Flash, 300 yen classic. And some RPG Maker as well. So that's pretty cool. And just lots of stuff. I don't know what the hell I'm looking at. Civilization. This is pretty cool though. The double shooting, so you get Ray Storm and Ray Crisis in a single game, but not really necessary anymore since you can get all three of the Ray's games on the Switch. But that was 2,000 yen, which is, yeah, that's pretty good. It's like $15. So that was a good price on that. I was pretty happy with that. That's quite cool. And then 300 for some Tekken 3. Tekken 3, anything Tekken is always going to be super affordable. Just because, you know, it's Tekken. It's great. It's sold like hotcakes. 200 yen for Tekken 2. And 500 yen for Xenogears, which is awesome. And 300 yen for Legend of Mana. So basically, if you're an RPG fan, I mean, maybe take some classes, learn to read Japanese, because RPGs in Japan are as common as, like, Madden games in the United States. They're practically giving them away. They're a couple of bucks a piece. And that ain't bad. Macross Digital Mission VFX. So a 3D Macross action game. Pretty cool. And also 300 yen. So that's literally like a couple of bucks. PlayStation games for like $2, $2.50, whatever the case may be. We've got some Vita and other various things there. PSP. Not too familiar with that. So I kind of bypassed that. Actually, if you're really interested in that stuff, you can let me know down in the comments. I'm more of a retro guy. But we're looking at these Super Famicom loose carts. We got Puyo Puyo and Super Donkey Kong and I think Battle Dodge. But all this, it's all 300 yen for these carts. So that's great. Like, I love going to a Hard Off where the prices, they're appropriate. They're proper. Like, I hate going to one and just seeing like 300 for this, 500 for that, but then this is like 1200, this is 15, this is, you know, nah, come on. I mean, these games are super common. We got our Dragon Ball Z's and Dragon Quests and Street Fighter 2s and Donkey Kongs and all that stuff. Give it to us for 300 yen, 500 yen here and there, or 800 yen for Muscle Bomber, which is acceptable because that is a more expensive Capcom game these days, and 1500 for Ys 4. Again, a less common Super Famicom game, so I can let it slide. But then we got Nazo Puyo 500. We got some Mickey Mouse. And Tetris Battle Gaiden for 1,000 yen. Star Ocean. Some Yoshi's Cookie. All kinds of good stuff. So yeah, I had myself a hell of a time. I had myself a hell of a time digging through these games. I don't know what the hell. And box games as well. Dragon Quest, Super Donkey Kong Final Fight for 2,500 yen, but it is boxed. It is complete. The box is not perfect, as one might imagine. This game is something like, what, 34, 35 years old? So, you know, got a little wear and tear. The original Fatal Fury, the Battle of Destiny, it's like 1,500 yen, so like 12 bucks. And when a game is boxed and it's complete, can you really argue with like 12 bucks? And the original ActRaiser, great game, 2,000 yen. It says there's a little damage to the box and whatnot, but that's okay. 2,000 yen. That's a good deal. Fatal Fury Special, boxed, complete, and only 800 yen. And that's a fantastic deal. A complete copy of Fatal Fury Special, 800 yen. Yes, please. And we got some Yoshi's Island again. A bunch of these boxes were in pretty good condition too. The loose carts were really clean. And then these box games were pretty sharp. 1,000 yen for one of the Sailor Moon puzzle games. I kind of get mixed up because there's like 3 or 4 of the puzzle games, 2 beat-em-ups, and a fighting game. So Sailor Moon was just all over that Super Famicom. 500 for Super Mario Kart, so that ain't bad. And 500 as well for Super Puyo Puyo and Puyo Puyo 2, complete and in good condition, and it's only 1,000 yen, about $7.50. And apparently there's some military operations going on right now because there's an extremely annoying helicopter outside my window. Can't you wait until after I've made my YouTube videos before you start doing your damn helicopter flyovers? How inconsiderate. Star Fox 64, 800 yen, boxed, complete, and again in pretty sharp condition. Star Wars Episode 1 Racer, everybody's favorite, obviously, 500 yen. Oh, Jake Lloyd, everything turned out just great for you. What a happy ending to a happy life. 500 yen for Dragon Ball, and that's good. And then again, these loose Famicom carts, most of them you're gonna see the coloration on them is still really good. They were pretty clean, and again, pretty cheap stuff too. 300 yen for Yoshi, 300 yen for these Dragon Ball games. All real good. Real good. Yeah, super good. That's a good deal there, yeah. Xevious, and some pro wrestling there, some Tecmo Pro Wrestling, so you know it's good. As well as some Goonies, some Hokuto no Ken, the original, mind you, not the one that later came out on the NES. 800 yen for Mario USA, and just look at that card, look at the condition, look at it, check it out. Oh, it's really nice, super clean. It's really clean, bro. And these Rockman games, again, really impressed. 1,500 for Rockman 3, pretty good deal. Rockman 5, my favorite, 1,000 yen. And again, the cart is super clean. And I like the Rockman 5 cart anyway. It's like an aquamarine color. Not a lot of Famicom carts with that coloration. In fact, I think that's the only one I can think of. 2,000 yen, complete copy of Super Mario Bros. 3. Which you could argue, who needs that? You can play that on anything now. But that is pretty cool. It's a collector's piece, if nothing else. Get your Mario 3 on. I mean, it is one of the best games ever made, in my personal opinion. Or at least one of the best, like, 8-bit games. Some Golgo 13. Box is really ratty, actually. But 1,500 on that. It's kind of, like, ripped up a little bit. That is a cool game, though. I do like that, you know, a game where you can, like, snipe someone and sleep with a... I don't know what she was, but anyway, Dragon Ninja with a sweet Dragon Ninja sticker on it, aka Bad Dudes. So what's a better title, Dragon Ninja or Bad Dudes? You tell me. But there's Star Soldier, there's some Makaimura, aka, what is it, Ghosts and Goblins? Can't argue with that. We got some N64 stuff here, loose games, along with the box games, and there's even some Game Boy, GBA, stuff like that. So that's pretty cool. Some of the N64 Goemon games, those are nice. 500 yen for Diddy Kong Racing, the superior N64 kart racer. We've got some Bomberman, we've got some DK64, we've got Puzzle Bobble 64 for 1,000 yen. That's nice. That's another one I don't come across too much. And 1,000 yen, about $7.50 right now. That's a really good deal on that. And then Snowbo Kids. For 1,000 yen, that's really good. I usually, if I do come across a loose card of Snowbo Kids, it's usually closer to 2,000 yen. So that was nice to find that. We've got this case down here, though, with some really sweet stuff in it. Including, what, Super Chinese? X-Men Mutant Apocalypse, one of my favorite SNES games. Gundam Wing Endless Duel. I think we got some Joe and Mac in there. We've got some Go-Go Akuman. Mickey 3. We got Rockman 2, complete and in great condition, but it's 30,800 yen. Oh my god. Everything I said about all the, you know, the games on the shelf being priced pretty well, it kind of went out the window with that game. But everything else in that case actually was priced pretty well. Gundam and X-Men and all that stuff. Some loose Hue card here. Some Game Boy games. Game Boy Color. We're about to come to, in like just a minute, we're going to come to the Saturn, Dreamcast, PC Engine stuff, and that's where we're going to start to see things really cool off. It's getting harder and harder to find that stuff these days, but you can see these Game Boy games. Good stuff. There's like Puyo Puyo, Mario, Kirby, all that good stuff. It's like 300 yen. Again, they're like a couple of bucks a piece. Kind of hard to argue with that. And we've got some Famicom disc. That's pretty cool. We got some baseball, some soccer. Not too terribly exciting, although there is ice hockey. Complete copies of Mario 2, Mario Golf. And this, I thought was especially cool for 1,800 yen. Doki Doki Panic, aka the game that would eventually become Super Mario Bros. 2. So that's pretty cool. I don't come across that so much. It's more common to come across Mario USA, aka Mario 2. This kind of cool. We got like Adventure Cobra on the PC. We got some other stuff. But as I say, we're looking at the Dreamcast and everything. They did not really have very much. But this is really cool. 1,200 yen. And we've got ourselves some Puyo Puyon. And I like that a lot. And what else we got here? Not too terribly much. The Dreamcast is pretty sparse. We got some good stuff on the Saturn, though. Some Street Fighter 02. Please, Jim, try not to knock some stuff over. But that's pretty good. Great game. Great port of that game. It's 1,000 yen. Kind of hard to argue with that. Again, like $7.50. That's pretty good. That's a good deal. But down here, some of these Mega Drive games, I was especially happy to find Shura no Mon, aka Shura's Gate. Sort of a weird little quasi-fighting strategy game, but pretty cool. If nothing else, kind of graphically impressive. And Puyo Puyo, complete, in really good shape, for 500 yen. That's like, what, like $3.50 for a complete Puyo Puyo? Yes, please. Got some AES here. Fatal Fury Special. These are 6,000 yen, though. Which is to be expected still. You know, they're AES games. They shouldn't be that cheap. 4,000 for Samurai Spirits, though. Pretty good. I'm not going to complain about that. And then a couple other things here for the Saturn. Puzzle Bobble 2X. Great game. And, yeah, not much on the Saturn. But what they did have... Well, I say that. They had, like, 2 good games, and the rest was kind of, you know, stuff I, wasn't very excited to see. And then just a tiny little selection of PC Engine games. Kind of sad, you know, Saturn, Dreamcast, Sega, and PC Engine stuff is much more collectible, I guess. And less common than Nintendo stuff and PlayStation, but still, I just, if I can find it, I'm a happy camper. But that's really going to do it for the games here. Let's get out of here. Let's go home, and let's do some finds of the day.
Alright. Hey, that was not bad. They had more than cement mixers after all. So they had quite a few games to choose from, and picked up quite a lot. Actually filled up my backpack and had enough left over for a little small bag on the side. So pretty cool. They didn't have much in the way of like Sega Saturn, PC Engine, Dreamcast. That's kind of typical at Hard Offs these days. But they had plenty of Super Famicom, Famicom N64. The carts were super clean. It was actually pretty surprising that the carts were as clean as they were, and as cheap as they were. Most of them were like 300 yen, 500 yen. So I got some good stuff. We're gonna go home and check out my finds of the day, but first, there's a Tex-Mex place near here, and I'm getting hungry. So I'm gonna go eat me a burrito, and then we'll be at home a little later, and we'll take a look at my finds of the day from this awesome new Hard Off here in Hamura. So stick around, because that's coming up next. Post burrito pickups.
Okay, and we are back. Just got home from an awesome game hunting trip. As you saw, they had some games, consoles, plenty of stuff to choose from. Prices not bad either. And it was a beautiful, beautiful, warm, sunny day today. And it was just pretty cool going back to Hamura, which I had just went back last month. I try to make it a point to get out there at least once a year. And to find that there was another Hard Off there that I hadn't been to yet, that was just a really cool revelation. So now, on my annual trips to Hamura, I'll not only be going to a Hobby Off and 1 Hard Off, I'll be going to a Hobby Off and 2 Hard Offs. Honestly, I should probably start giving tours of the area with as much time as I like to spend around there. These last handful of videos, it's been all West Tokyo. It's been Hamura and Tachikawa and Hachioji and Haijima. All of those places are out kind of in the same general area. So yeah, maybe something in the future I can start giving people like retro game hunting tours of West Tokyo or whatever. That would be cool. Anyway, we got a whole bunch of games today. I think I picked up about 50 games and spent in the neighborhood of about like 45,000 yen, which for 50 games, that's not bad at all, considering most of them were really cheap. I picked up a lot of loose carts today. A lot of it was like 300 yen, 500 yen. Picked up some PlayStation games as well. So yeah, I think for everything I got today, price was definitely reasonable. And I got finds of the day here. These are 4 games that I picked up that I think for the price that I picked them up at, for what they are, these are definitely like the top picks of the day. And first up, I picked this up for 500 yen. Typically, no matter what it is, if you find a complete Mega Drive game for 500 yen, you pick it up. Because I think right now that's like $3.50, which is just like a ridiculous deal. But I got a copy of the original Puyo Puyo. And I talk a lot about Puyo Puyo games on this channel. It's not like by design or anything. It's just as I'm doing my game hunting, I find stuff that I like, that I know are good games, and also games that I know if I send to someone, they're going to be able to play it really easily without much of a language barrier, and they're going to have fun with it. So Puyo Puyo games and puzzle games in general really fit the bill in those terms. But the original Puyo Puyo, it doesn't have any like really crazy gimmicks like later games would have, like Puyo Puyo Sun and Puyo Puyon. Those had like really cool twists on the gameplay. Here, just straightforward Puyo Puyo, match up the different little Puyos of various color, create combos, and then send a whole bunch of junk Puyos over to the opponent's side of the screen. It's a lot of fun, super addictive, very simple, easy to pick up and play. Nice visuals, great sound design as well. In fact, this is the game that was converted into Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine, excuse me. When's the last time I said Dr. Robotnik? Robotnik! Robotnik, he's a cousin of Robotnik. But this was turned into Mean Bean Machine. But whatever the case may be, super fun game, again with great visuals, great sound design by Compile, so you know it's gonna be good. And again, for 500 yen, this was like a no-brainer. It's complete, it's in great condition, and again, 500 yen, like $3.50. I'm getting all my currencies mixed up, but like I would expect to pay this much for like a loose cart, not, you know, a complete game. So that was awesome. Speaking of complete games, for the Super Famicom for 800 yen, so this was probably about $6 with the exchange rate, I got a complete copy of Fatal Fury Special for the Super Famicom. And while, you know, it's not really up to snuff compared to like the Neo Geo version or something like that, this is still a pretty good port of this game, handled by Takada. So, you know, they didn't do such a bad job, but it's Fatal Fury Special, so it's always going to be awesome. It says on the back, 32 meg action game. So, alright, 32 megs, there you go. But great game. This was actually the first Fatal Fury game I ever played. At a sleepover at a friend's house, we watched Fatal Fury the motion picture, and then we played Fatal Fury Special on his SNES. I guess the guy was just a big Fatal Fury fan, what can I say? I think we were 10 years old at the time. But that was my first time playing any Fatal Fury game at all. I immediately loved it because I was a 2D fighter fan at the time. So in particular, I loved Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, and Killer Instinct. So to find another really good 2D fighter with some really cool characters and things, I was really happy about that. I became an instant Fatal Fury fan, and then this game is awesome. Maybe my favorite Fatal Fury game ever, like between this and Mark of the Wolves. But this is just, you know, the game, it combines all of the great classic Fatal Fury characters all into one game, and it's a lot of fun. Nice graphics and sound as well for the SNES. Again, not exactly the Neo Geo version, but an admirable port nevertheless. It is Fatal Fury Special. And again, for 800 yen for a complete copy, that's in pretty good shape. Not bad at all, I won't complain about that. Speaking of Super Famicom games, I actually had to go into the case to get this one, but I was really happy to do it because a lot cheaper than I usually find it for. They actually took the price sticker off of it on checkout, but I think it was in the neighborhood of like 18 bucks, 17 or 18 bucks, which is like kind of a steal for this game. It's Gundam Wing Endless Duel. This by Natsume, and if you've never played it, it is a one-on-one fighting game featuring all of the mechs from Gundam Wing, and that alone should make it pretty enticing for SNES fans and Super Famicom fans. But on top of that, it is a really competently made fighting game. It's really good. Natsume was a great developer back in the day. I think aside from this, another notable fighting game they made back then was, I think it was like Power Rangers the Fighting Edition, or Power Rangers the movie, or something like that. But they made some pretty cool Power Rangers games back in the day too, and this is kind of similar to that. Instead of fighting with Zords, you're fighting with Gundams. But great game, again, pretty damn good playing 2D fighter. In fact, one of the better 2D fighters on the Super Famicom and SNES. And the graphics, like no kidding, these are some of the best visuals on the console, period. Huge character sprites that look really good, they're very detailed, and all the backgrounds look really good too, and the soundtrack is excellent. Just no surprise, it's Natsume. So just all around, this game is amazing. Gundam Wing, Endless, Duel, and this cart, super, super clean. So yeah, for the price and everything, just it was a must-buy. I don't see this game for that cheap, like, ever. And the last game I picked up, nothing too particularly rare, but it was a good price on it. Actually, probably about half of what I normally see it going for. It was 1,000 yen today, so about $7.50. Usually it's closer to like 2,000 yen. But I picked up a copy of Snowbo Kids for the N64. And this game, otherwise known as Snowboard Kids, I don't know why. Japan just loves to be different, so it's Snowbo Kids here. Developed and published by Atlas, so you know there's a mark of quality on it. But I love this game because it's sort of disguised as a snowboarding game. On the surface, that's what it is. And I like snowboarding games. I was a fan of Cool Boarders back in the day, and SSX after that, so pretty cool. This is not really like a snowboarding game in the traditional sense, though. It's really a kart racer disguised as a snowboarding game, and I like that a lot because I'm a huge kart racing fan, especially N64. I mean, you've got Mario Kart 64, obviously. You've got Donkey Kong Racing, and you've got a lot of other really great racing games on the console, and Snowbo Kids is one of the unsung heroes of the kart racing genre because, again, it really is a kart racer. You go downhill on your snowboards and you pick up items and you attack the other players and everything, and that's all a lot of fun. It's really just like a game of Mario Kart or Crash Team Racing or something to that effect, except you're going downhill on a snowboard with all these cute little characters. Nice visuals, great soundtrack. The only annoying thing is like mid-race you come up to the what is it, the ski lift thing, and like if you're coming up to it and someone else is getting onto it, you like bump into them, and that can like really screw you up and like knock you out of place. But other than that little annoyance, this is an absolutely great game, super fun, nice graphics, very cute designs, and a good soundtrack. All around just a solid effort from Atlas, and I was happy to find it today for very little money. It's Snowbo Kids on the N64. Would you like to be a Snowbo Kid? I bet you would. We all wanted to be a Snowbo Kid. I don't know. I'm rambling. Anyway, there you go. So that's it. Those were my finds of the day. But like I said, I picked up like almost 50 games today or something. A lot of really inexpensive stuff. So I had a lot of fun getting back on the train, heading out to Hamura, back where it all began, and discovering a brand new Hard Off today. So that was a lot of fun. So thanks for watching, everyone. I should have put in this video the promo for Bai, so thank you Bai for sponsoring the video. Do go check that out. The thing I did earlier was kind of a little on the scripted side, but it actually is a really cool website for people who like to they want to shop for stuff in Japan, but there's no international shipping from like Mercari and Rakuten and stuff. So yeah, thank you to them as well. So anyway, yeah, hope you enjoyed the video. Let me know down in the comments what you think of these games, and if you're coming to Japan, are you intending to do any retro game hunting? I'd certainly like to know. And until next time, thanks for watching, everybody, and we'll see you then. Goodbye. Hello everybody, Jim here. How y'all doing? I am today back in the neighborhood of Tachikawa. As you can see, it is a beautiful spring day today. Last time I was here, it was to go to a nearby Hard Off, which was great. Had fun, found a lot of games, good times, but unbeknownst to me,
there was a Surugaya here the whole time, like right next to the station apparently. And I've actually never been to this Surugaya. Surugaya is kind of like my other favorite chain of stores to go game hunting at. So that's what we're gonna do today. We're gonna go to the Surugaya right here in Tachikawa. It should be literally like right here, right on the main drag, according to Google Maps. So I'm gonna go and find it, and then we are gonna be inside, hopefully digging through a mountain of retro games as per usual. So that's what's coming up next. Check it out.
Japan, 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 Japan. Round one. Fight, fight, fight.
Alright, so we found it. It's in this large building here, which looks like it's just kind of a big shopping center and a big parking complex on top. So that's cool. I've never been here before, so I'll get inside, find out which floor the Surugaya is on. Gotta find the entrance first. I'm guessing it's around here. Like Google Maps says, I think it says I have to like work my way around to the back. So, okay, cool. Now the fun part of the video, figuring out how to get into the friggin' building. But yeah, okay. So let's get inside, get up to Surugaya, and then get us some of that sweet retro gaming action. Here we go.
Alright, getting started in this absolutely epic Surugaya with these things I thought were pretty cool. You get 10 games for 1,500 yen. They had PS2 and PS3 varieties, but this is the real main event, the glass case. I figured we'd start with the most rare, expensive stuff. So get ready, strap yourselves in, because we're already looking at stuff like Dracula X and Go Kaiser. Pretty cool game. There's Sonic and Knuckles, both the game and just the manual by itself. Some Popful Mail, some good PC Engine stuff like Cotton and Spriggan Mark II, Falsetta More, and even the PC Engine version of Popful Mail, which is my preference. I personally like that game better. Also some cool Mega Drive games there. Dreamcast stuff, Sega Gaga. Back there you can see Gunbird 2, Bangayo, Kikayo. There's Twinkle Star Sprites and Jet Set Radio. All kinds of great stuff. Mega Drive, PC Engine, Gunstar Heroes, Golden Axe 3, Gaiares. It goes on and on and on. It's the game hunt that never ends. Splatterhouse 2, Contra Hardcore, Moonwalker. Okie dokie. Some Mike Moonwalker, some more Splatterhouse, some more Moonwalker. Some Mega CD games, that's pretty cool. Some AES games back there. Not cheap games, not by a long shot. Hundreds of dollars, but hey, what do you want? It's Neo Geo. But it's not over yet. This ain't over. We got more. This case is like a trifecta case, where they also had some of the more expensive PS2 games. Because right now, collecting Japanese PS2 games can be pretty expensive, but they do have some of the more rare, expensive games in there. We're looking at stuff like Kuon, Pepsi Man, Variable Geo, Parodius, all kinds of stuff. Even some stuff back there. We've got the sequel to Twinkle Star Sprites. We've got some Sonic Wings. All kinds of good stuff. Variable Geo too as well. Pretty cool. More PS2 games, including Raiden 3. We got some of the bullet hell shooters back there. We got stuff like Ketsui and Mushihime-sama. You know, stuff for the Xbox 360. That's all really good. And then Saturn, which is always a crowd pleaser. We got Dodon Pachi. We got Metal Black. We got Kingdom Grand Prix. We got Radiant Silver Gun. Oscar 120%. We've got some Symphony of the Night Saturn, which has become a rather expensive game these days, even though it's an inferior port. Aside from the only real thing it has is it has a couple of additional areas that are not much to write home about. But there you go. There are a bunch of Saturn games in there, and PS1, PS2, Xbox 360. All that's great, and it wouldn't be complete without some Nintendo, would it? Come on. But first, what do we got here? Wonder Swan. So I do not get a lot of requests for Wonder Swan, but there's also DS. All these Rockman World games, all boxed and complete. That's real nice, but they're also rather expensive. There's Kid Dracula. There's some TMNT. Some Contra. Very cool. Even a Kiki Kai. Just a manual for Kiki Kai. Okay. We got some Batman, Double Dragon 2, some other cool Chip and Dale 2. I never see that. That's kind of cool. We've got some Ninja Gaiden boxed, or Ninja Ryukinden, excuse me. Even a few GameCube games, and some Super Famicom as well, including Sonic Blast Man, Macross, Sparkster, all the classics, Ninja Warriors again, more Rockman, just all this stuff. This one of those cases of broken dreams. You just look inside, you see all this stuff. Earthworm Jim, TMNT, Castlevania. Oh my God. Too many great games to count. What an epic display case.
VRC6 が生んだコナミ初の本格 RPG 毛量戦記マダラ3月30日接近
Okay, getting started with the bulk of the Nintendo stuff they had, starting with this little end cap here. Where they had a whole bunch of boxed Super Famicom games, as we can see some Super Street Fighter 2. They had a number of copies of that, as well as Super Metroid. But they're charging $63.70 for complete Super Metroid, but they've got a bunch of copies. It's not like it's in short supply. Also, something that is going to be like a recurring theme in this video, they have, you know, stuff like this stacked, you know, back to back or back to front, whatever it is. The pricing stickers on the boxes and cartridges and stuff sometimes are not too terribly secure. Seiken Densetsu 3 for $14.20 in great shape. That's a good deal. And then for Seiken Densetsu 2, 670 yen. Like $5, and you get yourself a complete copy of Secret of Mana. But yeah, the price stickers became a super annoyance for me, just because there are so many things I tried to pick up off the shelf and they'd be stuck to another game. Mario Kart 1280, that ain't too bad. So this is gonna kind of a theme with this particular Surugaya. Some of the games on the shelves were clearly overpriced. It wasn't even like a question, and then some of it was like super inexpensive. Mutant Warriors 7500 and Tiny Toon Adventures 4900. You know what? We got a Turtles collection. It'd be nice if we got a Tiny Toon collection too. Wouldn't that be nice? Something like that. 5,000 for complete Link to the Past, but the box is a bit ratty. And that's another thing I'll say. At least they're, they're considerate of things like that, like condition of boxes and manuals, and they're very upfront. Soul Blader, aka Soul Blazer, very cool, $48.90. So there you go. Surugaya, usually you can really trust them. If there's something wrong with a game or there's any damage, you'll know right away. $8.80 for Tetris Battle Gaiden. Even if that was a loose cart, that would be a pretty decent price on that. Twinbee, the Rainbow Bell Adventure, $49.20. That's kind of, you know, right where it should be. But, yeah, so in general, prices in here were kind of all over the road. I would say most of what I found in here was pretty decent price, especially when it comes to, like, the loose carts and stuff. But some of it insane. Yeah, great, yeah, just put those stickers anywhere. $6.40 for Panel Depon. That's not bad. And we got us some Sailor Moon games, the prettiest damn games on the Super Famicom. Sailor Moon R, one of the beat-em-ups. I believe that one has multiplayer. And this one, the original Sailor Moon, is a single-player only game. But either way, they're both pretty fun beat-em-ups, but very basic and very easy. And Sailor Moon S for $5,200, the fighting game. Which, again, pretty basic fighter. None of these Sailor Moon games are going to blow you away, but they're all decent enough. And then one of the puzzle games, I feel like there are like 3 or 4 different Sailor Moon puzzle games on the Super Famicom. The only one I can really remember is called Fwa Fwa Panic, and that one was pretty good. Final Fight 2, $25.20 for a complete copy, so that's okay. Also, you'll notice inside the plastic seal, for a lot of these games, they'll have that little blue card on it. That's for when you take that up to the counter, they take that to the back. It's got a little registry number on it, and then they go and they find your game, your cartridge or your disc, whatever the case may be. But we got some Yoshi's Island, we got some Yu Yu Hakusho, we've got some Ryuko no Ken 2, aka Art of Fighting 2. That's pretty cool. And right next to it, the original for $36.30. For a complete copy of that. That's maybe a little more than what I normally see it for. We've got some of the Rockman games, though. We got X for $78.80. Give me a break. That's a very common game. So is X2. X2 they're selling for $61.80. The Rockman X games, that's the thing. Rockman games, they're always popular, but they're very common as well. $1,500 for this one of the Ranma 1/2. There's like 3 Ranma 1/2 fighting games, and then there's an RPG as well. They're usually pretty inexpensive. $67.80 for Goemon 2. That kind of hurts. And $38.80 for the original Goemon. So yeah, as you can see, not all of these prices are especially generous. But man, do they have a big selection of games. Goemon 3, $57.80. Some Fatal Fury. Just all kinds of good stuff. It's just, you got to be really choosy, especially if you're shopping on a budget. If you're shopping for other people, as I usually am, you know, I want to stretch people's dollar a little bit. Mickey's Tokyo Disney, that's pretty cool. So yeah, all these loose carts. For the most part, the loose cart prices were not too bad. $18.60 for loose Sailor Moon, though. I don't know. That's, well, $1,000 for that one. I guess it's a little more damaged. I mean, again, I'll say the condition of most of the stuff I was coming across in here was really good. And again, anything that wasn't was labeled as such. $11.70 for loose Rockman X, and Rock and Roll Racing for $12.70. That's cool. I never see Rock and Roll Racing when I'm out doing my hunts, so that's pretty cool. And then here they just had boxes. You could buy boxes for your games, and that's how you know they're really catering to collectors, because who other than an actual retro game collector would give a crap to buy a box or a manual or what have you? This is strictly collectors only type stuff. The average person that's just like, oh, cool, Super Famicom games, I remember those. They're not going to buy an empty, you know, Bonk's Adventure box. Wolfenstein 3D on the Super Famicom. Again, one I don't come across very often, so it's just kind of cool to see it. We've got some Go-Go Akuma. We got Advanced Dungeons and Dragons, which by Capcom, but I don't think I've ever played that one. $3,000 for loose Super Castlevania 4. We've got some more Goemon games. That's all well and good. There's lots and lots and lots and lots of games. So I obviously not showing everything here because that would stretch this video out way further than I wanted it to be, but trust me when I said I spent quite a lot of time digging through those games. We are also going to jump over to the Famicom aisle, starting off with Akira for the Famicom, which is pretty cool. It's basically just like a point-and-click, sort of like visual novel type game, but it's cool that there's even just an 8-bit Akira game. East 2, in case you didn't know, the first couple, actually I think the first 3 East games, they were all released on the Famicom. I think all of them by Falcom, and they're all pretty cool. Some elevator action for you. I love these old classics. A little bit of Urban Champion for you. Not a great game in my estimation there. And golf. Classic golf. Which I also don't really like. I eventually grew to like golf games, particularly like Hot Shots and Mario Golf. But not a fan of those old 8-bit and 16-bit ones. Kira Kira Star Knight, I think. Pretty cool game. I think put out by Columbus Circle. 3310. Boxed and complete Gradius, and 3000 as well. So that's cool. I'm a big Gradius fan. Always cool when I can come across more copies. And the classic that is Galaga, although it's overpriced. All right. Some Gegege no Kitaro, 3180. And I think, yeah, I'm starting to more sticky stickers. Some Goonies. There you go. I think somebody told me that Goonies was released. Like there's Goonies, Goonies 2, and I was a little confused on which, I thought Goonies 2 was released in the North America, not the others. This is kind of cool. It's not Getsu Fumaden, or is it Getsu Fumaden? I think so. But this cool like special edition, I guess released way back in the day with like little figures in it and all kinds of other stuff. A heavy box, so there was quite a lot of cool bonuses in there. So that's nice. I don't think I've ever come across that before. 4330 for Mario 3, and that's just one of those things where it's like, why? It's like one of the most popular, best-selling Famicom games. It's not like there's a shortage of copies of it. There's millions of copies out there, man. Do you really need that much for it? 4680 for complete Star Soldier, which I rarely come across boxed Star Soldier for whatever reason. It just feels like 9 out of 10 times it's always loose and a little ratty. Maybe, people didn't feel like they needed to take care of their Star Soldier copies. I don't know. Hogan's Alley, not much use to me because I don't have a light gun, but maybe somebody would want it. Again, I am shopping for other people when I make these videos. Some Magical Taruru Tokun, what does that say? Fantastic World. There are some cool Taruru Tokun games, I don't mind telling you. And then some boxed Rockman games, but 6,300 for Rockman 3. That's an ouchie. And then 5550 for Rockman 5, which is my favorite of the 8-bit Rockman games, which is kind of an unpopular choice, I think. A lot of people, they either go for 2 or 3. But I'm a Rockman 5 guy, even though I like all of them. And the lone Famicom disc game. Gunhead, which I'm not exactly sure what that is, because Gunhead is Blazing Lasers on the PC Engine. And I know there's also a movie called Gunhead, so it's like maybe loosely based on the movie. But what is it? I don't know. Speaking of, Macross for 520 yen. We got some other stuff here. Twin B3 for 1290. That's okay. Some TMNT, 1880. Other various things here. Tecmo Bowl, classic. I think actually one of the first NES games I ever played was Tecmo Bowl. Donkey Kong 3. And the original Donkey Kong, an absolute classic. Love that game. It's like 500 yen, 600 for Top Gun. So some of this isn't so bad. They're like $5 games, $4 games. But 1930 for that, 450 for a horrible looking Dr. Mario. Come on, Surugaya, get it together. Dragon Spirits, cool game. Some Dragon Ball as well. And this called my, I think, Bugs Bunny's Birthday Blowout, I think, for 1300. I've never played it. I just saw those, the AVGN episodes, and I was like, oh, okay, that Bugs Bunny game. I know that. Ninja Ryukenden 2 for 1190. That's not so bad, like $10 for that game. Some Jajamaru-kun, all that stuff. More Galaga. Excellent. Loose carts of Gradius, 620 yen. So it's like $5. And you've got yourself a copy of Gradius. I think that's not too bad. I would say like $5 for a loose cart is, pretty acceptable. $11.60 for Super Mario USA, which is a classic, totally overshadowing the Doki Doki Panic or whatever. Star Wars, and it's actually a decent-looking, clean copy for once. That's a nice change of pace. And some Double Dragon 3, which honestly, I've still never played Double Dragon 3 now that I think of it. I don't think I have. I could be mistaken. I am starting to get up there in age. I forget stuff. Mike Tyson's Punch-Out! Again, they have a bunch of copies. I don't know why it's $24.50 if you have so many copies. That should probably be closer to like $10, but hey, that's just me. I don't own the store. I don't get to price these things. We're going to take a quick look, though, at some of this other Nintendo stuff. Some GameCube, some Wii, all that nice stuff there. GameCube games, they had some cool stuff. We got Star Fox. We've got Sonic Heroes 1640, which I do like that theme song at least. Not the best soundtrack in the series, but at least the theme song is good. Some Mario Sunshine, Smash Brothers. This is pretty cool. A nice little compilation of some really good Nintendo puzzle games. Dr. Mario, Panel Depon, and Yoshi's Cookie, which is pretty fantastic. If I don't mind telling you. If I couldn't already play all those games digitally on the Switch, that's the kind of thing I'd maybe like to have. We got some N64 games here boxed, including Akumajo Dracula, Castlevania, which there's been a bit of a resurgence for people, you know, that like that game. I've played it, I just never really cared for it. Maybe if it wasn't called Castlevania, if I wasn't expecting a Castlevania game. 400 yen for Complete Wave Race 64, that ain't bad. And we've got some Star Fox, we've got F-Zero, we've got these Zeldas with their beautiful epic cover art. Star Wars, Shadows of the Empire, tore up box, but $8.30, and that's just, you know, that's an epic game. I remember absolutely loving me some Shadows of the Empire. $14.20 for Mario 64. I feel like Mario 64 should be priced at least as low as Wave Race. I mean, it's got to be more common. It should be like $5. And we got some Smash Brothers. We got some other Zeldas. We got all kinds of great stuff here. You know, the N64, not my favorite console. It's got a few just great, all-time greats on it. GoldenEye, you know, the Zelda games, Mario. And then some loose cards here. I guess there was a run on N64 games and they were running out. But anyway, yeah, that's a whole lot of Nintendo goodness in the Surugaya. Okay, getting started in this this aisle, big aisle, huge, big aisle. Starting with some PS1 stuff, 6,030 yen for Akumajo Dracula X something nantoka. It's Symphony of the Night. For 6,030 yen, that's one that always goes up. But then there's like this greatest hits version for 32.90. But is that really what you want? You want greatest hits? I don't know. Back in the day, I mean, of course, when you were a kid on a budget, and a budget meaning I didn't have any money, I just was like desperate to get a game any way I could get it. Greatest hits, yeah, that was a blessing. Here we have something by Atlas. What does that say? Papaya? What the hell? Valkyrie profile. See, we're getting into the PS1 here, where there's plenty of stuff still on the PS1 that I don't know what the hell it is. I mean, there's like 2,000 games released on that console. 1170 for the original Vampire: The Night Warriors, great game. And then we've got Vampire Savior EX, which we knew as Darkstalkers 3 back in the day. Now, though, with the Capcom Fighting Collection, you can just get all of that right there on your whatever Switch, PS4. Sister Princess 2. That sounds a little bit suspect. I can't lie. X-Men vs. Street Fighter EX Edition. They're like, yeah, it's the EX Edition. Meaning you can't, there's no tag feature and there's longer load times and it's not as good as the Saturn version, but it's got the EX in there. Ooh. Super Black Bass 2X. And then some Super Puzzle Fighter 2X. Was that? That is an X, yeah. This time, the black bass is not. We're not fucking around here. And another bass fishing game. We're going blue today. We're gonna do some swearing today. Whatever the hell that is. And some, hey, alright, some Klonoa, Door to Phantomile. I did just recently pick up the Klonoa HD collection, though, on the Switch. So, again, some of these games are being made obsolete. We got Capcom Generations 5 with just, you know, more versions of Street Fighter 2. Honestly, how many times could Capcom re-release Street Fighter 2? Give me a break. Gunner's Heaven. This is a pretty cool game, actually. $62.90. Most often compared to Gunstar Heroes. It's sort of like that. Sort of like a Gunstar Heroes. But on your PS1. And it's a lot of fun. And some Capcom versus SNK. Also there on your PS1. Of course, any fighting game will be better on the Saturn or the Dreamcast. Some Q-Tenkai, which is a pinball game, which I like a lot. And then this, Ghost in the Shell. Always forget the exact title, something or other Kidotai. But I do love that original Ghost in the Shell game. I think developed by some studio at Sony. The same people that did like Jumping Flash or something. King of Fighters, I think that's Tkyo. That's the RPG one. And then there's like 96 and 97. That's all good. And then, ooh, Psychic Force 2 for $11.70. Love this game. Love the entire series. And for like $10, that ain't bad. Psychic Force 2, great game. I'll definitely, you know, spend $10 on that. As a matter of fact, I did. That's one of the games I picked up today. And then you, what are you doing here? You're a Sega Saturn game. What are you doing? You see, they grow legs and they go to other shelves. It's kind of like, did you see that movie? What was that movie? Sausage Party? I feel like that's what the games in here are probably doing at nights. They're hooking up with the PlayStation games. We got some Angel Eyes, which is a pretty cool fighter, and a little collection here with Tiger Heli and Twin Cobra, which again, you can get those on your modern consoles now. And this Dr. Slump game, 5500. Pretty cool. In case you didn't know, there is a 3D Dr. Slump kind of adventure game, and it's pretty cool. Actually, from what I can remember playing it, it reminded me a little bit of Mega Man Legends, so that was cool. And then also, speaking of, 6480 for Gunmu. So if you like Battle Angel Alita, there is a PS1 kind of adventure, almost like action RPG Battle Angel Alita game, and it's pretty damn cool. And here we have Rival Schools 2. The title is very long, but Justice Gakuen, it's great. It's got some additional characters and mini games and stuff. And then 870 for the original Rival Schools. That's pretty good. The Samurai Spirits RPG, and then 1340 for Real Battle on Film, aka Street Fighter the movie, the game. Marvel Superheroes, also awesome. More of this great Capcom stuff. I mean, Star Gladiator, Street Fighter Collection, 32-bit Capcom, man. You just can't go wrong with it. I'm such a huge fan of that era of gaming. Trap Gunner, which I have vague recollections of, but it's 1380. So there you go, and get yourself some Trap Gunner. Have a good old time with that. Let's keep cruising, shall we? What is it? Evil Zone? Is that what that is? 3D Fighter. Is it Evil Zone? Am I not mistaken? That was pretty cool. I think I either rented it back in the day or my brother had it, oddly enough. Police Knots on the PS1. Some good stuff. Some Fujiko looking sexy on there. Fist, which I think I've played this game before, and it wasn't great, but it's $27.80. So you're going to pay $27.80 for a game that sucks. Hermie Hopperhead, cool game I've talked about in the past. Japan exclusive, 2D platformer, fun stuff. All those Biohazard games. I mean, there's just a million bajillion of them. Mr. Driller G, because as we all know, Mr. Driller is a straight G. Nobody drills like that unless they're a G. You know what I'm saying? Marvel vs. Capcom EX, more Marvel superheroes. This is more PS1, because, you know, could you ever go wrong with more PS1? Whenever anyone says to me, hey Jim, how much PS1 should we get? I just say more. We got Rockman Battle and Chase. We got X3. We got Rockman 8. We got a whole bunch of the Rockmans. We're going to browse the other side as well. Here, Fatal Fury 2. And it looks like it's like oh, for the X68000. Okay. That's pretty cool. I myself do not have an X68000. I think the only time I've ever actually played one was they had one demo at Beep in Akihabara, so I got to enjoy it. Yeah, they just put that anywhere, Jim. Conan Exile. No idea. Never played an Xbox One or a Series S or X or anything. But I did like the Conan game on the Xbox 360 back in the day. And I'd like to try that new Thief game as well. Because I did like Thief Deadly Shadows way back when. We got Alan Wake. We got Odomedius. We got Arcana Heart. That's all cool. And some Dodonpachi, Daiojo, EX, Black's Label, etc., etc. For $72.70. Great game. Although we are about to be getting Dodonpachi Daiojo on modern consoles, courtesy of M2. So I'm waiting for that with bated breath. We got some other Xbox 360 stuff here. Good stuff. I personally loved my 360 back in the day, and my OG Xbox. There were some games on the Xbox at the time that they just had their own feel. You know what I mean? You know, but we got plenty of Sega Saturn stuff here, so we're going to look at Saturn and Dreamcast. Some of my favorite consoles to play and collect games for. Vampire Hunter, super, super inexpensive game. There's another PS1 game over there. What are you doing? 4570, X-Men Children of the Atom. And that's a bit pricey for that, I don't mind telling you. 3180 for NBA Jam Tournament Edition. He's on fire! No, really, he's on fire! Like if you were just in the middle of a basketball game and the ball suddenly caught on fire. Gusu no Yo-Yo S. Fun series of puzzle games. And Gradius, the deluxe pack for $31.30. Again, kind of expensive. That's definitely more than what I paid for it the last time I was at a Hard Off. Fantastic Pinball, Q-Tenkai, the Saturn version. Again, really great video pinball game, but 7,080 yen is asking a lot. That's like 60 bucks, and I don't know if I feel comfortable with that. 3620 though for Gunbird. That's actually not too bad for Gunbird. That's like right in the meaty part of the curve. That's too much for Fatal Fury 3 though. More of these Capcom Generations here. Generations 4 and some of the other ones. And Guardian Heroes for 9,000 yen. That's just ridiculous. Like, I don't 7240 still ridiculous. That should be like a 3,000 yen, 3,500 yen game. At the Surugaya in Shinjuku, actually, now that I think about it, it's more reasonably priced there than it is here. So again, like, I think I mentioned this earlier in the video. Some of the prices here, okay. Some of them, absolutely batshit crazy. And we've got some more games stuck together. Oh, I just love these stickers. 1,200 for KOF 95 with the box and everything. That's pretty good. 2,350 for some Samurai Spirits. So there you go. So some of this stuff is just like, when I looked at the prices, I was like, excuse me, do you have a gun I can put in my mouth? Because this is insanity. I don't want to live in this world where Guardian Heroes cost 9,000 yen. Saturn Bomberman, play it, get your 10-player action going. Gotta love it. And some more Street Fighter. Real Battle, unfilmed for 1410. Which I don't care what anyone says, I actually really like that game. Tenchio Kurao to 7,800, aka Warriors of Fate. Again, that is included in the Capcom Beat 'em Up bundle. So you can just get that anytime. 3,360 for Darius. Gaiden. With the spine card and everything. So that's not too bad. And that is a great game. Probably my favorite of the Darius games. What else we got? Waku Waku 7. Pretty decent little fighter. Not the best, but pretty good. And we've got some Real Bout, which is always nice. Which one is this? Is this the original Real Bout, or is it special? Because it's very, very special. Layer Section, kind of a Greatest Hits style version for 3580. Of course, Layer Section now also available on modern consoles. 2580 for Magic Knight Ray Earth. Great game on the Sega Saturn. Much cheaper than its North American counterpart. And 3730 for and original layer section. Again, though, you can get Ray Storm, Ray Force, and Ray Crisis all as part of the Ray's Arcade Chronology. Metal Black, pretty cool game. It's good. Not my favorite Saturn shooter by a long shot, but pretty good. But at 9,600 yen, that's not getting any cheaper. Feels like some of these they could have just put in that display case over there. But we got some more good stuff. Some Marvel Superheroes. Magical School, or Magical Academy Lunar. Another game in the Lunar series, but much easier. It's a much more like kid-friendly, easily approachable game. Sui Koenbu. Another 2D fighter by Data East, which is decent, I'll say. 6180, or was that 6810 for some Marvel. So there we go. We got all the good stuff. All the good ones, and and now we're coming up on some Dreamcast. You know we love our Dreamcast. We've got some Vampire Chronicle, and that's just fantastic. That's right, I'm busting out the German. That's how good these games are now. They're so good, it forced me to go into German mode, but we got Guilty Gear. We got Giga Wing. We've got everything. That rhymed. Can you... Alright. Well, I have fun. I really try to have fun. We have fun here at the Mad Panic Gaming Studio, aka my apartment. We've got all the Capcom versus SNKs, and we've got the Gunbirds, and we've got the Giga Wings, and we've got this, and we've got that. We've just got... I mean, is there anything we don't got? Is this not the definition of epic? I think if you look in the dictionary epic, you'll see a bunch of stuff like this. We got US Shenmue 5360, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, and I think not the for matching service version. Just the regular version. If it was for matching service, it would be much, much more expensive. But more of these classic Dreamcast games. Dynamite Deca 2, Sonic Adventure 2, Dino Crisis. The Dreamcast version is excellent. Biohazard 2, and the Dreamcast version of that game is my favorite version. And some Milky Season. Also my favorite version of Milky Season. I don't know, what am I saying? Okay, so like a ton of great games. PlayStation, Dreamcast, Saturn. You gotta love it, baby.
PC Engine.
これぞ本格派スーパーバレーボール。地球を救えサイバーコア。
ロンロン。
リアルバトルゴールデンアクス。SF ストーリーゲームトルビアンカ。
PC Engine CD-ROM system. Rom Rom.
Yay!
Okay, getting started. The last leg of this game hunt. And we are going to be looking at, what is it? PC Engine and Mega Drive. But these are actually some empty cases here. So if you want to buy some empty cases, there you go. Not all of them. Not all the Mega Drive cases were empty. But again, that's just like a signifier that they know that they are selling to collectors, because why else would you sell like empty cases, empty boxes, manuals and things when John and Jane Q Public is not particularly gonna care about that stuff. But anyway, what do we got here? So we got some old Sega stuff. We got the Sega My Cards, a few PC Engine loose hue cards. You can put all of those on like a single rack, but there are also some of the Sega My Cards, some Sega like SG-1000 and old stuff like that I don't come across too much, and some Mega CD, which, I'm not the biggest fan of the Sega CD and Mega CD. A lot of the games, I'm not big on the FMV stuff, but we got Ernest Evans. That's all well and good, and whatever the hell. This is something by Wolf Team, so super anime-esque. And Kamen Rider... what is that? It says Kamen Rider Zo or Zero, whatever it could be. Sonic CD, though. Now, that is a game I do like. I am quite the Sonic CD fan. I got some Ramna 1/2 and what have you. Mortal Kombat. Okay, now you're talking my language. And some Heavy Nova. Chevy Nova. And then a PC Engine CD game where it doesn't belong. I'm telling you, these games are getting off the shelves at night, and they're going and they're gallivanting, they're cohorting around with other... game consoles. What the hell? Woody Pop? There's a game called Woody Pop on the Game Gear. Alright, and it's right next to Outrun. So Woody Pop, when the lights go out, Woody Pop gets off the shelf and goes to talk to Outrun. Sonic and Tails on the Game Gear, also cool. This is just cool in general because, like, I don't come across very much Game Gear, period. And then this, even more unusual, Virtual Boy games. Boxed, complete Virtual Boy games. And they're like 2,000 yen, something like 1630. They're not like super overpriced, and I think that's just because there's like, I mean, let's be honest, there's really no demand for Virtual Boy games. So these are boxed, complete, great condition Virtual Boy games. That would make them fairly uncommon. They're at least way less common than some of those Famicom games they were charging stupid prices for. And we got some SG-1000 games too, which is also cool. And these are also in really great condition. 2680 for, what is that, Blade Eagle, whatever it's called. That's cool. So yeah, I also don't come across too much of that. And some of this older stuff, 32X games. Something, what is this, for the MSX? So whatever the hell that is, Mauser. I don't know what Mauser is, but okay. MSX though, that's another, you know, the Japanese home computers, I know very little about. So stuff like MSX, SG-1000, you really can't ask me. But we got these box Mega Drive games, Valis 3, pretty cool. Ghostbusters, which is also cool. You know, I saw that most recent Ghostbusters movie with the kids and everything. It was alright, but you know, total retreading nostalgia stuff. World of Illusions, probably my favorite Mickey game on the Mega Drive. I don't know, Mickey Mania is pretty good too, though. Quackshot for like 800 yen, that's a good price on that. 900 for Street Fighter 2 Champion Edition. We got some Garo Densetsu, we got some Bare Knuckle 2, all that good stuff, and some whatever the hell. And this one, I always forget because you gotta forgive me, I suck at reading kanji, but I think this game is actually called Mystic Defender in North America. And then this, kind of a fun find. I don't come across it too often, especially with the little lenticular thing in there. But Ringside Angel, featuring Cutie Suzuki. And on the rare occasion I do come across it, usually the little thing is not in the cover. So that's kind of cool to come across. Some Garo Densetsu 2 for 16,000. I'm sorry, I gotta laugh at that. What the hell are you thinking? What is it signed by like someone? What the hell's going on? Shotenomon Ring Master, or is it Ring Master? Jewel Master? I'm sorry. I really like Jewel Master. It's not like the most fast playing whatever, but it's a fun little action platformer. I like it. You can mix the ring powers together. Shadow Dancer. Curse, which is kind of crappy. Some Joe Namath football. That's Joe Namath, right? 6,000 for Super Street Fighter 2. Hit with just Vapor Lock. Joe Namath. Sonic Speedball, and I'm looking, it's very dusty on top, so they put it in plastic when it was still covered in dust. 4250. I like Sonic Spinball, but come on. Clean it up, Surugaya. What's going on over there? Daisenpu, another good one. 4310. Man, these, I'm just, whatever. I guess I was having a little bit of trouble getting it back on the shelf there. Some Darius, the newly released Mega Drive Darius game, so that's pretty cool. Herzog Zwei, Toe Jam and Earl, Fighting Monsters, Bare Knuckle, oh my god, Forgotten Worlds, Hokuto no Ken, 5280, Break My Heart for last battle there, and Magical Taruto-kun. Good game, and the original Mortal Kombat didn't exactly fly off the shelves in Japan. They were Street Fighter and Fatal Fury type folks over here. And Yu Yu Hakusho. Alright, so that's a whole bunch of boxed Mega Drive stuff, but we're moving on. They got all this Wonder Swan and other various things. This is kind of like a little miscellaneous section. Just all this random stuff. What the hell? Cyber City by Renovation, some kind of like PC game. There's a lot of those, like the anime PC point and click variety type games, the visual novels and all that kind of stuff. MVS carts, King of Fighters, what did that say, like 99? That's pretty cool. And World Heroes 2 Jets. So that's nice. I don't come across very many MVS games either. And 3DO. Again, this is just like a weird aisle for stuff that I never really find in the wild. So, and when I say the wild, I mean without having to go to like Super Potato or something. Super Street Fighter 2X. And it's stuck to the game in front of it. I told you, they didn't, you know, they're irresponsible with the price stickers in this place. I don't know what the hell's going on. Some Neo Geo AES games. I guess some of the more common ones. Fatal Fury 2. And is that all of it? And there's some more like PC stuff. This Genocide 2. Master of the Dark. What did that say? Communion? The hell does that mean? It looks like a mech game to me. I don't know what a Dark Communion has to do with that. Sounds like more of like the title to like a Slayer album or something. Some Neo Geo CD. You know I love that. They got a bunch of different World Heroes games. I do like me some World Heroes. And some Real Bouts. Can't go wrong with that. And bowling. Because why go bowling in real life when you can just bowl on your Neo Geo CD? And now we move along. Wait, not quite yet. More Neo Geo CD. Dunk Dream, which I like a lot. And then Tengai Makyo Shinden. I think it's called Kabuki Clash. Here we've got some Gekka no Kenshi, aka The Last Blade. Flying Power Disc 7800. I love this game. Love it, love it, love it. But with the brand new Windjammers 2, that's the better game, I would say. And Gekka no Kenshi 2. Great game, beautiful game. Nightmare-inducing load times on the Neo Geo CD, though. Magical Drop 2. Love it. Classic stuff. Now, ladies and gents and others, we get to move on to the PC Engine while I try not to sneeze. Unsuccessfully. We're not doing another take, though, because I've been recording these things for like 2 hours now. And, but what do we got? We got Loom. Whatever the hell Loom is. I do like the cover art, though. That's kind of cool. But we got some Ranma 1/2. We've got Mr. Heli, which is always awesome. Maroon. I do like Mr. Heli a lot. That's kind of an underappreciated, an unsung hero of the PC Engine, if you will. But we got a whole bunch there, including like Martial Champion, other various things. PC Engine, kind of a library I have conflicts with. Final Soldier is excellent. Fighting Street is dog shit. Yeah, I kind of have a little bit of a thing with the PC Engine there, because some of the games are like just the best. Some of the best of the 16-bit generation. In particular, their shooters are great. Some of those CD games, the East games, and all that good stuff. The Falcom games, they're absolutely amazing. But there is, I mean, we glorify the PC Engine here. We love our PC Engines, but there are a lot of dog shit games on the PC Engine as well. Do not get it twisted. 1380 for, I think, Ryuko no Ken, Art of Fighting on the PC Engine. The arcade whatever. Salamander. Excellent. And the PC Engine version is outstanding. And here we have something perverted. Play Mahjong and take off your clothes, lady. Macross 2036. Pretty good game. Not really one of the better shoot 'em ups on the PC Engine when you consider we got stuff like this, like Chukyoku Tiger, aka Twin Cobra. Amazing version of the game, but now you can play it if you pick up the shooting garage, one of those shooting garages with Twin Cobra and stuff in it. You're just gonna love that. Alien Crush 27 whatnot, that's pretty good. Emerald Dragoon, whatever. Farah and Lydia, whatever it was called. Special Criminal Investigations LDIS. Not to be confused with FDIS. Some wizardry. What else we got? We got all this good stuff. We got some R-Type 1 and R-Type 2. Just in case you didn't get enough of that R-Type that first time around. And we got some Advanced Variable Geo. A game not really lauded for its great controls or anything. Just, you know, the girls take their clothes off. I think that's really what a lot of people are drawn to that series for. There's also R-Type stuff. And there's whatever the hell I picked up. That's not even a PC Engine game. What the hell? is going on here. But we've got some more cool things here. Was that Outlive, Atomic Robo Kid, decent game as well. And we got some of the Valis games. Valis 3, 2220. Valis 3 is pretty good. What else we got? We got Valis 2, 5560, and Valis 2 sucks ass. East 1 and 2, great game. East 4, 1150 for East 4. That's a deal if I've ever seen one, because that is a really good game. And we got some more stuff down here, but to be honest, we've been doing this for a while. I think it's time I put the camera away, I buy my games, and then we head outside for some final comments. Okay, well, that was pretty epic. Yeah, the Surugaya and Tachikawa fully loaded with games. Actually, right now, probably better than the one I went to in Shinjuku, like my normal one. Wow, it's got windy since I was in there. Anyway, grabbed a bunch of games today. Had to really exercise some self-control because this is the kind of place you could go broke at. But I kind of like halfway filled up my backpack with games. So what did I pick up today? Tune in for a future pickups video. Dun dun dun. What did he get today? But I picked up some Super Famicom, some PC Engine, Mega Drive, Saturn, Dreamcast, PS1, and PS2. Lots of stuff today. So again, yeah, really cool. This building, shopping center called Park Avenue in Tachikawa. Great Surugaya. They had some other cool shops in there too, and even a nice little cafe. Sit down, get yourself a coffee in between game hunts. But yeah, had a great time. Just kind of floored. Some of the prices were great, some of the prices were horrible. It was a real kind of like mixed bag. You really got to dig and hunt, but I found some good stuff for prices that were definitely tolerable. Anyway, that's it for today. Thanks for watching, everyone. So from beautiful, scenic Tachikawa on a sunny spring day, thanks for watching, everyone, and I'll see you on the next one. Take care. Goodbye. Hey everybody, Jim here. Welcome back for another video, another game hunting video, where today I went way far away outside of Tokyo. In fact, today we left the safe borders of Tokyo and we went all the way to Saitama. Oh my god. Yeah, not really that far away. Saitama, one of the neighboring prefectures, but I wanted to head out there today, not to do a hard off hunt, mind you, but to go to a Mandai Shoten, another great place to look for games and other various collectibles. And so that's what I did today. And stop me if you've heard this one before. I didn't go alone. I was joined today by my good buddy Destiny. This is becoming kind of a running thing here on the channel. But I said before that anytime she's in Tokyo, we like to make time to go hang out and go do some game hunting and stuff. And she was here for a couple of weeks, so we managed to spend some time and film a couple of videos together. So she was back with me today. I drug her all the way out to Saitama to do some game hunting. We went for a nice long train ride. We went for a nice long walk. We enjoyed the scenery of a very cool neighborhood outside of the borders of Tokyo again, which these days I don't leave Tokyo very much, so it's kind of a special treat. So that's what we did, and we did some game hunting. We found lots of cool stuff, and we had a great time, so you're going to see all of that in the video, and come back at the end of the video to see what games I picked up today. And with that being said, let's go game hunting.
Awesome!
All right, look at this, everybody. We are in Ogikubo right now at Ogikubo Station, getting ready to go on our grand adventure today. And look who's with me once again. Man, you just can't take a hint. I take you to the damnedest of places, and I ditch you, and you just keep finding your way back to me.
Like a dog.
All right. Well, today, you know, I'm going to take you all the way out to Saitama. You ready for that?
I hope. I'm just hoping I can find things I've been looking for. Because I've been looking for things, and they're supposed to be common things, but I can't find them.
Well, the place we're going today is huge. I haven't been there in a few years.
That's what you said, yeah.
Last time I was there, they had a lot. They have a lot more than just games. They have toys and all kinds of stuff. It's a collectible hobby giant superstore.
Okay.
So we're gonna have fun there. Last time I was there, Scruffy took me, and we found some really good stuff. So it's a beautiful day.
It is actually
We
a
got
nice
some.
day.
We got some good weather. We got about an hour train ride ahead of us, and I think this is gonna be a good video today. You know, like people say you're easy to look at. I'm easy to listen to.
Oh, we're the perfect combo.
The two of us together. Because honestly, I'm not the easiest guy to look at, and your voice can get a little grating after a while. But you know what? I say we got the best of both worlds today. Look at that. Thank you, Mr. Train. You ready to go on this train ride?
Let's do it.
Let's ride the train. Let's go. Look at this. We finally came to Kawagoe is where we are. The lovely neighborhood of Kawagoe. Took us about an hour to get here. Went from sunny to kind of overcast.
Yeah.
But that's okay. So, Destiny, are you ready for more good news?
Good news, yeah.
The shop is about 2.5 kilometers from here.
I don't know what that is.
It's not too far. It'll probably take us about 25-30 minutes to walk there.
And that's good news for who?
I don't know. I mean, I could use a little bit of exercise. I don't know about you.
I walked so much in Disney yesterday. My watch was like, hey, we see you're working out. I'm like, no, I'm not working out.
Well,
actually.
Well, now you get another workout, and so do I. Burned a few calories. And hey, in 30 minutes, we'll be at a really kick-ass store.
Hopefully.
Looking at video games and all kinds of other ill shit.
Hopefully.
Hopefully, definitely. All right, lean on me. You know what I'm saying?
When you're not strong?
I got you. You ready?
Let's do it.
You got your walking legs on?
I got my walking shoes.
You got Crocs on.
They are comfortable.
All right. Well, I hope they hold up because we got 2.5 kilometers to go. Let's go.
映画の興奮が今ファミコンで蘇る。悪の支配者ジョーカーの手からゴッサムシティを救え。ファミコン版バットマン世界に先駆け君のもとへ。
サンソフト。Are we there yet?
No.
Are we there yet?
No.
Dude, we've been walking for like 10 minutes. Are we there yet?
No, we're not there yet.
Oh my god.
Look where we are, Destiny. As you can see by the outside here. Hey, you said you were looking for some little gachapon things, right? They might have them in there.
They might. I saw the like pictures of crane game stuff.
They've got gachapons, they've got cranes. It looks like it's two separate buildings. The building over there, the big one, that's the proper Mandai Shoten. I think this is almost like a little annex where all they have is like
we can go
crane
there
games.
After.
Oh, it's actually, oh, is it a
That's what I was.
Mandai, what does it say? Mandai Amuse. Okay. So the Mandai Shoten, where we're going to do our shopping, is over here. And then over there is Mandai Amuse, where they have crane games and gachapon and stuff. Cool. But here we are. That was a nice leisurely walk.
Yeah, it wasn't actually as bad as you were making it seem like it was gonna be.
Well, you know, you had me to keep you company, and I feel like that really just made the whole thing just that much more pleasant. But here we are. We're at the Mandai Shoten, so they got everything. They got comics, they got games.
Oh, they got comics?
DVDs, they got cards, trading cards, model kits. You can see up here this big thing.
They got gadgets and gizmos of play.
They've got fishing gear. They've got adult products for the discerning adults. Because we're adults, right? Kinda. Yeah.
I mean, I'm an adult, but I'm just not adult size.
That's true. You are quite diminutive. And I got even some gachapons for you right here.
Yeah.
All right, so here it is, everybody. It's Mandai Shoten. She's gonna go mess with that, but we're gonna get inside and we're gonna do some proper game hunting. So check it out. That's what's coming up right now. Destiny. There are a lot of figures in here.
It's like super overwhelming with stuff. It's like a lot to try and look at.
It is kind of anime figure overload.
It's so much, and it's like, oh my god.
They got a little bit of everything. We haven't even looked at any of the games yet.
Not even.
I don't know. I'm gonna have to figure out where the hell they are. I have to find games out of all of this figure-y stuff. But it's pretty damn cool.
Was it not like this 3 years ago?
It was, but you know, I have a very bad memory. So, good stuff.
伝説は今クライマックスを迎える。スーパーアニメーションバトルがファミコンの常識を超えた。ドラゴンボール3悟空伝。
All right. Hello, giant Game Boy. Take a look at this. I thought this was pretty cool because they don't have, I'll say now, they don't have as many retro games in here as they did a few years ago. So they're kind of theming the whole section, like they turned it into like a little attraction as we're looking at some Game Gear and Game Boy and Good Boy and Bad Boy and Oh Boy and Attaboy. One of the cool things you can see on a lot of these, they have these yellow stickers that say something to the effect of 800 yen as we look at Akira for 1480. The games in here, all the ones that are 300 and some odd yen, so you see a bunch of these are 380. If you buy 3 of them, you get them for 800 yen. 1380 on YY World there. So that was a hell of a deal. 380 for Gradius. That's a very good deal because you gotta understand 380 is already like under $3 with the exchange rate. And if you bundle 3 of them together, you're getting them for 800 yen, which is about $6. It's like $2 per game. And when one of those games is Gradius, a $2 copy of Gradius, absolutely. We got some Kunio-kun, we've got some Tecmo Soccer, some Dragon Ball Z's, some Hinotori, other various things. So yeah, as you can see, it's very sparse. This place used to be basically like just this big, giant repository of retro games. Last time I was here, Rockman 2, $12.80. That's actually a really good price on a very clean copy of Rockman 2. That's very nice. It seems like they got rid of most of the retro games to make room for the more modern stuff. As we look at some N64 loose carts, and these as well, you could get 3 for 800 yen. So there's, we've got some Wave Race here. Great game, although this copy is like 200 and something yen, 200 yen already. I don't exactly know why, but then that one back there will be not 200, but yeah, it's 3 something. But at the end of the day, it'll be bundled into that 800 yen bundle. And there's Star Wars, and there's Pokemons, and Marios, and Donkey Kongs, and Kirby's. You can get Kirby. You can throw that in for your 800 yen bundle. We got some the Mickey Mouse kart racing game, which is actually pretty solid. I was actually surprised the first time I played it, because I've always been, as we see here, Diddy Kong. Definitely throw that into your little 800 bundle. So, spoilers for the end of the video. I actually bundled up a bunch of these games. I think I ended up getting like 12 games for like 3,000 yen or something. It was an amazing deal. Here we have all the Garo Densetsus, all the Fatal Furies. We've got Fatal Fury Special, Fatal Fury 2, and the original. And they're all 380 yen, meaning when I went ahead and got all 3 of them, I got all 3 for 800 yen. It's like $6 for all 3 Fatal Fury games. That's a fantastic deal. We got some other cool stuff. There's Kunio-kun. There's what else we got? As I say that. Super Donkey Kong, aka Donkey Kong Country, for 380 yen. A lot of the stuff here, they just slap that 380 yen sticker on it and say, come on and bundle them together. Super Bowling, I seem to recall playing back in the day. Super Metroid for 1980. For some reason, Super Metroid is one of those first-party Nintendo games that maintains a decent price on it. We got some Bomberman games. We've got Mario RPG for 480, so that's still okay. We got some Street Fighter, Super Street Fighter 2 for 380 yen. That's going in a bundle. So yeah, I was pretty excited when I saw that as long as you were finding these 380 yen games, and you can see that it's good games. It's not just like trash. Bundle them together and get them for those low prices. Darius Twin, 980. Which is a good price on that. It's actually like the same price as I picked up a copy for at Super Potato recently. 680 for Tetris Battle Gaiden, and that ain't bad. And 780 for Zelda. Good old Zelda, Link to the Past. 380 for Seiken Densetsu 2. And get your Secret of Mana going. Now we got the Dragon Ball Z's, the Super Butodens, and the other various DBZ games. They're all 380. So much good stuff. Hey, a Wild Destiny appears. Okay, let's see what we got. So Destiny, here are some of the retro games they got here. Just Famicom and Super Famicom, but I love the decorative
aesthetic where it has Bowser and Peach, you know, very Mario movie. They got the classic N64 Peach window there and there.
This is pretty cute. The games in here, they don't have that many, but the prices are good.
Yeah.
And for the games that are 380 yen, which is like $3 US, you can bundle them together, 3 of them, and get them for 800 yen. So you can get a few games, and decent stuff too. You can get the Street Fighters, the Dragon Ball Z's. A lot of these N64 games are all 380 yen. Yeah. You can put 3 of them together, and it's only 800 yen, and you got yourself 3 games, and that's pretty cool. We got some good stuff here. Ganbare Goemon, Super Dodgeball, Kunio no Oden, which is kind of a fun, underappreciated puzzle game. And all of these Fatal Fury games are 380 yen. Yeah. So you can get all 3 of them. Fatal Fury 1, 2, and Special for only 800 yen.
That's crazy.
Oh, Jesus. Make a shocked face for the thing. Oh my god.
今度自分たちがファミコンで大活躍することになりました。レモン箱西応援団よろしくお願いします。情けない。
Okay, let's take a look at some of this goodness in this marked retro game cabinet. There's some cool stuff back there, including Garodin, Break Blow, Fist or Twist, Chodo Q is in there, some Umihara Kawase, which is awesome. We got Demons Blazing, we got Tronbon, we got all kinds of good stuff. PC Ginjin, aka Bonk. Always loves me some Bonk. Is that like Gourmet Fighter? And there's Rockman and Bass, and Iron Commando. This is cool, don't see that too much. And the cartridge, the Famicom cart of the original Legend of Zelda. That's far less common, actually, and more expensive than the Famicom disc version. Vegeta getting his ass kicked, as so often happens on that show. $32.80 for some Darius Gaiden Batsugan. But that's like $21,000. Street Fighter 03 Sonic Wings Special. $12.8 for that Famicom there. A nice looking Famicom, but $12.8. Well, I guess in great condition and also boxed and everything. That ain't too bad. We're going to bypass a bunch of the modern stuff. We're going to let that alone for Destiny. But we got some other Super Famicom stuff here we missed earlier, including the Rockman games, Rockman X and X2 and X and 7 and Rockman and Forte. We got Yu Yu Hakusho 2, 380 yen, and some Hokuto no Ken games. Those are all pretty much terrible though, so you can bypass those completely. And then Roku Denashi Blues for 380. That's actually a really good deal on that game. That's a cute game. That's one I covered on my channel like a long time ago. Muscle Bomber 380, aka Saturday Night Slam Masters, and that again is a very good price on a copy of that game. Usually much more expensive, but here again marked as retro game. This little section all by itself. So we're gonna look at some GameCube first, including some Wind Waker, some Mario Sunshine for 1980, so that's like 14 or 15 bucks. And that's in really good shape. Some Sonic Heroes, 1530. So that's probably closer to 12 bucks. Not too bad considering GameCube games are kind of few and far between. Pretty good price here on Biohazard Zero at 430 yen. Cannot go wrong with that, even though you can just buy like an updated version of that, can't you? Battle Stadium DON for 480 yen. The Smash Brothers clone featuring Dragon Ball, One Piece, and Naruto characters. Look at all this. We got more stuff here. We got a lot of PS1 to look at, which is exactly what we're going to do. We got some Arc the Lad, one of those RPG makers. Those are kind of cool. I dabbled with one a long time ago. One of those X Games things. Are those supposedly like the 2 Extreme and 3 Extreme? Whatever the hell those were. Rocky and Hopper. Okay. What is Rocky and Hopper? I haven't the slightest, but I do like penguins. That's a little known fact about me. I'm a big fan of penguins. Maybe my favorite bird. It's penguins or it's owls. I don't know where everyone else stands on this issue. I'm Jammer Lammy. Cool Borders for 230 yen. That's pretty good. That's like literally like $1.50. Get you some Cool Borders. And who can complain about that? We got Kamen Rider here, 1280. One of the many Kamen Rider games. I come across them all the time. And there you go. Shockwave. Which I think I had played Shockwave on the 3DO back in the day. Tekken 2 for 609 yen. IQ Final. Street Fighter 03 for 700 yen. Beat 'em up, guy. Crash 2. Clock Tower, The First Fear. Interesting port. It's actually the PS1 version of the original Super Famicom Clock Tower game. It's 1580. And that's pretty cool. In case you didn't know, Clock Tower on the PS1 in North America is actually Clock Tower 2. $580 for Dino Crisis. Still a good deal on that. Like $4 you get you some Dino Crisis. Ghost in the Shell. I love this game, and it's $14.80. And it's got some damage to the disc and other various things. Damage to the manual as well, but you know, it's still going to be in decent shape, I suppose. Star Wars, The Phantom Menace, everybody's favorite, of course. I'm being facetious there. Bomberman Wars, that's kind of cool. Star Ocean, The Second Story. One of my favorite PS1 RPGs, by the way. If you never played it, you should. Some Xevious, Legend of Mana, one of my other favorite RPGs on the PS1. Rebel Assault 2, that's another game that I think initially I played on the 3DO. And it's got its PS1 version there. Here's another Legend of Mana, but I think it's just the manual and disc, or one of the discs. Was that a 2-disc game? I suppose it was. We got more stuff here, including something with dolphins. How the hell should I know? You know, I like penguins. I'm not a huge fan of dolphins, and I don't know why. Twinbee, Puzzle Dama. So this is the Twinbee version of, what is it? The Tokimeki Memorial Puzzle Dama. So there you go. Get your puzzles on and your damas, all that stuff. Puyo Puyo Sun, which I prefer. I'm a Puyo Puyo fan, and Sun is probably my favorite game in the series. I do like it quite a lot, and we have another copy. And they're like 900 and some odd yen. You can see Destiny's Croc off to the side. Get out of here with those Crocs, will you? But it was kind of warm, so. I've never worn Crocs in my life, but I'm told they're good on hot days. The Puyo Puyo box. Multiple Puyo Puyo games on a single disc, so if you're a fan of that series, I mean, how could you go wrong? Killik the Blood. Who can forget that classic? Because you got a Killik, you got blood, and I think the rest kind of speaks for itself, doesn't it? We got more good stuff here. Rockman X3, 4,000 yen, and that's not cheap for that one. That was kind of yeesh, bust a move. 47.25. Wow, for Rockman X4. That's again, that's not cheap. Okay, some X5, X6. This though, Hokuto no Ken 1280. That's a steal because that game is usually like 3 times that much. So I was happy to find that. I'm taking mental notes as I'm looking, by the way. All the stuff I come back on my final sweep to purchase. Some Christmas Nights, some Sakura Wars stuff, whatever the hell. Grandia, this and that and the other thing. This, that, and the third. These Saturn games. So they had a cool little selection of Saturn games here. I think we're going to see like some less common stuff a little later. 840 for the original Street Fighter Zero. Still a fun game. Although, you know, with 03, what can you do? 714 for the original Tokimeki Memorial Puzzle Dama. So the original on the Saturn, and it's actually cheaper than the Twinbee version. So spoilers, guess what went home with me today? That's right. Some Puyo Puyo Sun, Saturn Bomberman. We got all kinds of stuff here. Let's hear it for awkward pauses, huh? Street Fighter Collection, $24.99. Again, that's a bit steep on that. Most of these games are priced great, but some of them $37.59 for X4. Which, that cover is amazing though, isn't it? Just Zero standing there looking all badass. But whereas the prices are really great on most things, some of them not so much. A lone CD, Neo Geo CD game, Fatal Fury Special. Probably with that and Mark of the Wolves, I don't know. Hard to pick a favorite. Some Virtual Cop. Because why not virtually be a cop? Puzzle Bubble 2X, Darius Gaiden. Excellent game, 3,024, and that's actually a pretty good deal on that. Like $25 for that game? Yeah, that ain't bad. And we got a little tiny, almost depressing selection of Dreamcast games. But we got Shitoku Battle, aka Tokyo Extreme Racer, which was the first Dreamcast game I ever owned, and I still love that game to this day. Biohazard 2 Value Plus, probably my favorite version of the original Biohazard, even though it's overpriced here. Shenmue, though, still 380 yen, even though that copy is missing something. It's like missing the manual or something. 280 for that one. And some Sakura Wars. Some Get Bass, baby. When I tell you to get, it's not a question, it's not a title, it's a command. Get Bass. It's not a discussion. You're gonna get the bass. Or you're gonna suffer the consequences. Anyway, that's all the various stuff. I don't know, random look at some junk. I don't know. But that's the retro games. Let's do an Evil Dead thing with Destiny to get out of here, huh?
Where is that woman? Oh my God, there she is. It's Destiny. Destiny, I couldn't help but notice you're looking at all these DS and 3DS games and some of the more modern stuff than what I usually would do. Maybe some of the PS4 and Switch stuff.
Right?
Yes. I thought you were going to say something else. My bad. But yeah, kind of looking at all the Switch games kind of make me miss collecting for the Switch. Not like the struggle it was, but the whole look of it.
Well, I think the point I'm getting at is for the people watching my video and enjoying me looking at all those retro games, if they want to see something maybe a little closer to modern day, they can go and watch the video you're making.
They do have a ton of Pokemon DS games.
They got Pokemon DS?
Ton of them.
So if they go and watch the video, you're going to talk about Pokemon DS in the video?
I will.
Oh my god, I think, you know, probably eventually there'll be a link in the description or in a pinned comment. People just go click on it and go watch your video because it's a cross-promotional thing we're doing right now. Oh my god. Alright, so I'm going to go stock up on games. We're going to buy some stuff, and then we're going to get the hell out of here because it is hot as balls
It really
today.
is.
Or it's hot in here. It's nice and cool outside, but it's, I don't know, they did something in here. They started a fire.
It was a lot cooler downstairs than it was upstairs. As soon as we came upstairs, the temperature changed.
So buy your games quickly before I sweat to death, and then let's get the hell out of here.
Gotcha.
Right on. Hey, fist bump of friendship.
Friendship!
Okay, Destiny, Big D. That was
Interesting.
Mandai Shoten. What did you think of Mandai Shoten?
It had a lot of games for really cheap. Like, I've been mostly in like Tokyo getting games, and the price of N64 and Super Famicom games in there were like half.
Absolutely. They had the 3, if they were marked at 380, you could get 3 of them for 800 yen. So I did that 4 times. And so I got 12 games for like 25 bucks with conversion rate, if that.
Yeah.
So that was really good. Then I got a few other really good games too, but I'm gonna do my finds of the day at home. I'm gonna show everybody all my cool stuff, all the sweet gear I got today. But you shot a video of your own. It's gonna be on your channel.
On my channel of the stuff that Jim doesn't show because Jim likes all the old man games.
The old grandpa games. Look.
With the back of my day.
Yeah, well, everybody, if you just didn't get enough of that Jim and Destiny action.
You can find more in Jim and Destiny over on my page.
On the Destiny FOMO channel. And it's gonna be not quite as good as this video, but probably it'll be all right.
It'll be okay.
It'll be good for some background noise, I imagine.
You'll see Jim, so that'll be cool.
Yeah, I'll be in there. So, Destiny, this was cool. Thanks for coming all the way out to Saitama with me, going for a walk, and putting up with my bullshit all day long, motherfucker. All right, so I'm gonna go home. I'm gonna do my finds of the day, but you, young lady, this is where the audience says goodbye to you.
Goodbye.
So long, lady. Let's do this. Get the hell out of here.
Okay, everybody, there you go. That was the Mandai Shoten in Kawagoe, which was pretty cool. I think I said in the video I had not been there in about 3 years, so I didn't really know how it was going to have changed at that time. The last time I was there, actually there were a lot more games than there were now. But now it seems there's a lot more modern games. 3 years ago, it was pretty much all like retro collectibles and stuff. Now though, there's like a retro game section, like an area marked off specifically for that, like it's a special attraction. And the rest was all like Switch, PS4, modern handheld stuff, things like that. So definitely different, but still a lot of fun to hang out there. It's especially cool if you like a combination of the things they have there. If you like games and you also like figures and anime related goods. I mean, they even had like fishing lures and stuff. They just had a whole bunch of stuff there. So it is a fun place to just sort of like hang out and you know, just look at all the cool things they have. And then next door, we actually did end up going to the spot they had next door. It was all like crane games and gashapon and stuff. So we spent a little bit of time in there too. But we had a lot of fun. Always cool when Destiny comes to hang out with us. And I did pick up some games today because they did have some pretty cool stuff in there. First of all, like I said in the video, you saw they had, if there were games for, I think they were under 400 yen, if they were 300 and some odd yen, if you picked up 3 of them together, you got all 3 of them for 800 yen, which is like, I think $6, something like that. So essentially like $2 per game. So that was an excellent deal. So I actually ended up picking up 12 games just for that. So for those 12 games, I think I paid 3,200 yen, which is about 25 bucks. 25 bucks for 12 games, that ain't bad. In total though, we picked up 17 games today, and the final tally was 11,178 yen. So that amount of money, exchange rate for 17 games, I think isn't so bad, especially since, aside from those 12 more inexpensive games, I picked up some really cool stuff. Since I got such a good deal on those, I didn't mind splurging a little bit and picking up some that were a little more expensive. So we're going to take a look at those now, starting with one of the best games in this particular shoot 'em up series for the Sega Saturn. You might already know what it is. It is Darius Gaiden. And Darius Gaiden, what's so great about this game? Well, it's just a really solid Darius shoot 'em up. It's nothing you hadn't seen before in a Darius game, really. You get all your power-ups you're used to, so you can power up your laser, you can power up your missiles, and your defensive shield, and you kind of choose your path through a bunch of differing stages, one after the other, because it's all like spread out, A through Z. So that's always cool. But the visuals are very nice, the gameplay is super solid, it's fun, it's challenging, and the soundtrack is excellent. It's a Zuntata soundtrack. If you don't know, in the 90s, Zuntata was Taito's in-house band. They composed a lot of music for their games back then. Some of my personal favorites being like the Psychic Force soundtrack. That's probably my favorite one they've ever done. But the one for Darius Gaiden is no slouch. So yeah, just a solid, excellent Darius game. Cool visuals, great soundtrack, fun, challenging gameplay, all the big, giant fish spaceship things to fight. It's just really, really good, and it's got a lot of fans, and I am one of them, so I was happy to pick this up today. They took the plastic off, so I don't really remember exactly how much I paid for it. Let me consult my receipt here. It was probably like, I don't know, like 15 bucks maybe? 1980 yen with exchange rate, probably about 15 bucks. Well worth it. Such an awesome shoot 'em up. Darius Gaiden, good stuff. Was really happy to find this. Next up, this was 714 yen. So about 5 bucks, which is way, way, way cheaper than I ever see it for. The only game in the Tokimeki Memorial series that I enjoy playing, it is Tokimeki Memorial, Taisen. Tokimeki Memorial Taisen Puzzle Dama. There it is. What is Tokimeki Memorial Taisen Puzzle Dama? Tokimeki Memorial is a series of Konami dating sim games, which I personally have no interest in, like dating sim or like visual novel games, stuff like that. They don't interest me at all. I know some import collectors, they love those. They really go for them on the, you know, the PC Engine, on the Saturn, the PCFX even. I'm not a big fan, but there is a Tokimeki Memorial puzzle game, and it's essentially just like Puyo Puyo. You match up orbs of the same color, and then you clear them from the screen, and then it's you play versus mode, and you can send junk pieces over to your opponent's side, and that's that. It's nothing revolutionary. Again, it's very much like a Puyo Puyo or something like that, but it is still a very fun, well-made puzzle game. It does what a good puzzle game should do. It's a simple premise to the gameplay, but it's fun and addictive and competitive if you've got someone to play with. And there are other versions of this. There's a Twinbee version as well, and I think there's probably a sequel to the Tokimeki Memorial one. Either way, though, for 5 bucks, like, that's crazy, because usually when I see this game, it's like 30 bucks. And so that's just a deal I couldn't pass on. It's a fun game, and I found it at a great price, and so of course I was going for that. Tokimeki Memorial Taisen Puzzle Dama. Pretty cool. Next up, this was shocking, the price on this. $12.80. So this was about 10 bucks. Again, this is a game I usually see for like 30 to 40. It's becoming less common. It is an awesome game, by the way. This is Hokuto no Ken on the PS1. And the full title is crazy. It's Hokuto no Ken Seikimatsu Kyuseishi Densetsu. A very long title, but essentially what it is, this is the Hokuto no Ken game that should have been made years before, because leading up to this, if you've ever played any of the 8-bit or 16-bit games based on Fist of the North Star, you know they pretty much all suck. This game, though, is really cool. It's essentially a 3D beat-em-up Fist of the North Star, and that's pretty damn cool. It goes through the entire series, all of the major sequences and villains and all that stuff. And you're thrown into a stage, you get a big bunch of bad guys to fight, you beat them all up, and they explode in a bloody mess, as is tradition for Fist of the North Star. But then there are boss characters, they're like mini bosses and bigger bosses, and to take them out, you go into kind of like a quick time button press scenario, where you have to hit all the buttons correctly, and then you do a super move. And then you get to watch the character like bend all out of proportion and blow up, again, as is tradition for Fist of the North Star. So it's a lot of fun. It's pretty simple, straightforward beat 'em up game. There's some mini games and stuff too, which are pretty cool. But essentially, it's just a 3D beat 'em up based on Fist of the North Star, and that's really all you need to know. The graphics are pretty good. The soundtrack is what you would expect. Basically, it's the music from the show, and it's fun. And for a Fist of the North Star fan, it's great to actually have a decent playing game based on the series. There have been some other cool ones since then, but when this was released, this would have probably been like the first like really decent Fist of the North Star game. So it's great. I like this game a lot. I think I featured this in like a review back in the day, and like import game of the day when I was still doing that stuff. I actually really like this game. This is one of the better Fist of the North Star games ever made. And for 10 bucks, I was floored, absolutely floored. This game is usually much more expensive than that these days. So I was very, very happy to find it complete with spine card and all, just in immaculate condition. It is Fist of the North Star, Hokuto no Ken Seikimatsu Kyuseishi Densetsu. Say that 3 times fast. And last but not least, this was, I think, the most expensive game of the day. And it still wasn't like that expensive. It was 3,000 yen, so probably about 25 bucks for this one. But this was one, like, whenever I see it, I'm like, I gotta get that. Not just for me, because I like playing it, but I send these games out in the mail to patrons on my Patreon page. And so this is one, anyone who's requesting PS2 games, this is one I know that when they get it, they're gonna say, yes, it is Metal Slug 3. My favorite Metal Slug game. There are a bunch of Metal Slug games. They're all good. I'm a big fan of the series, but 3 to me is where they found that like perfect, just that perfect balance of everything. Just action-packed gameplay, super fun, lots of hidden areas and secrets to find, lots of cool vehicles and stuff to ride on, including like riding elephants and camels and with machine guns strapped to them, and then just the insanity level is just like overload. It's so awesome. You get all the stuff that you would want from a Metal Slug game. There are big aliens and giant robots and monsters. The zombie stage is, as a horror fan and a fan of zombie films, in particular a big fan of Return of the Living Dead, Dawn of the Dead, stuff like that, Brain Dead. A zombie stage thrown right smack dab in the middle of my Metal Slug game is always going to make me happy, especially since you can turn into a zombie and then vomit blood and destroy everything with your blood vomit cannon. That's just excellent. So gameplay is insanely fun, out of control, good time. Multiplayer is great. The visuals are excellent, as is per usual for Metal Slug. The soundtrack is awesome, again, especially stage 3 with the zombies. I forget, it's like Midnight Wandering is the name of the song or something, but I love that track. I love all the tracks in this game, but yeah, just all that stuff together, the gameplay, the visuals, the soundtrack, all the weird quirky things, the bonuses, the vehicles and weapons, everything just comes together in this. I think this, to me, is like my ultimate Metal Slug game. It is my favorite, and for like 25 bucks, this is a game that's not getting any cheaper these days, so I absolutely wanted to pick it up while I had the opportunity to, because it is amazing. If you've never played it before, you're doing yourself a disservice, because this game is great. Again, that is Metal Slug 3. And it's oh so awesome. And that's it. Those are my finds of the day of the 17 games I picked up today. These 4 I felt like were the best, the cream of the crop. And so yeah, that was great. Really awesome surprise to be at Mandai Shoten and see they had that 3 for 800 yen deal. And I picked up some really good stuff on the N64, Super Famicom, and Famicom for low prices. So that was awesome. And again, thank you, Destiny, for hanging out today, coming out and joining me on my game hunts. Always kind of brightens my day when a friend tags along for one of those. And you probably already know Destiny has a YouTube channel here, much bigger than mine. But if you want to go check it out, link is in the description. Not the guy from Zelda, but the actual link to her channel. But yeah, so thanks for watching, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the video, and I hope you'll come back for our next game hunting excursion, whenever and wherever that may be. But until then, take care, everybody, and I'll see you then. Goodbye. Hello, everybody. Jim here. Welcome back for another video. And today I stayed kind of close to home. I went to the neighborhood of Ikebukuro here in Tokyo. Ikebukuro, if you don't know, is an excellent place to just go and hang out if you just want to like try some foods, do some shopping, and check out some gaming related stuff, which is what I wanted to do today. I wanted to do some retro game hunting because they have a couple of good spots to do that in Ikebukuro. And I wanted to play some arcade games because there are several arcades in Ikebukuro, but one in particular is really good. So that's what I did today. And luckily I was not alone. I was joined by a friend today. My good buddy Destiny was with me today, kind of my little sidekick now and again. Whenever she's in Tokyo, we always like to make time to hang out together and go look for video games and do fun stuff like that. So that is exactly what we did today. So you're going to see all of that in the video, and come back at the end of the video. We're going to take a look at all of the games that I picked up today. Should be pretty damn cool. But with that being said, let's go game hunting.
You're excited! Feel these nipples!
Oh my goodness, everyone, look at this. It is a beautiful, bright, sunny day here in Ikebukuro, Tokyo. We're gonna do some fun game-related stuff today, and look who's here. Oh my God, it is the Destiny.
It's hot.
The Destiny. Is it hot out here?
It is.
Or is it just me?
I was like, no, too corny, but apparently not.
All right, so dude, today we're gonna go do some fun gaming stuff here in Ikebukuro. A lot of people, they think of Akiba, places like that, when they want to go look for games, play at arcades.
It's like not that much stuff in Akiba. I was there yesterday. So many empty shelves.
Yeah, it's kind of getting lame these days. But a lot of people don't know Ikebukuro has some cool stuff too. Like what? We're gonna go to a few places today. For example, everybody knows about Super Potato in Akihabara.
Did you know there's one here as well?
Did you know there is a second Super Potato location here in Ikebukuro, as well as a second Mikado arcade and Surugaya, all these places, and a Capcom cafe and a Gachapon place? Did you know all of this?
And it's only 30 minutes away from Akihabara.
It's only 30 minutes away from Akiba. It's central Tokyo. It's pretty convenient. So it's a beautiful day, nice, bright, warm, sunny weather. We got our walking shoes on.
Mine aren't really walking shoes, but they are today.
Well, you got your walking legs on anyway.
Yes.
So let's, what do you say? Let's go have some fun, do some game shit.
Let's do it.
Word, let's go. Ah, hey. Seek, and ye shall find. Destiny, check it out.
We found it.
We found it, a Super Potato. Kind of a short walk from the station, what, like 10 minutes or so?
Yeah.
But there she be. And I have not been to this one in quite a long time. I think you haven't either.
No, I was here the last time I was here.
So the condition though, like what they actually have, if it's gonna be any better than Akiba, it's kind of a mystery right now.
Yeah.
How's this gonna turn out?
Hopefully they have more, because I went to the Super Potato in Akiba yesterday and
It was rough?
it was pretty barren.
Okay, so hopefully they got enough where I can find at least a couple of things I feel good picking up. You ready to do this thing?
I'm ready to do this thing.
Let's go get some games. Or be horribly disappointed, one or the other. Either way.
Great mystery.
The great mysteries of life. Super Potato.
地球の皆さんお元気ですか？令和は僕らが守ります。コミカル RPG ウルトラマンクラブ2。
Destiny, what are you seeing?
Expensive Dreamcast.
Expensive Dreamcast. What the hell?
What is that? It was like almost 5,000.
498,000 yen. Yeah, it's about $4,000. Do you have a spare $4,000 on you?
No, I actually saw this the last time I was here because this is a rare Dreamcast.
Rare variant?
Yeah, and I was
That's a little out of even your price range.
Well, that would be like most of what I brought this time.
There's some cool stuff up here on the PS1. They've got Gex for $11,770. I didn't realize Gex was kind of a little higher demand. Pepsi Man.
Pepsi Man, I have that.
Is $21,450. I like me some Pepsi Man.
I like me some Pepsi.
I like some Pepsi as well. That's true. Delicious, refreshing Pepsi. Some PS2, including the Akumajo Dracula collection there. That's pretty cool. Some of these Sega Ages. Didn't you say you wanted some of those, or did you find all of them?
I found them all.
We got Ane-san. It's a fun one. We've got a lot of PC Engine here. Some Lords of Thunder, Ninja Spirits, City Hunter, Soldier Blade, Double Ring. Lots of stuff. Alright. And there she goes. Just like all the women in my life.
Wow.
Starting off with some Super Famicom games, and we got some pretty good stuff here right off the bat. Stuff like Darius Twin, the Super Ginjin games, Adventure Island, Joe and Mac, East, all that good stuff. All these loose carts, I'll say that the loose carts at least were priced not too terribly bad. There's Raiden Densetsu, that's $22.88, some Seiken Densetsu games, Mystic Quest, etc. You have to keep in mind the current exchange rate. And the lighting was so low in here, so excuse that. But we have Area 88 right here. 2178. And it's a little not so great on the back. But 2178, that's something like what? I don't know, like 18 bucks. Stargate for 3828. I don't think I've ever seen this game anywhere in Japan thus far. I used to rent that game all the time and beat it over weekends. But we got Star Fox, we got some Kunio-kun. We got all kinds of stuff. So the loose carts, a little hit or miss. I did find some stuff that was really reasonably priced today, though. We've got boxed games like ActRaiser, Bomberman. Again, Super Ginjin 2. That's pretty cool. Some R-Type. Pretty much any of the Rockman games. They'll have 7, X, X2. And we've even got some Contra, some Final Fight Guy. Magical Drop 2. Over there. As you can see, some of these games are listed as sample. Those are going to be the games that are more valuable. You'll need to take those to the back to select which one you want in various conditions and prices. We got a lot of Bomberman. We got some Mickey. We've got other various titles here, including, what is that? What is Jet Punks? What is it? Some Dragon Ball and some Empire Strikes Back. That's 6,028 yen. On the sample, and some Sailor Moons as well. Most of the games that are not marked as being sample games, most of them you can pick up for, I don't know, in the neighborhood of like 15 bucks or less. We've got lots of Goemons, including Ganbare Goemon 2, which is my personal favorite in the series. Super R-Type, which is okay, but it doesn't hold a candle to R-Type 3. Sonic Wings 6028. That's a game that's not getting any cheaper. We got Psycho Dreams, Sparkster, other various excellent games, including Axlay 6578, one of the best shoot-'em-ups on the SNES and Super Famicom, but it's getting more expensive by the day. You also had Super Swiv and some other various things, and more boxed games. And again, I have to say the lighting in here was so much darker than it is in the Akiba Super Potato. Arkanoid by Taito, pretty cool indeed. And you got some Kinnikuman, some Aladdin. Rockman X2, complete in box, and that's 6,908 yen. That's like 50 bucks, which is not cheap, but I think compared to like a complete copy of Mega Man X2 on the SNES, that's downright reasonable. We got Poppin' Twinbee, we got some Final Fight 2, etc., etc. And where are we going? Where are you going, Jim? Ah! Well, that does make sense, doesn't it? We're looking at some Super Famicom games now. Let's move on over to the good old Famicom, 5368 for Ikari. And again, you know, when I see some of these games, especially some of the box games, I comment on how much more expensive they're getting. 7238 for Rockman 5. But again, I mean, that's like a $60 game right there, but I can only imagine what a complete copy of Mega Man 5 on the NES in North America would go for. So, I don't know, it's almost like being spoiled. So while sometimes I'll see a game like getting more expensive and I'm like, man, this is way more expensive than it used to be, I have to actually think about what the collectors over in the US are going through. 4,048 yen for a complete, really good shape Gradius. And again, what does a complete copy of Gradius on the NES go for these days? I don't know. You tell me. My guess is it's going to be like a couple of $100 though. This kind of cool, the 8-bit Music Power Final, one of the, I think Columbus Circle published games. They have some cool stuff. Twinkle Star Sprites. No, not Twinkle Star Sprites, whatever it was. Twinkle something or other DX. Those are fun. Gradius, $12.98 for a loose cart. So like maybe a little under $10 for a loose cart of Gradius. And we've got some of the YY World, some Goemon, all that good stuff. And Rockman games. All right, $12.98 for a loose Rockman 5. That ain't so bad. Kid Dracula, other various things. I'm going a little fast today because, well, it was pretty damn cramped in here. And I'm not the size of person that likes cramped spaces. 6,908 for the original Contra, and 4378 for Super C. So Super C is actually more affordable than the original Contra. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, cramped aisles like this for a guy who's 6'1", 200 some odd pounds. It's a little bit of a squeeze. So we do a little bit of the old in and out. But yeah. Lots of games. Hello, Kunio-kun. You're always a lot of fun. Anyway, let's take a look at what Destiny's doing. What do you say?
Destiny-chan, are you seeing anything that is tickling your fancy?
I'm like seeing things, but not like the exact things I'm looking for.
Not the exact things. What is that in your hand?
I like to bring pictures so that instead of having to explain what I'm looking for, I could just give them the picture.
You know what? That's very considerate of you. I actually heard that they posted a sign at the other Super Potato asking people to do something like that.
Really?
Yeah.
I saw they posted a sign about something, but I didn't see it when I went to Super Potato.
They politely ask people, please don't steal, and if you don't speak Japanese, just show us a picture of what you want. What are you looking for? Avenue pad, that's 6, okay. A DD drive?
I don't think I'm gonna find it. I've been looking for a while.
That, they might have one of those like boxed or something. Let's see what else. That will be easy to find. Easy to find, of course. With Jordan on the Wizards. Maybe. Wrestling. That I should be able to help you find.
This?
Yeah.
Okay.
Kinnikuman.
And I was looking for a boxed
Mario
one of this.
USA. We can browse for that. All right. That should not be too tall of an order.
Shouldn't in theory.
It shouldn't in theory. Let's see what we can do. All right. Back to it. Back to the grind.
Let's cross. カセットクオース好評発売中。
Konami.
Okay, getting started once again with some PS2 games this time, which I'm pretty sure I've said this before. I've probably said it numerous times as we look at these games. But if you're a game collector and you're looking for maybe like a new console to get into as we take a look at some cool stuff, Metal Slug Complete. Look at all those games in one convenient package. Even though it is 6,578 yen, it's about 55 bucks. That ain't cheap. Which makes it funny because as I'm about to say, hey, collecting for the PS2 is kind of a cheaper option these days than collecting, especially if you take into consideration like, I don't know, the Sega consoles, PC Engine, stuff like that. PS2 is a much cheaper alternative. We got some really cool PS1 games there. Lightning Legend, Rockman X4. Rockman, was that X5 or X6? We got a bunch of stuff here. The PS1 too, I can say, is also kind of a cheaper alternative. $28.38 for that Asuka 120%. G Darius for $19.58. That's actually a good price on G Darius there. As we move right along, we've got all kinds of just stuff all scattered around here. We got Mega Drive games here. Mega Drive, one of the more expensive consoles in Japan, at least, to collect for. Yeah, I would say definitely if you're looking for like a new, maybe less expensive console to collect for, PS1, PS2 could be a good idea. $32.78 for this kind of, I don't know, like a more recent homebrew game. I have no idea what the hell that was. We've got some cool stuff here. Thunder Force 2, you saw some Rambo over there. Pit Fighter, Aladdin Daisimpu, which is a game I like quite a lot. Master of Monsters, Monster World 3, which is a pretty fun game indeed. $47.08 for Street Fighter 2 Dash Plus. So that's Champion Edition. They got Darius 2, $48.18. And that's complete with all the good stuff inside. Rent-A-Hero, other various things. And, ooh, this is something I always like, the Dreamcast. Here we have no manual with this Star Gladiator 2. That's unfortunate. But Star Gladiator 2, fantastic game. Any of the fighting games on the Dreamcast are pretty much going to be great. 18-wheeler, $17.38. I am a fan of 18-wheeler. I'm I don't mind telling you. I do like me some 18-wheeler action. You get in there, you drive your 18-wheeler, and then you go over to the truck stop and you say hi to some ladies. It's a very realistic game. And then some Sega Saturn as well. We got some cool stuff. Road Rash, Bug is not so great, but Layer Section, hello, $33.88. Love that game, aka Galactic Attack, which you can now find in the Ray collection, I think, Ray's Arcade Chronology. Gusu no Yo-Yo S, very fun puzzle game. We got some Gradius collection. We got some King of Fighters 95, including with and without the, it's not a RAM card, is it? It's like a ROM cart. We had some Magical Drop 3. Magical Hoppers, this is an interesting one. I think $31.68. This is called Pandemonium in North America. Pretty fun little 2.5D platformer. We got some other cool stuff here. Ultraman, Dragon Ball Z, etc., etc., etc. Again, just a quick scan around, some good stuff. But let's get our games and get out of here. Oh my God, Destiny! What a... How was that? What would you say?
It was okay. I mean, we found some stuff.
We found some stuff.
I got a gold N64.
Solid gold, by the way. It's worth about $50,000. Oh, word, nice.
I almost got a PSP, but it had no battery, and that's the hardest part.
It was a little busted. So you got some stuff for yourself. That's cool. I got some games for myself too.
Nice.
I'm actually going to save that for later when I do my pickups. But I did get some cool like Super Famicom, Dreamcast, and PlayStation stuff. So
nice.
That'll be later. But
I didn't find anything on my cards.
Oh well, those cards, they didn't come in handy. But guess what, dude?
We still got another stop.
We got plenty of daylight left.
We do actually.
There's a Surugaya not too far from here. You ready to go carry on the hunt?
Let's go.
Let's rock. Destiny, here we are at the Surugaya. Very short walk from the Super Potato.
Oh, it's great, yeah.
Right here,
okay,
in front of us, with I don't know, a really creepy doll store as well. So that's fun. All right. Yeah. Look.
It's the style of dolls now. Very collectible.
That's the style now.
For some dolls, yeah.
Creep
like
the hell out of you.
Big eyes, the anime eyes.
Yeah. Okay, the whole world's gone creepy then.
Yes.
I guess I'm just the old-fashioned guy. All right, so.
It looks closed, Jim.
It is closed.
It is closed.
All right, so how about we just sort of act out what it would have been like if we came here and we went inside and do, and there's games and okay.
Well, that was a bummer. Couldn't find much.
They're closed until June 29.
Why?
Because they're renovating, I guess.
Oh.
And moving stock around.
Oh.
Well, Destiny, that is a bit of a bummer.
Where to now?
But you know what, Destiny? The day's not lost because we still have an arcade to go to.
Oh yeah, there we go.
Are you ready to go play some arcade games?
Yes.
Are you ready to walk back to where we just were?
I guess so, we have no choice.
All right, you're a real trooper today. All right.
Let's do it.
Let's go. Oh, Destiny, look what it is.
We made it.
So again, another short, like 10-minute walk or so from where the Surugaya was. And yeah, this place isn't closed until next month, so that's good too.
Oh, it's closing next month?
No, it's not closed until next month. Do you listen when I speak, woman?
You said so.
So we got the Mikado Game Center here. The more well-known one is in Takadanobaba. That's the one most people go to. But just like Super Potato, there is a second location here in Ikebukuro that is less frequented, but still has a lot of cool games and fun stuff to do. So what do you say, bro?
Let's get in there.
Let's go play these games.
Go do it.
Rock on. Destiny. That was the Mikado here in Ikebukuro. What'd you think?
It was alright. It was a good time.
Pretty fun.
They told me to stop filming.
Yeah, they didn't like that too much.
They were like...
But luckily, we got plenty in before that. Oh yeah. Anyway, it was a lot of fun. We had a good time. We played a lot of games.
Kicked some butt.
We kicked some butt, kicked some names, take some ass.
All that.
Got our ass took a little bit too.
I didn't get mine.
You didn't get yours taken, but I tell you, you didn't go downstairs.
Oh, okay.
You don't want to know what happened. You don't want to know what happens down there. Anyway, that was fun. All right, did some game shopping.
A little bit.
A little tiny bit. Did some arcade games playing. Had ourselves a good time. Ikebukuro. So. For all you people coming around, because there's other stuff here. There are other arcades around.
And there's lots of food.
There's lots of food, lots of restaurants, lots of fun stuff to do. So if you know you burn out on Akihabara or whatever, you can come to Ikebukuro. There's more fun stuff to do here too.
Lots of things.
Lots of good things. So Destiny, any final parting words for the viewers?
Get your money up, not your funny up. Peace out, people.
That's right. All right, good. And that rhymes too, so you know it's right. All right. All right, bye everybody. See you next time. Destiny. Okay, there you go everybody. How did you like that, huh? We played some games, we bought some games, we did some fun stuff. The biggest bummer of the day though was that Surugaya was closed for an extended period of time. That really was kind of heartbreaking because, you know, Super Potato is cool and all. But Surugaya is definitely the place where I would do maybe like more of my game hunting. It's typically a little bit better than Super Potato on the prices and stuff. Not by a lot, mind you. But typically not seen so much as like an expensive place to buy games that Super Potato is. But regardless of that, I was still able to pick up some games that I found at Super Potato. They weren't too expensive either. I kind of had a look around. And I wasn't going for anything in the glass cases, wasn't going for any holy grails today. This was more of just kind of like a casual fun, what can I find kind of game hunt. So I picked up 4 games at Super Potato, and 4 good games in fact, and the prices on them weren't so bad. This first one, it was 1738 yen, which I think in dollars comes out to about $14. Which is not too bad for this game. It's a game I like a lot. A game that I'm not sure really how many people are fans of it. But 18-wheeler, American Pro Trucker. And I said that wrong. It's actually pronounced 18-wheeler. I like this game a lot. Fun game by Sega. It was a cool arcade game. It had one of those really big 18-wheeler size steering wheels that you could play with. But essentially, it's... I always kind of liken it to Crazy Taxi, even though it's really nothing at all like Crazy Taxi. I guess I just kind of get that feeling because it's a Sega driving game that was released around the same time. But there are some stages where you've got your load, whatever it is that you're pulling along with your truck, and you've got to get to the end of the stage on time. And you've got a rival that you're trying to beat, and there are cars that you can like knock off the road for bonus points. And extra time because you want to, you know, beat the clock. So that's pretty fun. And then there are other stages where it's like you have to back your load into a like a certain like loading zone or whatever, and you have to do that within a certain amount of time, and that's a little bit trickier. It's not so much a race as it is just kind of like testing your patience. My favorite stages in the game are obviously the races. You beat the clock, you beat your rival. I think the first one at least is, what is it, Lizard Tail? He's kind of a jerk. He tries to run you off the road, but it's a lot of fun. And as you finish stages, you get extra little accoutrements for your truck. So you get like horns and decorations and cool stuff like that. So it's a lot of fun. Nothing you have to really like dig too deep into. It's very surface level. It's an arcade game. But it is enjoyable. I do like the graphics. I like the soundtrack is pretty cool. And I just like all of the little details, the guys on the CB radio and everything talking to you, giving you that feeling, that experience of being a trucker. None of the bad stuff about being a trucker, though. They don't have any like stages where you're like at a truck stop and you have to get into a knife fight or anything. But what is here is a lot of fun, and for like 14 bucks, I was like, hell yeah, because I wanted to play this again. 18-wheeler, American Pro Trucker. Lots of fun. 2 Super Famicom games here. Both of them were fairly inexpensive.
They put a little sticker over the freaking price tag, but I think these were both like $7 with exchange rate. But first up, Magical Drop 2. And this is a lot of fun. Magical Drop puzzle game series, kind of like, I always think of it almost as like an alternate dimension, like Puzzle Bobble, because the little spheres, the little balls that you shoot up, the little multicolored balls, look the same, and it's the same premise. You just match up balls of the same color, but instead of them coming down at you, kind of like a Tetris or a Puyo Puyo, if you will, you're firing them up at the top of the screen, just like in Puzzle Bobble, but you're firing them in like direct lines. So you pull them down and you throw them back up again, and you match them up by color. And there's a single player mode where you just have to clear the screens and beat the clock. And then there's a versus computer mode, and there's also a 2-player versus mode. So just like any good puzzle game, it's addictive and it's fun, and it's especially fun when you have someone to play against. And I've always liked the Magical Drop games. This one in particular, it is also available, I think, on pretty much like everything else that was around at the time. There's definitely a Sega Saturn version that I know of, probably a PS1 version as well. And I'm not sure if there are any Magical Drops on the N64, but either way, this is a game you can get on a lot of different consoles. You can probably find it digitally all over the place these days, and there's Magical Drop 3 and Magical Drop this and that and the other. There's so many games in this series, but for like $7 on the Super Famicom, I just couldn't say no, because I likes me a good puzzle game. Magical Drop 2, that's a lot of fun. Looking forward to playing that a little bit. Next up, 2 shoot-'em-ups, one for the Super Famicom, one for the PlayStation, both in the same series. First up, though, also for about $7, even though the back of the cartridge is a little yellow, the front of the cartridge looks pretty good, but this is Darius Twin. And I am a fan of the Darius series. I've played pretty much all of them, I think. Darius Twin, this is a Super Famicom / SNES exclusive, I do believe. So it was made specifically for this hardware. So as you're playing it, it plays pretty smoothly. There's not like a ton of slowdown or anything like that that's typically associated with Super Nintendo shoot-'em-ups, but like a lot of Super Nintendo games just sort of in general. But it plays pretty smoothly. It's not the best shooter on the console. The Darius games are typically like pretty difficult, I think. This one, not so much. Part of that is because of the hardware limitations. They can't really have so many enemies on the screen all at the same time. So they kind of come in like little spurts, and they're not so difficult to take out. The hardest part of this game is, of course, the boss battles. And even those aren't too terribly difficult. I would say of all the Darius games, this one is probably the easiest. But it is still pretty damn fun. Plays just like any other Darius game. You get your power-ups, power up your lasers and your missiles and your defensive shield, and then you can choose a path through all the various different stages in the game. So it's really cool. I like this game quite a bit. And again, for like $7 at a place like Super Potato, you really can't argue with that. So Darius Twin, good game indeed. You can pick it up on your Super Famicom, your SNES. Although I do believe if you're a collector, you want physical copies. Pretty sure the Japanese version is the much cheaper option. And sticking with Darius, I got a pretty good game in the series on the PS1. Most people will say if there's a 32-bit Darius game for you to play, you should play Darius Gaiden. And they're right, because that's a really good game, but this one is definitely no slouch. It is G Darius. And G Darius, again, plays like a lot of other Darius games, so you got all of your standard power-ups for your primary shot, and your laser, and your shield. You choose your path through all the various stages of the game. You got your big, huge boss spaceships shaped like all kinds of like fish and mollusks and weird things like that. That's kind of, signature of the series. But something kind of cool in this game that I don't think is included in any other Darius game. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but you have capture balls in this game, and that's kind of cool. You can use your capture balls to capture enemy spaceships and then use them as kind of like little options to like boost your firepower, and they all have something a little different. So you can get tiny little ships or like big ships, and they'll follow you around, and they'll fire weapons of their own, and that's really cool. So you can pick up a ship, use it as much as you want, and then swap it out for a better ship later. You have a limited number of capture balls, but you can get more. And that's kind of the gimmick of the game. It's Darius, but it has the inclusion of those capture balls, which is pretty cool. And now that I think about it, is this also a console exclusive? Was this released outside of the PS1? I'm not 100% sure, but it is a lot of fun. The visuals are pretty decent. You can tell this, they're getting into a 3D era, so they're trying to incorporate a little bit of that. So the game has a 3D look to it, though it is still a traditional side-scrolling shooter. And it has a couple of different gameplay modes. You have the original, okay, I guess so, an arcade mode. So presumably this was an arcade release before the PS1. But you have an arcade mode, you have a beginner mode, which is very nice for people who don't play a lot of games like this. And I think there's even a boss rush mode. So that's really cool, and I think I picked this game up. It's 1958 yen, so probably about $15 I picked this up, which I thought wasn't such a bad deal, considering it is a pretty awesome game, and I myself am a big shoot-'em-up fan. So that is G Darius on the PS1. Another cool game. And that's it. Those are the 4 games I picked up today. Again, I anticipated picking up more games at the Surugaya, so I kind of controlled myself when I was at Super Potato, just picked up 4 reasonably priced, fun games, planning to go to Surugaya and maybe buy a bunch more. Didn't work out that way, but we had a really good day anyway. Destiny, I gotta thank Destiny for coming and hanging out. Pretty much, like I said at the beginning of the video, anytime she comes to visit Tokyo, we'll usually have at least like a day or two, we'll set some time aside and we go hang out, go hunt for video games, go play games at arcades, or just go, chill out with some friends, go get some food, go get something to drink, do stuff like that. So I appreciate her hanging out today, being in the video. Definitely, she has a channel of her own, obviously, much, much bigger than mine. I'm sure everyone's already aware of it. But if not, there'll be a link in the description. Go and check it out. And thank you, everybody, for watching. I hope you enjoyed the video today. And I hope you'll come back for the next one where we will continue our game hunting antics here in Japan. So until then, take care, everybody, and I'll see you next time. Goodbye.